Gao Daming looked exasperated, as if to say, how can you not get it? Your brother and his group probably stashed a huge amount of supplies somewhere. Yamamoto Kento was unmoved. I only want to know who killed Shinji. I'm not interested in what he did while he was alive. Gao Daming pursed his lips in frustration. So high and mighty, huh? Doesn't even care about supplies. No wonder he's always talking about committing seppuku. His brain really isn't wired right. Of course, he didn't dare say that out loud. Instead, he picked up the last item. This is a feather. People usually shed hair, not feathers. Isn't that odd? After saying this, Gao Daming averted his eyes, feeling a bit guilty. The feather was just thrown in to make up the numbers. After rummaging around the tent for so long, he was afraid Yamamoto would be unhappy if he didn't bring out a few things. It was probably just a feather left behind when someone killed a bird for food. Nothing special. Yamamoto Kento didn't respond. Instead, he turned to look at the campfire burning nearby. Gao Daming awkwardly explained, I wasn't slacking off. It's just too cold here. I lit a fire so we wouldn't freeze to death. Yamamoto Kento frowned. What did you burn? Gao Daming replied, don't worry, just some pillows and tablecloths. I definitely didn't burn any clues. Yamamoto Kento said nothing more. It really was freezing. Seeing that he'd fallen silent, Gao Daming took the initiative and asked, what about you? Did you find anything? But Yamamoto just shook his head. Nothing. The tents were all closed up and silent. The people inside had quietly frozen to death in their sleep. What clues could they have left behind? He'd only found 2 black men's bodies that stood out. Like his brother, they'd been murdered, but there were no clues on them either. Gao Daming clicked his tongue in disbelief. He sure sounds confident, but he didn't even do as well as me. He pouted. So, what do we do now? Yamamoto Kento looked at the items Gao Daming had found. We try them one by one. Gao Daming was confused. Try what? Yamamoto glanced at him. Suddenly, Gao Daming understood. Oh, the tracking technique. He'd almost forgotten. This guy's tracking ability was impressive. As long as he had something related to the person he was looking for, he could sense their direction. It wasn't precise, though. It only gave a general direction, and it didn't work if the target was very close. For example, even though he knew Shinji was somewhere in this camp, he couldn't pinpoint which tent. Still, in most cases, just knowing the general direction was enough. Yamamoto Kento picked up the diary first, rubbed it between his hands, then closed his eyes and formed a hand seal, muttering under his breath. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Gao Daming asked nervously, well, which direction? Yamamoto's tone was a little disappointed. Right here. Gao Daming was stunned. Here. Then he realized the diary's owner must have died right here in this camp. So this item had nothing to do with the killer. After all, they'd already searched the area several times and hadn't seen a single living soul. Afraid Yamamoto would get upset and start talking about seppuku again, Gao Daming quickly handed him a wine glass. Try this one. Yamamoto nodded and repeated the process. When he opened his eyes, Gao Daming asked eagerly, how about now? Please, let's get a result. He really didn't want to stay in this outdoor camp any longer. It was just too cold. But the result was disappointing. Yamamoto's face was grim. Still here. Gao Daming clicked his tongue in frustration. Now what? This guy was stubborn. He wouldn't leave without a clue. He looked around, but there was nothing else suspicious in the barren tent. Across from him, Yamamoto Kento picked up the last item, the feather, and activated his tracking technique once more. Gao Daming had no hope for the feather and muttered, if the killer didn't leave anything behind, does that mean we'll never solve this case? Honestly, that's pretty normal. It's the apocalypse. Who doesn't have a few bodies on their hands by now? Even someone as kind and friendly as me. Before he could finish, Yamamoto Kento suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze bloodshot and intense. Gao Daming jumped. Hey, I was just saying. Don't get mad. But Yamamoto shouted, southwest. Huh? Gao Daming was incredulous. You actually found something? So the bird that lost this feather didn't die here, it went southwest? Yamamoto nodded firmly. Yes! He grabbed the feather and hurried outside. Gao Daming glanced wistfully at the still-burning fire, then hefted a wooden nightstand, planning to use it for warmth on the road, and reluctantly followed. Who would have thought that the random feather he'd picked up would actually be a key clue to finding the killer? As he walked, he marveled that bird survived without getting eaten. That's a miracle. Yamamoto Kento strode quickly to his brother's corpse and muttered, "Looks like this feather's from a chicken." Gao Daming clicked his tongue. Yamamoto-kun, you're so obsessed with practicing ninjutsu that you've forgotten even the most basic common sense. What kind of chicken has feathers in those colors? Yamamoto Kento ignored him, hoisted his younger brother's corpse onto his back, and strode forward. Gao Daming awkwardly shut his mouth and hurried after him. They hadn't gone far when Gao Daming couldn't help but ask, why is that bird still alive? What does it have to do with the killer? Then he joked, don't tell me a bird stabbed your brother to death? Yamamoto Kento shot him an annoyed glare, finding him both irritating and noisy. Still, he replied offhandedly, it's probably a pet. Gao Daming's eyes widened. A pet? Yamamoto Kento grunted in affirmation. He really couldn't think of any other explanation. Judging by the depth of the snow in the camp and the state of the bodies, his brother must have died on the very first day the extreme cold hit. So many days had passed, and yet that bird hadn't been eaten. What else could it be but a pet? Gao Daming couldn't help but sigh. The killer must be loaded. Still has spare food to feed a pet. Thinking about it, he suddenly felt motivated to help Yamamoto get revenge. If they pulled this off, wouldn't he become a rich man with enough food to keep pets too? The two quickly left the camp. Gao Daming took out a compass from his pocket and eagerly checked their direction. Southwest, he turned his body to follow the compass and looked down the mountain. That way. Yamamoto Kento followed his finger and saw a town in the distance. Is that? Gao Daming squinted for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Qicheng. He'd traveled to the northwest twice before the disaster, and Qicheng had left a deep impression on him, a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery. Yamamoto Kento said, Yoshi, let's go. But Gao Daming frowned at the corpse on his back. Yamamoto-kun, you're not planning to carry your brother the whole way, are you? Yamamoto Kento shook his head. I'll find a place to bury him soon. Gao Daming didn't get it. Why not just bury him next to the camp? It was a good spot. Quiet mountains and plenty of his companions nearby to keep him company. Yamamoto Kento gave him a look like he was an idiot. There are predators. Only then did Gao Daming realize. Right? When they first arrived, they'd noticed tracks from large four-legged animals. Some beast must be treating the camp as a natural meat freezer. Gao Daming shuddered. Let's get out of here, quick. If that thing comes back, we're doomed. Yamamoto Kento kept walking and muttered, don't be such a coward. Gao Daming rolled his eyes behind his back. Sure, you're tough. If you're so great, why not stay and fight the beast? With different thoughts in mind, the two headed down the mountain. Not far behind them, a white tiger appeared in the camp, silently watching their retreating figures. This was the very tiger that white-faced Laifu had raised. It had been hiding in a cave behind the big tent. Though the warehouse inside had collapsed, the area near the entrance still gave it shelter. Cramped, but safe and warm. The reason it hadn't shown itself to hunt the two men was because it had smelled something unusual. The skinny man carried the aura of a butcher, a scent that only comes from killing countless lives. The white tiger keenly sensed danger. A certain image flashed through its mind, Fugue. It wondered, if that fierce tigress met this butcher, who would come out on top? Meanwhile, after dealing with the Qingcheng gang's lackeys, Anan took Gu Jiyu and the three little ones and teleported straight into Huang Feng's two-story house. The moment they entered, the jade screen at the entrance immediately caught Anan's eye. Now that was a treasure. The lady boss sure was rich. The jade wasn't just big, it was a deep, vibrant green with excellent translucency, a true giant among high-grade jade. And besides the screen, there was also a purple jade Buddha figurine, also made of jade. There were other treasures too, gold ornaments, crystal geodes, even the shoe-changing bench was made of Hetian jade. Gu Jiu couldn't help but smile at the green light practically shining from Anan's eyes. His Anan never hid her delight when she saw something she liked. It made him want to gather all the world's treasures just for her. Thinking of this, he grew eager to take her to the southern warehouse, where the real treasures were kept. Anan was already quietly stashing valuables into her space, just in case a fight broke out and these treasures got damaged. The Qingcheng gang was definitely worth the trip. So what if they lost a few bullets and some explosives? Just that giant jade screen alone was worth it. A piece of jade that size, how many bracelets and necklaces would she have to collect to match it? Who knew how much her space would upgrade after this? The thought made her giddy. Just then, voices drifted down from upstairs. Feng, what do we do now? Looks like all our guys outside are dead. The boss lady's furious voice rang out. How should I know? I called you here to solve my problems, not to ask me what to do. Another man quickly tried to calm her. Don't be angry, Feng. It's bad for your health. Don't worry, we'll find a way to kill them. The boss lady sounded even more irritable. What way? Spit it out if you have one. After a few seconds of silence, the first man sighed deeply. Sigh. If only the boss were here, no one would dare touch us. That's true. But the boss is all the way in Lesa City, too far to help. Besides, he's busy with big affairs in the West. He doesn't have time for our little Qingcheng problems. The boss lady immediately snapped. What's the point of saying all that? Think of something. Those two will break in any minute. Feng, you should leave through the tunnel. Leave the rest to us. No matter what happens, the most important thing is to keep you safe. Anan and Gu Jiu recognized the voice. It was Shineo. The other two men agreed, yeah. Feng, you go first. The boss lady hesitated for a couple of seconds. Fine, I'll go. But her voice was still full of reluctance. Try to catch them alive if you can. Got it. Downstairs, Anan finished collecting the loot and sneered. They really were dreaming. Soon, the three men escorted the boss lady down from the second floor. But as soon as they reached the bottom, they were shocked to find Anan and Gu Jiu already blocking the staircase. The proprietress let out a terrified scream. How did you get in here? Anan curled her lips into a smirk, ignoring her, and turned to glance at Gu Jiu. Gu Jiu immediately caught her meaning and cracked his knuckles at the proprietress. I told you, I just can't control the urge to hit you. The proprietress, hearing these all too familiar words, was so frightened her foot slipped and she nearly tumbled down the stairs. She couldn't help it, she'd been traumatized by Gu Jiu's beatings. Her face was still swollen, and there wasn't a single part of her body that didn't ache. And Nan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of her trembling in fear. It wasn't that she was taking pleasure in someone else's misfortune, she just really enjoyed seeing people get what they deserved. After all this trouble had been stirred up by this woman's selfishness. Normally, Anan felt that nothing was more satisfying than handling things herself. But when it came to this woman, it was better to let Gu Jiu do the honors. Only then would this Phoenix sister be hurt both inside and out. Who told her to covet Anan's man? Let her be beaten to a pulp by the very man she fancied. Seeing Huang Feng nearly fall, the other three men rushed to steady her, then turned and started cursing at Anan and Gu Jiu. You bastard pretty boy. You call yourself a man, yet you shamelessly hit women. Have you no shame? And you damn little delinquent. What are you laughing at? Think you're so great just because you're pretty. Shineo didn't say a word, but his whole body was tense, clearly ready for a fight. And Nan and Gu Jiu, thick-skinned as they were, didn't care about the insults. After all, these guys couldn't win in a fight, so all they could do was run their mouths. And Nan asked curiously, do you guys even realize that you only fell for the proprietress because of the goo worms? The men stiffened their necks. Of course we know. Feng thought highly of us, that's why she used the goo on us. Why didn't she use it on anyone else? Being chosen by Feng is the greatest luck of our lives. I advise you to surrender now and stop being ungrateful. Being chosen by Feng is an honor. Gu Jiu's face turned cold, clearly unable to stand these love-struck fools. And Nan couldn't help but click her tongue. Was this heart-linking goo really that sinister? A chill ran down her spine. If Gu Jiu had fallen under this woman's spell, would he have turned into such a fool too? Meanwhile, the proprietress realized something even more important and shrieked. Wait, where did all my things go? Her jade screen, the purple jade Buddha, the golden horse, the fortune-bringing crystal cave, an authentic painting by Bohu. Damn, even the shoe-changing stool was gone. Only now did the men, who had been focused solely on the proprietress, notice that the once lavishly decorated first floor was now bare. All the expensive ornaments and decorations they'd brought her had vanished. They were all shocked. Yeah, where's all the stuff? Everything was normal when we came in just now. How did it all disappear in such a short time? The proprietress's face turned ashen. This was beyond strange. She stared nervous. Ly and warily at Anan and Gu Jiu. How did you get in here? Where did you take my things? Anan raised the gun in her hand. Instead of worrying about your precious belongings, maybe you should worry about your own life first. The proprietress backed up a few steps, hiding behind the three men, panting and cursing, "You little witch. Did you learn some kind of evil magic?" No one had ever escaped her goo or her schemes, except this crazy girl, who'd thwarted her time and again. Now she'd even pulled off a vanishing act and made off with her entire collection. And Nan rolled her eyes. Who's the one with evil magic here? My husband genuinely appreciates my beauty and personality. Unlike you, who has to rely on bugs to trick people. When it came to verbal sparring, Nan had never lost. She aimed every word straight at the other woman's sore spot. She knew the proprietress's beauty was all thanks to a beauty goo, so she deliberately bragged about her own looks to get under her skin. Gu Jiu's lips curled into a faint smile at the side. He liked hearing her call him husband. She should use that more often. He knew Anan had a habit before taking someone down, break their spirit before their body. The little girl was ruthless and absolutely adorable. Sure enough, the proprietress was infuriated, her face turning pitch black. You. She stammered for a while but couldn't get a word out. The girl was right, her suitors were all tricked by goo worms, and even her so-called beauty was stolen from other girls. Looking at the naturally beautiful Anan, her swollen face twisted with jealousy. She didn't even care about the gun pointed at her, hiding behind the men and spitting venom. You little brat, don't get cocky. Soon, your man and your youth and beauty will all be mine. Her eyes started around, clearly plotting how to get the goo onto them. Given the current situation, escaping through the secret tunnel was impossible. The entrance was in the storeroom behind Anan and Gu Jiu. She'd have to get past them, which was clearly not going to happen. If she wanted to survive, her only option was to subdue them quickly. Anan, ever cautious, kept her distance. She already knew the woman's methods for using goo, but who knew what other tricks she might have up her sleeve? She decided not to waste any more words. Time for a quick finish. Anan narrowed her eyes at the four people opposite her. They all wanted to protect the proprietress? Then she'd just have to take her out first. After all, she was the most dangerous one here. Maybe once she was dead, the men would snap out of it. Especially Shineo. His real girlfriend was still locked in the basement, yet here he was playing the loyal lapdog. She'd help them wake up. As Anan raised her gun again, the two hall masters immediately shielded the proprietress, while Shineo's brows furrowed and he charged at Anan and Gu Jiu. But in the next instant, under everyone's gaze, Anan suddenly vanished. The four on the other side were instantly stunned. Especially Shineo, who'd already lunged forward. His target disappeared and he nearly fell flat on his face. He'd planned to capture Anan first and use her to threaten Gu Jiu, but now his target was gone. Before he could react, Gu Jiu strode forward, took 2 quick steps, and landed a powerful right hook that knocked Shineo out cold. That's right, just one punch and the man was out like a light. The remaining 2 men and the proprietress didn't even have time to worry about Shineo. They were too busy frantically searching for the vanished, mysterious woman. The next second, a cool female voice sounded from behind. "Boss lady, were you looking for me?" Huang Feng's pupils shrank abruptly. She spun around in shock, coming face to face with Anan's cold, emotionless gaze and the dark muzzle of a gun. Before she could react, Anan had already pulled the trigger. Not only had Anan just used a blink move, she'd also swapped her rifle for a shotgun. An unbeatable weapon at close range, brutally powerful. With a single shot, Huang Feng's head exploded like a watermelon. Out of caution, Anan had deliberately kept her distance, so not a drop of blood landed on her. But the two hall masters weren't so lucky. Blood and brain matter splattered all over them, making them shudder and cry out in horror. Ah, foam! Foam! Anan turned her gun toward the two men, ready to finish them off, but suddenly saw their eyes widen in terror, their faces turning visibly green as they started foaming at the mouth. Within a second or two, their bodies went rigid and they collapsed, tumbling down the stairs with a thud, lifeless. Anan was startled by this sudden turn of events. Her blood is poisonous? It even turned their skin green. This Black Widow. She was a menace when alive, and even after death, her blood could still kill? Just then, Gu Jiu called out from not far away, "It's not the blood." Anan looked over at him and instantly understood what he meant. At his feet, Shin Ao, who had been knocked out earlier, was now also foaming at the mouth, his whole body a sickly green. The color was even deeper than the hat on Shangxia's head in midsummer. Gu Jiu bent down to check his breathing. He's gone. It seemed their sudden deaths were all caused by the boss lady's Tongxin Gu parasite. Gu Jiu straightened up, glanced at Anan and frowned. Anan, be careful. Following his gaze, Anan saw a strange, large bug crawling out of the boss lady's corpse. It had many legs, spider-like but not quite a spider. This bizarre thing was probably a goo worm. Judging by its rainbow colors, it was definitely highly poisonous. After crawling out of the boss lady's body, the bug stopped moving and then pooped out a pile of semi-transparent stuff. Anan cautiously backed away a few steps and pulled out a can of insecticide from her storage space. She was just about to spray it when the bug suddenly went limp and keeled over, motionless. It looked dead. Anan raised an eyebrow. What's this? Playing dead? Or maybe, now that its master was dead, it couldn't survive either? Not taking any chances, Anan sprayed the bug with insecticide until the can was empty. By the end, it felt like she'd almost dissolved the bug's corpse, not just killed it. The rainbow spider never moved again. It was well and truly dead. But Anan noticed that the pile it left behind had shifted. She leaned in for a closer look and realized it wasn't poop at all. It was a cluster of those transparent goo worms she and Gu Jiu had seen before. There were so many of them, all bunched together, that they looked like a single lump. So the Tongxin Gu really was a mother-child parasite, just as she'd suspected. The mother Gu lived inside the boss lady, while the child Gu was used to harm others. That big spider hadn't pooped before dying, it had laid eggs. The baby worms, perhaps because they were newly born or because the mother was injured, still had a reddish tinge in their transparent bodies, which caught Anan's attention. To be safe, Anan pulled out some concentrated sulfuric acid and used her usual method to burn them all to black sesame-sized bits. Once everything was dealt with, Anan skirted around the bodies, blinked back to Gu Jiu's side, and glanced at Shin Ao at his feet. I didn't expect that those infected with the goo would die instantly when the boss lady died. Gu Jiu grunted in agreement. Vicious. Suddenly, Anan thought of Xingxia and Fang Yaoao. Would the same thing happen to them? But then she remembered, Shin Ao and the others had been infected with the mother-child goo, so when the mother goo died, the children couldn't survive. The so-called beauty goo shouldn't be the same. Still, even if Shangxia and Fang Yao didn't die, they'd already turned into old women. Who knew how much longer they could live? And Nan didn't want to dwell on it. Everyone has their own fate. She destroyed the Qingcheng gang, which was a kind of rescue for them. The rest was out of her hands. Everyone has their own path, no one can save someone else forever. She glanced out the window and said to Gu Jiu, "It's getting dark. Let's start searching for supplies." Gu Jiu, "All right. Shopping mall basement." Li said to Fang Yaoao, "See? I told you it wasn't over. First bombs, now gunshots. If you'd rushed out earlier, you might not be alive right now. She paused, then added, and I think the gunshots sounded different this time. The earlier ones were all rat-tat-tat, but just now it was a single bang. It didn't sound like the same kind of gun. Fang Yaoao and Sheng Xia didn't reply. Both looked uneasy. They'd noticed the difference too, which probably meant someone new had arrived, maybe even an accomplice of the boss lady. Could that couple already be dead? Just then, Liu suddenly gasped, covering her mouth. Granny! You too! Sheng Xia and Fang Yaoao glanced at her in confusion, then looked at each other, and were stunned. Yaoao! Your hair is turning black again. Xia, the wrinkles on your face are fading. To their delight, they realized they were rapidly returning to their original appearance, as if their lost vitality was flowing back into their bodies. The two girls hugged each other, sobbing with joy. We're back. We're back. The most shocked of all was Liu. Even though she'd believed their story about the beauty goo, seeing someone literally grow young before her eyes was still surreal. Looking at the two beautiful strangers, Liu could only sigh, you really aren't grannies. Sheng Xia and Fang Yaoao said in unison, we told you we weren't. Elsewhere, the boss lady's shattered head was covered by thick clothing, so Anan hadn't noticed that, beneath the layers, her once flawless skin was rapidly turning rough, yellow, and old. At that moment, a battered truck, weighed down by thick snow like a makeshift snowplow, was charging bravely into the city. Inside, someone was screaming, Aya. Yamamoto-kun. Slow down. Yamamoto Kento looked thoroughly impatient. Baka. Shut up. For safety, they had parked the car at the foot of the mountain earlier and hiked down on foot, which had already cost them a lot of time. If they kept dawdling, it would be dark soon. How were they supposed to find anyone then? Gao Daming sat in the passenger seat, his hands trembling with nerves. He had never driven a large vehicle before, so he didn't dare take the wheel. But Yamamoto couldn't drive either, yet now he was flooring the gas pedal with all his might. Gao Daming felt like he was dancing at the gates of hell. They'd snatched this truck from someone else after the extreme cold set in. In this weather, if you didn't drive and tried to travel on foot, you'd freeze to death on the road. Besides, regular cars couldn't get through snow this deep at all. Only a big truck with high clearance and large wheels could barely make it. But barely was the key word. Even with snow tires and chains, you had to drive carefully on roads like these. At this speed, it was just asking for trouble. Gao Daming gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay seated despite his fear. After a while, seeing that they'd already entered the city, but the speed still wasn't slowing down, he couldn't hold back any longer and pleaded again, bro. Please slow down. But the more he begged, the faster the truck seemed to go. Gao Daming's heart was in his throat. What's wrong with this little Japanese guy? The more I tell him to slow down, the harder he steps on the gas. They were approaching a turn up ahead, but the speed didn't drop at all. Gao Daming's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Slow down. If you take the turn like this, we'll flip. At that moment, the usually tight-lipped Yamamoto finally spoke. The brakes are out. I can't slow down. Gao Daming's eyes went wide as saucers. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Yamamoto pressed his lips together, gripping the steering wheel tightly, and replied calmly, I didn't want you to panic. Gao Daming. How could I not? With Gao Daming's scream, the truck really did flip at the street corner. After flipping, the truck slid for a short distance before crashing with a loud bang straight into a residential building by the side of the road. It wasn't long before a crowd of residents came running out. Earthquake. It's another earthquake. Run. It's an earthquake. A whole group of people rushed outside in a panic, only to realize it wasn't an earthquake at all. A big truck had crashed into their building. A loud-voiced man clicked his tongue and complained to his wife, see, I told you we shouldn't have bought a street-facing apartment. Even at the end of the world, we still get bothered by cars from outside. His wife wasn't having it. You think I didn't want to live in a gated community with a garden? It's because you're broke and couldn't afford anything better. Stop blaming everything on me. The man was indignant. What's this got to do with money? I wanted to buy that place in Qiandao Gardens. It cost the same as this one, and it wasn't street-facing. The environment was way better. The woman laughed angrily. You dare bring that up? That place was haunted. The previous 5 owners all died horrible deaths. After we viewed it, I had a fever for 2 days. I'm not crazy enough to live there with you. The man stuck out his neck, arguing righteously. Those were just coincidences. You're just prejudiced. So, what if it's haunted? It's cheap and the environment's good. Look around, where isn't haunted these days? Which building or neighborhood hasn't had people die? The woman rolled her eyes. You're just being unreasonable. Before the man could retort, a neighbor nearby shouted impatiently, Will you two shut up already? Can't you see what's important right now? Before he could finish, the man glared at him and demanded, How dare you talk to my wife like that? The neighbor was caught off guard. The man cut him off, fuming. My wife was talking just fine. Who are you to tell her to shut up? She's already upset arguing with me, and you have to make it worse. The neighbor opened his mouth but couldn't get a word in. What the hell is wrong with this guy? And his wife wasn't any more normal. She pouted and clung to her husband. Honey, you're the best. Let's not stoop to his level. He's just a lonely bachelor, no one to keep him warm at night in this cold. How could he understand the love between a married couple? The neighbor was left speechless. Fine, you two are so loving and united against outsiders. I'm the clown here. The man took his wife's hand. You're right, honey. Let's go back inside before you catch cold. I'd feel terrible if you got sick. The neighbor watched their backs in disbelief. What the hell were those two barking about? Seeing the couple head back inside all lovey-dovey, he stomped his feet in frustration and went home too. It was freezing. The whole apartment was icy cold, and only the cramped closet was even slightly warm. If he wasn't worried about losing that little bit of heat, he'd have dragged those 2 lunatics back and argued with them properly. Although those 3 had left, the other neighbors stayed put, staring intently at the crashed truck. They all lived on the lower floors, and the crash had shattered all the windows on the 1st and 2nd floors. Even if they didn't live there themselves, they figured they could use this as an excuse to extort some supplies. In weather like this, anyone who could still drive around burning precious fuel had to be loaded. Surely they had a stash of supplies hidden somewhere. Seeing that there seemed to be only 2 people in the truck, and both looked weak, no one left. The more people, the better their chances. They were determined to make a killing today. They'd been bullied by the Qingqing gang for so long, and now, finally, there was a chance to get something fair and square. No way they'd let it slip by. After a while, the 2 men finally managed to force open the passenger door and crawl out of the smoke-filled wreck. A crowd immediately surged forward, shouting, Hey, you crashed into our homes. Pay up. Gao Daming, his head covered in blood, couldn't even see how many people were in front of him. He staggered, clutching his head and shaking it, trying to clear his mind, but the ringing in his ears was unbearable. Yamamoto Kento, on the other hand, was in much better shape. Though he was also injured and bleeding, his eyes were still sharp and alert. The first thing he did after climbing out was check for the feather he kept on him. Only when he found it still there did he breathe a sigh of relief. If this thing gets destroyed, they'll lose their only clue to finding their enemy. The onlookers around them, seeing that the 2 of them were blatantly ignoring everyone, immediately started shouting in displeasure. Are you 2 deaf? Can't you hear us talking? Don't think you can just walk away from this. If you don't pay up today, you're not leaving. Either pay up or fix our building. At this moment, Gao Daming's ears finally stopped ringing. After hearing what they said, he turned to glance at the wrecked truck. Only then did he realize that the truck had smashed a huge hole in the building, with glass shards scattered everywhere. He couldn't help but thank all the gods and deities. He was really lucky to be alive. After such a serious accident, he'd actually survived. His gaze shifted to the angry crowd, and Gao Daming quickly apologized, trying to be as sincere as possible. Sorry. We didn't mean to. Didn't mean to is enough? You smashed a giant hole in the 1st floor. Now the whole building's unsafe. How are all these families supposed to live? Yeah, it's freezing out. Are we supposed to find somewhere else to live now? Hurry up and pay, or you're not leaving. Gao Daming looked at the furious victims and had no idea what to do. Helpless, he glanced over at Yamamoto. Where would they get any food or supplies? These past few years since the apocalypse, the two of them had just taken what they needed wherever they went. In other words, robbing people. Yamamoto Kenji didn't notice Gao Daming's pleading look. He acted as if everyone around him was invisible, closed his eyes, and started using his tracking technique again. Now that they were in the city, the next step was to pinpoint the exact direction. The residents saw this short man ignoring them with his eyes closed, muttering and gesturing, and immediately got angrier. Playing blind, huh? Muttering and waving your hands, who are you trying to scare? As they cursed, some of them moved to attack. Gao Daming jumped in fright and quickly tried to block them. Hey, don't mess with him. But no one listened. They all rushed forward, wanting to teach this scrawny, arrogant guy a lesson. Suddenly, Yamamoto's eyes snapped open. North side of the city. Not far from here. His expression sharpened, and he retreated at lightning speed, his movements a blur. As the crowd's fists swung through empty air, Yamamoto whipped his arms forward, sending a flurry of shuriken flying straight at them. Screams erupted all around. Every single one of Yamamoto's shuriken landed precisely in his target's eyes. Even though Gao Daming had seen this countless times, he was still shocked. This was Yamamoto's signature move. Ninja Shuriken. He'd honed it to perfection, never missing a target. And next, Gao Daming nimbly stepped aside, watching as Yamamoto drew his katana. He moved like lightning, cutting down the injured survivors as easily as slicing vegetables. In no time, only one person was left alive, clutching his eyes and begging for mercy. Gao Daming curled his lip at the man, then glanced at the bodies all over the ground, looking a bit helpless. I told you not to mess with him, but you wouldn't listen. Now look at you, what a pity. He pressed his palms together and bowed to the corpses. Sorry. Yamamoto raised his sword and asked the last survivor, do you know where we can find a car with gas, something that can get us to the north side of the city? The trembling man instinctively replied, the north side is the old city, cars can't get in. Then he suddenly realized something. That accent of yours. The man, who'd just been begging for his life, suddenly dropped his hands from his eyes and lunged at Yamamoto, reaching for his throat. Damn, you're a Jap? You son of a... Gao Daming was startled, thinking Yamamoto was about to be strangled. But in the next instant, Yamamoto's blade flashed, and the man collapsed to the ground, twitching a couple of times before falling still. Gao Daming let out a sigh of relief, hurried over to Yamamoto, and asked with concern, Yamamoto, are you okay? Yamamoto ignored him, instead bending down to carefully retrieve his shuriken one by one, wiping them clean before tucking them away. Gao Daming quickly helped him. Once they'd finished, the two of them hurried toward the old city, following the direction indicated by the tracking technique, and soon arrived at the Yun-In Inn. Earlier, when Anan and Gujiyu's group had chased after the innkeeper, they'd left in a hurry and hadn't closed the door. The two men stood in front of the inn, staring at the wide-open door, both looking grim. In this freezing weather, if a building's door was left wide open, it could only mean one thing: there was no one left inside. Most likely, they'd come up empty-handed. Sure enough, after carefully searching the place, they found not a soul. After a long, exhausting day, Gao Daming collapsed into a chair, panting and complaining. Yamamoto, your tracking technique has a lousy signal. Why is there always a delay? They're already gone, but it still led us here. Yamamoto frowned. Baka, what signal? You think this is GPS? Gao Daming rolled his eyes. If it's not GPS, what is it? To him, this thing was basically a human GPS, just not a very good one. He slumped in the chair, catching his breath and gnawed on some cured meat he'd found in the inn's kitchen. Yamamoto, undistracted, continued to focus on his tracking technique. Soon, his eyes snapped open and he exclaimed with delight, got it. They're not far. Let's go. Gao Daming sighed. Wasn't this guy ever tired or hungry? Reluctantly, he got up from the chair, silently praying that their target would stay put this time. He really couldn't walk any farther. Meanwhile, Anan and her group had finished collecting all the innkeeper's hidden treasures and stepped out of the thoroughly ransacked two-story building. Anan was all smiles, even humming a little tune. Clearly in a great mood. The innkeeper might have been a terrible person, but she had excellent taste. The jewelry cabinet in the upstairs dressing room was filled with jade pieces, necklaces, bracelets, rings, red jade, purple jade, yellow jade, everything you could imagine. Though they couldn't compare to the auction pieces Gu Jiu had given her, they were all high-quality items. Most importantly, there was a lot of it, enough to fill her spatial jade bangle until its color changed. The jade bracelet on Anan's wrist had always upgraded along with her space. At first, it was just an ordinary jadeite, but after several upgrades, it had become a true glass-type jade of the highest quality. If it weren't for the 2 new streaks of green added after this latest upgrade, at first glance, it could easily be mistaken for a piece of pure, transparent glass. Looking at the changes in her bracelet, Anan couldn't wait to enter her space and test out the new effects. She hurriedly urged, "Let's pick up the pace. Once we're done collecting everything, let's hurry back and test the upgrade." Gu Jiu nodded. All right. After that, the 2 of them and their 3 pets split up, each searching a different house. In no time, they had gone through every house in the alley. There was nothing of value in the homes of the team leaders, vice leaders, or deputy hall masters. Just piles of dirty socks that hadn't been washed after wearing, which made Fugue gag in disgust. And Nan curled her lips. That boss lady is really stingy and shrewd. She keeps all the good stuff for herself. Her subordinates have nothing but a few useless privileges. Soon, only the last 3-story building in the alley remained unsearched. Judging by how tightly it was locked, Nan guessed this must be their warehouse. Sure enough, when the 2 of them and their pets teleported inside, they found the place packed full of supplies. The small rooms on the first floor were filled with all sorts of food and a mess of not-so-clean drinking water. The main hall was stacked with winter clothing. There were even plenty of hats, gloves, and scarves. It looked like, with the recent extreme cold, they had gone out to scavenge in a hurry and hadn't had time to organize everything, so it was all piled up in a mess. Looking at all the clothes, Nan sighed, this boss lady really has no vision. The underlings from the other 2 halls were clearly not dressed warmly, yet as members of the same gang, the boss lady hoarded all these thick clothes just for her own Union hall. So much for the other 2 hall masters' loyalty and support. And Nan sighed a couple more times, took some of the better quality food and clothes, and headed upstairs. She took some of the winter clothes because she could sell them at a high price at the official base in exchange for points. Once they moved there, points would be the currency in circulation. As for the rest of the food, water, and winter clothes, she figured she'd leave them as a lifeline for other survivors. The second floor surprised Anan. It was filled to the brim with fuel. It seemed the Qingcheng gang really was the biggest gang in the area, to be able to monopolize so much fuel. Thinking about it, that boss lady really was greedy. She could have just stayed comfortably with all these resources, but she insisted on going to the inn to scam and swindle people herself. Well, she'd finally met her match. Now, all these goodies ended up benefiting Anan instead. With a wave of her hand, Anan stored all the fuel in her space. This stuff was strategic material now, the more, the better. After collecting the fuel, the group headed to the 3rd floor. There wasn't anything special there, just some daily necessities and convenience foods. Anan casually gathered a few things and was about to leave when Gu Jiu called her back. Anan, wait a second. She turned around to see Gu Jiu squatting in the corner, feeling around on the floor. He explained that he'd noticed Fugue sniffing around the corner several times, so he'd come over to check. There were a few floor tiles that were clearly hollow underneath, but after trying a few times, he found he couldn't open them. And Nan raised an eyebrow and walked over, tapping the tiles. They really were hollow. If they were hollow, there had to be something hidden underneath. But just as Gujiu said, these tiles weren't movable like the trapdoor they'd seen before. They were firmly fixed in place and couldn't be opened at all. After thinking for a moment, Nan simply took out a large iron hammer from her space. "Let's use brute force." Gujiu took the hammer from her. "Let me do it." After a round of heavy pounding, the tiles shattered into pieces. Gujiu handed the hammer back to Anan and carefully cleared away the debris, peering inside. Sure enough, there was a thin hidden compartment, containing only one round object wrapped in red cloth. He was about to reach in and grab it when Anan stopped him. "I'll do it." Although Gujiu was quick to react, he didn't have the protection of her space. It was safer for her to handle it. If anything unexpected happened, she could retreat into her space immediately. To her surprise, when she unwrapped the red cloth, inside was a large jade disc about 50 centimeters in diameter. The jade was of fine quality and full of luster, a high-end piece, no doubt. And Nan's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected to find such a treasure just before leaving. But she was puzzled. The boss lady's room was full of jade, so why was this particular piece hidden separately in the warehouse, under the floor tiles in a corner? Judging by how the tiles were fixed, it didn't seem like it was meant to be retrieved. She probably never even came here to look at it. What was the meaning of this? Gujiu speculated from the side. It's probably a feng shui setup. And Nan raised an eyebrow. A feng shui setup? Now that he mentioned it, it did seem that way. A fixed corner, wrapped in red cloth, and there seemed to be special patterns on the disc. That boss lady even knew witchcraft, so it wasn't surprising if she also dabbled in feng shui. Gujiu nodded. "I've seen similar setups at business partners' homes." He didn't believe in all that mystical stuff himself, and his own home was decorated to his own taste, but among the wealthy in his circle, feng shui was very popular. Most rich people would hire a feng shui master to choose a location and layout before moving into a new home or starting a new company. It was also common to arrange feng shui items in their homes. Things like sun formations, dragon inviting setups, 5-ghost fortune formations. He'd seen and heard of many. The most common method was to place a specific item in a fixed spot. Jade, being considered a yin object, was often used in feng shui arrangements. The boss lady even had a wealth-attracting crystal geode at the entrance of her 2-story house, so she probably believed in this stuff. And Nan held up the large jade disc and examined it closely, noticing it was engraved with 2 fierce beasts, bodies like tigers or Leo. Pards, tails and heads resembling dragons, and even horns on their heads. "What are these?" "Qilin." Gujiu leaned in for a look and shook his head. "They look more like Pishio." "Pishio?" And Nan took another look. "You're right. I've only ever seen Pishio as 3-dimensional ornaments, never as a flat carving." After a pause, she understood. "So this is a wealth-attracting setup then?" Legend has it that the Pishio, a mythical beast, has a mouth but no anus. It can swallow anything without letting it out, gathering wealth from all directions, only taking in and never giving out. That's why it's considered a symbol of prosperity and good fortune. On this jade disc, there were 2 Pishio carved, one with a single horn on its head, the other with 2. They were probably a male and female pair. Unfortunately, the boss lady's little setup didn't seem to work. All the good stuff ended up in Anan's pocket. The space didn't care whether it was a Pishio or a dragon. As long as it was genuine jade, it would swallow it all the same. But after swallowing this particular piece of jade, Anan noticed that the jade bangle on her wrist suddenly gained a large patch of green. Seeing this change, Anan was a bit surprised. She had just collected so much jade, but her bangle had only gained 2 small green streaks. Now, with just this one piece, it was equivalent to all the jade she'd collected earlier. The quality seemed about the same, and in terms of size, this piece was much smaller than that jade screen. Gujiu thought for a moment and explained, "Maybe this piece of jade really has a lot of energy. Otherwise, the boss lady wouldn't have hidden it so carefully." Whatever the reason, it was a good thing. Anan checked the time, just a few minutes to 4 o'clock. During the extreme cold season, the days were short, and it was already dark outside. Let's hurry into the space and test how much our stay time has increased. Gu Jiu nodded, then reminded her, let's find a safe place to go in. There were a lot of things in this warehouse, which could easily attract thieves. Who knew when the space might spit them back out? It was better to find somewhere quiet and safe. Anan thought for a moment. Let's go to the boss lady's place. That house had a secret tunnel. They could enter the space from there, so even if they were suddenly ejected, they'd just end up underground. Much safer. Anan first put the 3 little ones into the space, then returned with Gu Jiu to Huang Feng's 2-story house. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Kent and Gao Daming had finally made it to the area. Just one more turn and they'd be in the alley. Yamamoto Kent's eyes were practically glowing green with excitement. Kokodisu. This is it. This is it. Gao Daming hurried after him, just as excited. Damn it, he could finally rest. They'd found both his brother and the murderer. Surely Mr. Yamamoto wouldn't drag him around anymore, right? Extreme cold, constant rushing, a car accident. Today had really pushed his body to the limit. Once they caught the murderer, Yamamoto could take his revenge, and he could finally rest. Afterward, they'd go back to that inn and have a steaming hot pot. He'd seen it earlier. The Yun Inn had plenty of meat, all the kitchenware and fuel they needed. He was going to eat his fill. He was just daydreaming when Yamamoto Kent suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. Gao Daming couldn't stop in time and crashed right into his back. He howled, clutching his nose. What the hell? Why'd you stop so suddenly? You hurt me. But Yamamoto Kent just stood there, dazed. It's gone. Gao Daming didn't get it. What's gone? Yamamoto Kent kept muttering, how could it be gone? Gao Daming, losing patience, walked around to face him and grabbed his shoulders. What's going on? What's gone? Yamamoto Kent looked bewildered. The direction. The murderer's direction is gone. Gao Daming breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me. I thought something serious happened. If the direction's gone, doesn't that mean we're already close to the murderer? Why do you need a direction? Yamamoto Kent shook his head. That's not it. If we were close, the direction should say right here, not disappear. Like when we were looking for Janner earlier, once we got near the camp, it showed right here. Gao Daming frowned. What are you talking about? I don't get it. Yamamoto Kent recalled his earlier analogy and explained concisely, the signal disappeared from my navigation. Gao Daming suddenly understood. Now I get it. Yamamoto Kent was annoyed. So, what do we do now? Gao Daming suggested, maybe try finding a place with better signal and reboot the network? Yamamoto Kent was exasperated. Baka, do you really think I'm a GPS? He really shouldn't have expected anything from this idiot. Gao Daming looked aggrieved. But you said the signal was gone. Yamamoto Kent ignored him and decided to head in the last direction the navigation had shown. As soon as he turned into the alley, he froze again. This time, Gao Daming had learned his lesson and didn't follow too closely. When he saw Yamamoto stop, he managed to brake in time and didn't bump into him again. He took a few steps to the side, grumbling, "Why'd you stop again?" "I almost." Before he could finish, he too was stunned. The entire alley ahead was filled with lifelike ice sculptures, packed tightly together, a truly spectacular sight. Gao Daming's legs went weak. They're all real people, aren't they? Normal ice sculptures are translucent all the way through, but inside these thick layers of ice were colorful cotton jackets and downcoats. It was obvious these were living people who'd been frozen, especially since every frozen face was contorted in vivid terror. Gao Daming was terrified. Oh my god, how did this happen? Yamamoto Kent snapped out of it, frowning as he prepared to investigate. Gao Daming quickly grabbed him. Are you crazy? This place is so creepy. Aren't you afraid you'll end up a popsicle too? But Yamamoto Kent ignored him, shaking him off and heading straight into the alley. He had to personally kill the one who murdered his brother and avenge him, even if it meant going through hell and high water. Gao Daming, unable to stop him, gritted his teeth and followed. Walking among these lifelike, expressive ice figures made his hair stand on end. He was terrified they'd suddenly come to life and strangle him, or that he'd end up frozen just like them. Yamamoto Kent violently broke down the doors of every building in the alley, searching room by room. Besides the frozen people outside, they also found greenish corpses with bizarre death poses and buildings blown apart with charred bodies everywhere. What on earth had these people gone through? Water torture? Fire poison? Even someone as ruthless as Yamamoto Kent couldn't help but click his tongue. Brutal. Too brutal. Gao Daming was about to wet his pants. Bro, let's get out of here. This place is cursed. I feel like we shouldn't have. Before he could finish, Yamamoto Kent's sharp eyes spotted something. Feather. There's a feather. Yamamoto Kentaro, visibly excited, shook off Gao Daming and rushed toward a feather lying on the ground. He then took out the one he'd been carrying and carefully compared the two. Seeing that the two feathers clearly came from the same bird, he couldn't help but shout with joy. Found it. This is it. Gao Daming clutched his chest nervously. All right. I get it. Keep your voice down. He pointed at Shin-Ao's corpse, which was now a sickly green. Unless you want to end up like that too. Yamamoto Kentaro lifted his chin and declared, no one can defeat me. Gao Daming frowned. I know you're tough, but everyone here died horribly. Aren't you worried you'll be next? Seeing Yamamoto Kentaro stubbornly sticking out his neck, clearly unconvinced, Gao Daming hurried to persuade him. Doesn't your country have a saying, sneak quietly into the village, don't fire your gun? Let's just keep it down, okay? Yamamoto Kentaro frowned. When did we ever have a saying like that? For once, Gao Daming stood his ground. Just be quiet when I tell you to. No more noise. Then, as if struck by a thought, his eyes lit up. Hey, do you think the person you're looking for might be one of them? He pointed at the greenish corpses on the ground. Yamamoto Kentaro shook his head without hesitation. No, my tracking technique isn't pointing to them. Gao Daming pointed at the door. Then it must be one of those frozen people outside. Yamamoto Kentaro shook his head again. Not them either. Gao Daming was getting frustrated. Then who is it? Where are they? Yamamoto Kentaro used the newly found feather to cast his tracking spell again, then looked confused. Still nothing. Gao Daming clicked his tongue. Maybe your ninjutsu isn't working? Or maybe the person is so close by that it can't detect them. He thought of a solution. Here, try something else. Gao Daming tore a piece of fabric from Shin-Ao's corpse. Here, try this. Yamamoto Kentaro quickly opened his eyes and replied, there's a direction right here. Gao Daming said, see? I told you your ninjutsu. He stopped mid-sentence. Wait, what did you say? It's showing a direction again? Yamamoto Kentaro nodded. Yes, right here. Unconvinced, Gao Daming took off his own belt. Here, try this. 5 seconds later, Yamamoto Kentaro opened his eyes, looking puzzled as he pointed in a direction. Why is it over there? Gao Daming was dumbfounded. That's amazing! This belt was the one he'd just taken from a male corpse in the inn's lobby. It was a brand-name belt, and since his old one was worn out, he'd swapped it for this one. Yamamoto Kentaro had just pointed in the direction of the inn. After Gao Daming explained, Yamamoto Kentaro was even more confused. If his tracking technique was working, why couldn't he find his enemy at all? Gao Daming was baffled too. If you can find dead people, there's no reason the living should just vanish, right? He muttered, maybe it's only the living that can't be tracked. With that, he gritted his teeth and yanked out a handful of his own hair, wincing as he handed it over. Here, try this, see if you can track me. Yamamoto Kentaro glanced at him, seeming a bit touched. Xiaoming-sensei, I didn't expect someone as useless as you to actually do something for Jinji. Gao Daming's mouth twitched. Bro, that's not how you use the word useless. And besides, how am I useless? He cursed inwardly. I'm just sick of running around all the time and want you to hurry up and finish this damn business. He'd already decided he was going to settle down nearby. When they were searching house by house earlier, he'd seen a warehouse full of winter clothes and food next door, enough to last him decades. He didn't want to wander anymore. He wanted to settle down and live off these supplies. But out loud, he said hypocritically, "Yamamoto-kun, your brother is my brother. We're best friends." Yamamoto Kentaro said nothing more, closed his eyes, and tried again, then sighed. "Right here." Gao Daming clicked his tongue. "This is so weird. You can track both the living and the dead, so your technique is fine." He scratched his head. Could the problem be with the target? The two of them were at a loss. What could be wrong with the target? Had they disappeared from this world or something? Unwilling to give up, Yamamoto Kentaro dragged Gao Daming along for a thorough search, even combing through the tunnels. They still found nothing. At one point, they even got lost in the maze-like tunnels. Because the corpses they'd seen earlier had died so bizarrely, Gao Daming thought they'd run into ghosts. He collapsed to his knees, sobbing and snotting, his legs too weak to stand. In the end, Yamamoto Kentaro had to carry him out. Gao Daming was big-boned and heavy as hell, and on top of that, he was so scared he wet himself, soaking Yamamoto Kentaro. Since they were both wearing several layers of clothing, Yamamoto Kentaro didn't notice at first. Only when he caught a strong whiff of urine did he realize what had happened, cursing "Baka Baka" for quite a while. While the two of them were making a mess of things inside the space, and Nan and Gujiu had no idea there were two people outside frantically searching for them. They enjoyed a comfortable bath together, then slept soundly in the cozy, temperature-controlled villa. Meanwhile, in Qingqing city center, beside a wrecked truck. "Honey, these people died so horribly. Don't be scared, dear, the bad guys are gone. As soon as we finish siphoning the fuel, we'll head upstairs. Nothing will happen. I trust you to protect me. Don't worry, honey. Before he could finish, their neighbor snapped impatiently, "Will you two knock it off? Can you stop acting like idiots? This is outside, not your bedroom. Get to work." The three people by the truck were the quarreling couple and their neighbor. Because they'd gone home in time earlier, they'd escaped the massacre and weren't killed by Yamamoto Kentaro like the others. Now, seeing that all their neighbors were dead and there was an abandoned truck downstairs, the three of them all wanted to take the opportunity to stock up on supplies. The man glared at the neighbor and cursed, "You little punk. What are you rushing us for? This isn't even your business, but you just have to butt in." The neighbor glared back. "Finders keepers. Why shouldn't I get a share? Are you taking the fuel or not? If not, I'll take it all myself." Fuel was valuable stuff. Whether they sold it to the Qingqing gang or traded it privately, it could fetch a lot of food. Seeing the neighbor's bad attitude, the man raised his fist, ready for a fight, but his wife quickly stopped him. "Don't waste time arguing with him. It's already getting dark. Let's hurry up and finish collecting the fuel. We still need to gather supplies from the other apartments." With the neighbors all gone, the supplies in the building naturally belonged to the few survivors left. The weather was brutally cold, and she already had chilblains. Standing outside any longer just wasn't an option. So, both sides stopped arguing, quickly divided up the fuel, and headed back inside to search for supplies. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Kenji and Gao Daming, having found nothing, followed the messy footprints out of the alley and arrived at the Huame shopping mall. As soon as they stepped inside, they were confronted with a bloody crime scene. Piles of corpses, the stench of blood mixed with rot. It was a double assault on Gao Daming's senses. His legs went weak, and he almost wet himself again. Yamamoto Kenji frowned at his cowardice. "I've killed so many people before, and you never acted this scared. What's gotten into you, Tota?" "Why?" Gao Daming was nearly in tears. "That's not the same thing at all." Yamamoto Kenji was his ally. When he killed, Gao Daming benefited, so there was nothing to be afraid of. But this was different. The more corpses there were, the more dangerous their situation was. He definitely didn't want to end up as another victim, lying among these bodies. Since entering the ancient city, they hadn't seen a single living soul. Coupled with Yamamoto's strange tracking technique failing, Gao Daming felt he was in unprecedented danger. People fear the unknown most of all. Still, despite his fear, he forced himself to follow Yamamoto Kenji and examine the corpses. They soon discovered yet another new way people had died here: gunshots. Gao Daming shuddered. If the person they were looking for was the one who'd killed everyone in the area, that was truly terrifying. Blown up, poisoned, shot, frozen into ice sculptures. In such a short time, how many ways to die had he seen? There had to be at least 1,000 corpses here. Gao Daming started to lose his nerve. Yamamoto, there's nothing but corpses around here, not a single survivor. I think the one who killed Shinji is probably already dead. He pleaded, let's just take the supplies from that warehouse and get out of here. This ancient city is too creepy. Let's go live in the city center instead, I can. Before he could finish, Yamamoto Kenji snapped, Bakayaro. Coward, you're such a coward. If you want to leave, go by yourself. Yamamoto Kenji was convinced that the person who killed his brother was not among these dead. He trusted his own ninja skills. The culprit had to still be alive, just using some special barrier or technique to block his search. China truly was a land of hidden talents. No matter what, he was determined to avenge his brother. So, what if it was dangerous? The stronger the opponent, the more excited he became. After all, his original purpose in coming to China was to challenge the strong here and prove the Yamamoto clan's ninja arts were unbeatable. So there was no way he'd back down. Gao Daming pouted unhappily, but didn't dare say anything more. There was no way he'd leave on his own. He knew his own abilities too well. Without Yamamoto, he couldn't protect those supplies by himself. He'd just end up as another frozen corpse before long. His survival skills in the apocalypse were basically zero. If not for Yamamoto, he'd have been dead years ago. Since Yamamoto was strong and he was weak, he had no choice but to obey. Gao Daming obediently followed Yamamoto Kenji as they searched the entire shopping mall, but found nothing useful. It wasn't until they entered the basement that they finally encountered some living people. After being imprisoned for so long, the women in the basement had lost the courage to escape. Even though things had gone quiet outside, they still didn't dare leave. They were terrified that if they went up, they'd be caught and tortured to death by the furious Chicheng gang thugs. After all, many women who'd tried to escape before had died that way. Those who survived had learned to submit. Even when these two strange men entered, it never occurred to them that the Chicheng gang was gone. They just assumed some new members had joined after a bloody battle. The two men gathered all the women and questioned them, but still came up empty-handed. They were just a bunch of pitiful prostitutes, locked away in this dark place, with no idea what was happening upstairs. Yamamoto Kenji and Gao Daming grew more and more disappointed. To be precise, only Yamamoto Kenji, focused on revenge, was disappointed. Gao Daming, who'd been abstinent for so long, was grinning from ear to ear at the sight of all these women, his mind wandering. Fang Yaoao and Sheng Xia, hiding in a room, heard people coming and at first thought Anan had finished the fight and returned safely. Li Yu, on the other hand, tensed up, straining to hear which side the newcomers belonged to, so she could decide how to talk her way out. But to their surprise, it wasn't Anan or the Chicheng gang, it was two complete strangers. Hearing the interrogation outside, the three women quickly realized these men were looking for that couple. They exchanged glances, but before they could say anything, the sound of kicking at the door came from outside. Yamamoto Kenji kicked the door open in a few swift moves. But to his disappointment, there was no sign of that damned bird. He looked at the three women and once again held up a feather. "Ladies, have you seen a bird like this?" He paused, then added, "Or anyone related to this feather?" The three women immediately recognized it as a feather from the mutant rooster that always followed Anan. It was very distinctive, impossible to mistake. But all three replied in unison no. Sheng Xia and Fang Yao would never betray their saviors. If that young couple hadn't rescued them, they'd still be waiting to die as old hags. Liu simply didn't want to bring trouble on herself. Besides, just from the accent, this scrawny man didn't sound like a good person. "Ladies?" "Screw your ladies." Yamamoto Kenji looked them over but didn't press further. It was obvious these women were prisoners, unlikely to know anything useful. He called for Gao Daming to leave. But after several shouts, there was no response. Yamamoto Kenji turned around and saw Gao Daming staring blankly at the two pretty girls, practically drooling. Yamamoto Kento sounded a bit impatient. "Teacher Xiaoming, let's go." But Gao Daming wasn't listening to him at all. He was muttering to himself, "So beautiful. People, after all, are afraid of comparisons." Just now, when he saw those women outside, he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild, simply because of their line of work. But now, the moment he laid eyes on these two girls, he immediately felt those women outside couldn't even compare. After all, side by side, these two were truly beautiful. Gao Daming stared at them, practically bug-eyed. Shang Xia and Fang Yaoao, who were being ogled so blatantly, both frowned in disgust. "Who's this big oaf next to the little Japanese guy? He looks like such a sleazeball." Their feet were still chained, so they had no choice but to endure the men's rude stares, feeling extremely unsafe. They quickly shot pleading looks at Liu, hoping for help. She should be able to unlock the chains. If their hands and feet were free, they might not lose to these two men. Because Liu looked plain, Gao Daming didn't pay her any attention. Seeing Gao Daming practically drooling, Liu couldn't help but feel a bit lucky. In the apocalypse, it was women like her, plain and unremarkable in a crowd, who were relatively safer. She noticed the other two girls' pleading looks, but Liu didn't give them the key. If she took out the key now, the two men would immediately realize she wasn't a prisoner here, which would only cause a lot of trouble. She definitely didn't want to be tortured for information. So she tried to reassure the two girls with her eyes, then turned her attention to the skinny, anxious Yamamoto Kento. It was obvious these two men revolved around him. If she could trick him into leaving quickly, the big oaf wouldn't be able to do anything. "Big brother, who are you looking for? Why does it have something to do with birds?" At the mention, Yamamoto Kento was willing to answer. "They're not good people. They killed my brother. Do you have any leads?" Liu was secretly relieved she'd just claimed not to know that couple. "So they're here for revenge." She quickly repeated, "We haven't seen any birds, or anyone with a bird." Then she probed, "What's the situation outside now?" Yamamoto Kento looked away, disappointed, and replied offhandedly, "Everyone outside is dead. You prisoners are free now." With that confirmation, Liu felt both happy and proud. She'd bet right. That couple was truly impressive, actually wiping out the Qingcheng gang. Luckily, she'd reacted quickly and dodged death again. With her ability to read people and situations, she'd lived to 99. She then cheerfully tried to send Yamamoto Kento on his way. The gunfire only just stopped. If the people you're looking for are still alive, they can't have gone far. But if you wait any longer, who knows? Sure enough, Yamamoto Kento got even more anxious and shoved Gao Daming hard. "Let's go. If you keep dawdling, I'll cut your belly open." Gao Daming looked longingly at Shang Xia and Fang Yaoao, pleading. "Yamamoto-kun, wait a second. I won't take long, just 3 minutes." Yamamoto Kento snapped, "No. Business first. Don't go growing branches outside the main plot." Gao Daming twitched his lips. "You mean don't get sidetracked?" Seeing Gao Daming still wasting time, Yamamoto Kento angrily drew his katana and waved it threateningly. "When I say go, you go." 3 minutes might sound short, but even a 1-minute delay could mean missing their target. His uncle, who taught him ninjutsu, had drilled this into him. Besides, his elders had always told him, women only bring trouble. He wasn't about to let his companion get distracted by women at a time like this. "When this is over, I'll find you 10 girls to have fun with. For now, let's find our target." Gao Daming glanced fearfully at the katana, but still lingered, reluctant to leave. In times like these, beautiful girls were hard to come by. 10 of those ordinary girls from the main hall couldn't compare to these two young beauties. "Yamamoto-kun, why don't we take them with us? I won't delay our business. When we have time later, I can." Shang Xia and Fang Yaoao both turned pale, terrified they'd just escaped the tiger's den only to fall into the wolf's lair. Luckily, Yamamoto Kento didn't indulge him. He strode out, cursing, "I told you, women only bring trouble. Hurry up. Say another word and I'll cut your belly open." He thought to himself, These two women were skinny and weak, and who knows how long they'd been chained up. They'd only slow them down. Only an idiot would drag along such burdens. Seeing Yamamoto Kento already leaving, Gao Daming could only give the girls one last longing look, then sullenly jog after him. What a blockhead. All he knows is ninjutsu and revenge. Doesn't he know how nice it is to sleep with a pretty woman? If he weren't so tough, I'd love to bash his head in. Of course, Gao Daming only dared think this. Out loud, he instinctively flattered him. Yamamoto-kun, you're amazing. Not even tempted by beauty, how many men can do that? I really admire you. Once their figures and voices had completely disappeared, Shang Xia and Fang Yaoao finally relaxed. Liu let out a long sigh of relief, then took the key from her pocket and unlocked their chains. Shang Xia rubbed her stiff ankles and asked, "Now that this gang is gone, what are you going to do?" Liu thought for a moment, then shook her head. "I don't know. I'll just take it one step at a time." Fang Yaoao glanced at her, a little puzzled. "Your gang was wiped out, but you don't seem sad at all?" Liu gave a bitter smile. "Did you think I had a good life in the gang?" Compared to those women in the main hall, she did have it a bit better, but every day she was risking her neck just to survive. She had to suck up to everyone in the gang, and from time to time personally serve those ugly, smelly leaders and deputies. That damned Huang Feng was the worst. Whenever she was in a bad mood, she'd take it out on Liu, beating and cursing her. Every day was spent on edge, living in constant fear. Sure, it was a little better than the other survivors, but compared to life before the disaster, it was nothing. She was still choking down stale bread. Seeing Shang Xia and Fang Yaoao looking sympathetic, Liu just smiled indifferently. "No need to pity me. I'm just a piece of driftwood. Wherever I end up, I'll make do." She had grown used to a life of drifting since childhood, moving from one rented place to another, changing jobs and bosses more times than she could count. For Liu, the apocalypse wasn't all that different at its core. It was still about the strong dominating the weak, and getting by with a bit of charm and feigned innocence to earn a meal. As long as she kept her eyes open and her mind clear, always making the right choices, she could keep muddling through for a long time. Fang Yao sighed. "We're all the same, living for today, not knowing if we'll see tomorrow." She used to be a top student at a prestigious university, but now she was no better than a vagrant, fighting over a steamed bun with others. Shang Xia bowed to Liu. "Thank you for today." Liu waved her off. No need to be so polite. Between the three of them, it was hard to say who had saved whom. If it hadn't been for these two women, she'd probably already be dead at Huang Feng's hands. The three didn't say much more. When they left the room, they immediately drew the attention of all the women in the main hall. Even though the women had just heard that everyone upstairs was dead, none of them dared to go out. They couldn't help it, the trauma ran too deep. They were terrified this was some kind of obedience test set up by the gang. You only have one life. They didn't dare take risks. Everyone was waiting for Liu. Only when they saw her unlock the doors and free all the prisoners did they finally relax, following her out in preparation to leave together. In the midst of extreme tension and hope, no one even thought to ask how those two old ladies had suddenly turned into young girls. All their focus was on the footsteps of the three women. The moment the trio stepped out of the basement, the rest of the women couldn't contain their joy and rushed out in a swarm. Upstairs, the scene that greeted them was blood and corpses everywhere. But none of the women were afraid. Instead, they ran excitedly over the bodies to get outside. After all, the ones lying in pools of blood were their tormentors, the ones who had terrorized and abused them night after night. Their deaths felt like a festival to these women. "We're free. I'm finally free. Ha ha. All those bastards are dead. Dead. We're finally saved." The women scrambled to get out, not even feeling the biting cold. Most of them were locals from Qincheng. Now that they'd finally escaped the gang, all they wanted was to run home. But with temperatures at -70 degrees, it wasn't a joke. Most of the thinly dressed women quickly turned back. At Liu's reminder, they ran upstairs, bundled themselves in the gang members' clothes and blankets, and then set off again. Fang Yaoao looked at the corpses scattered everywhere and sighed. That couple was really something. She patted her chest, still shaken. Thankfully, that girl hadn't held a grudge over their earlier argument. Shangxia, beside her, wondered aloud, I wonder where they went. Those two villains are still looking for them. Could they be in danger? Fang Yaoao sighed. They're strong. They took out so many people, how could they lose to those two? Instead of worrying about them, maybe you should think about Shen'eo. Mentioning Shen'eo, Shangxia's feelings grew complicated. She knew he'd been controlled by goo magic, but his actions still hurt her deeply. That hateful look on his face was burned into her memory, impossible to forget. After a long pause, she finally said, I don't think that couple will kill Shen'eo. Let's just leave things with him as they are. Fang Yaoao nodded, then asked, Are you sure? Now that we're back to normal, the goo poison in him should be gone too. She was hinting that they could go back to how things were. But Shangxia looked at her and said, But he still hasn't come to find us. It had been more than an hour since the gunfire and explosions ended. Shen'eo knew they were locked in the basement, but he'd never come. Either he was dead, or the goo magic hadn't been broken. Either way, she didn't want to look for him anymore. She'd already cried her heart out over his death, that was enough of a farewell. She took Fang Yaoao's hand. Let's go back to Lacey City. If we're meant to meet again, we will. If not, there's no need to dwell on it. Fang Yaoao sighed. You're really letting go. Though she said that, she understood deep down. After experiencing real aging and the threat of death, love seemed much less important. That night, Shangxia and Fang Yaoao left Xiqing, while Li went alone to the warehouse to check the gang supplies. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Kenji and Gao Daming were still running around like headless chickens, getting nowhere. Neither their tracking skills nor the footprints in the snow gave them any clues to find their enemies. Yamamoto Kenji was stubborn, but Gao Daming, who hadn't wanted to be here in the first place, finally lost patience. He sat down right where he was and refused to take another step. Yamamoto Kenji had been on the move for days and was at his limit. On top of that, their flashlight had run out of batteries, and in the pitch-black snowy night, they couldn't see a thing. They had no choice but to give up for now. They fumbled their way back through the alley, heading for the warehouse to find something to eat and drink, warm up, and wait for daylight before continuing the search. Inside the warehouse, Liu was grinning foolishly at the pile of supplies. When she saw the two men come back, her smile froze. She'd thought, seeing how much food was left, that it would all be hers. But now it seemed she wouldn't be able to keep it. She knew her limits, she wasn't about to try fighting two grown men. Especially since that skinny guy's blood-stained katana looked like it had killed more than a few people. Liu cleared her throat and forced a smile at them. Hey, you guys are back? It's cold out there, huh? Want me to boil some hot water for you? Yamamoto Kenji nodded. Thank you. You're a good citizen. Liu nodded and hurried off to make hot water. Yamamoto Kenji had no interest in fighting her over the supplies. The two men were exhausted. After some hot water and a bit of food, they collapsed and fell asleep. Seeing they had no intention of bullying her, Liu relaxed, found a corner upstairs, and went to sleep herself. A few hours later, while they were all fast asleep, Anan, Gujiu, and the three little ones suddenly appeared in the tunnel of a small two-story building not far away. The two humans and three pets had been sleeping soundly, but the sudden change in temperature woke them instantly. They'd been kicked out of the space. Anan stood up and glanced at the watch on Gujiu's wrist. 1 minute to midnight. When Anan entered the space, she had deliberately checked her watch. It was exactly 4 o'clock at that moment. If she counted the time she'd used earlier for blinking in and letting the three little ones enter the space ahead of her, then the time difference in the space had just reached 8 hours. She exclaimed happily, I didn't expect the boss lady's stockpile to be so powerful. It upgraded my space by 2 whole hours. Gujiu smiled as well. You almost missed the chance to test it. Anan nodded. That's right, if she'd entered the space any later, or if the upgrade had pushed it past 8 hours, then when midnight came, she wouldn't have been kicked out. Instead, she'd have started using the next day's quota. And then she wouldn't have been able to test it. Still, she'd rather not be able to test it, if it meant getting even more time. If only she could stay in the space for a full 24 hours, then she'd never have to suffer through natural disasters or the hardships of the apocalypse again. But as it was, she was already very satisfied. 8 hours. That was about as long as she usually slept each night. Now she could spend all that time sleeping comfortably in the space. As Anan crawled out of the tunnel, she grinned at Gujiyu. This is great. I thought I'd only get an extra hour or so. After all, upgrades to the space had slowed to a crawl. Even after absorbing a lot of jade, there were rarely any big changes. Luckily, the jade collected by Huang Feng was not only plentiful, but also of pretty good quality, some real high-end pieces. Gujiyu said, that last jade Paishio disc you took probably made a big difference. And Nan nodded. Yeah. Judging by the changes in my jade bracelet, I think half the extra time came from that one piece alone. She couldn't help but wonder, where could she find more special jade like that? If one piece could upgrade the space by an hour, that was just too good to pass up. In terms of color, texture, and size, it wasn't even as impressive as that jade screen she'd collected before. It wasn't the best among all the jade she'd found. So why did it have such strong energy? As she pondered this, Gujiyu suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Anan, someone's been here. And Nan snapped back to attention and realized that quite a bit of snow had drifted into the house. The two of them stepped out of the storage room and immediately saw the front door wide open. Judging by the lock, it had been forced open. The three little green men and the boss lady's faces were already covered in a layer of frost. There was even a torn piece of clothing on the floor, looking like it had been ripped from Shineo. The two exchanged glances, and Nan carefully patted Fugue and whispered, "Is there anyone in the house?" Fugue sniffed around, shook his head at his master, then looked toward the door, indicating the intruder had already left. And Nan breathed a small sigh of relief. As long as no one was lying in wait for them inside. Who would break in during the middle of the night? Was it someone from the shopping mall basement? Or... And Nan frowned. Could it be the Qingcheng gang's leader? She'd killed the 3 branch leaders and their underlings, but that mysterious gang leader had never shown up. It's possible, Gujiyu said, seeking her opinion. Should we go out and look? And Nan glanced at the pitch-black night outside and shook her head. No, let's just leave. If this were Limbei City, since she'd wiped out the gang, she'd have to hunt down the leader too, to eliminate any future threats. But this was the far northwest. To be honest, they'd probably never see these people again in their lives. They didn't even know what each other looked like. Even if they'd seen each other before, with no phones, no GPS, and no convenient transportation, there was no way the other party could track them down. Rather than stumbling around in the freezing night like headless chickens, searching for someone whose face they didn't even know, it was better to leave as soon as possible, let the other side have no idea who destroyed their gang. Meanwhile, the western official base in Lacey City was in utter chaos. In the dead of night, the base was still brightly lit. Every lamp and candle was burning, illuminating every corner. Squads of sentries, guns at the ready, searched every nook and cranny for any suspicious clues. The survivors in the residential area were on edge. What's going on? Why are all these soldiers up in the middle of the night? What are they looking for? In this freezing weather, aren't they afraid of frostbite? Don't tell me some dangerous person snuck into the base. Dangerous person? I hope not. Just dealing with this cold is bad enough. I heard a bunch of people in the high-end residential area have already died, froze to death, just like that. Someone gloated, serves them right for acting like capitalists and paying top dollar for big houses. Our dorm rooms are better. Everyone squeezes together in a small space, much warmer. Dorm rooms? Don't kid yourself. Yesterday, in the room upstairs, one guy assaulted another while everyone was sleeping. Isn't that scary enough? Man on man? How could he do that? What's so strange about it? After all these years of the apocalypse, what weird thing hasn't happened? Hey, aren't you all getting off topic? Weren't we talking about the sentries outside? Oh, right. So, what are they looking for? I'm too scared to sleep. At that moment, A man who'd been silent in the corner finally spoke up. "Go ahead and sleep, it has nothing to do with us." The others immediately looked at him. "You know what's going on?" The man grunted in affirmation and explained, "The base's second-in-command suddenly dropped dead this afternoon." "What?" Everyone was stunned. "Are you serious? How do you know?" The man nodded confidently. "Of course it's true. My old classmate's cousin works as a secretary in the general office. He said it himself." Everyone looked at each other. How could the second-in-command just drop dead? Did he not have enough clothes and freeze to death? The man clicked his tongue. No way. With his status, he probably had a fire burning in his bedroom 24 hours a day. "So tell us, what happened?" The man straightened up, lowering his voice mysteriously. "It's a strange story. This afternoon, while the higher-ups were having a meeting, the second-in-command was talking when he suddenly collapsed, foaming at the mouth. The weirdest part is..." He paused for effect, waiting until everyone was begging him to continue, then said, "The weirdest part is his face and body turned completely green. In just a few seconds, he died with his eyes wide open." Green. Everyone shuddered. Why would he turn green? Was he poisoned? The man curled his lip. What kind of poison could turn someone that color? "I heard he was as green as an avocado. I think," he lowered his voice even further, "our second-in-command looks more like he's been hit by some kind of dark magic." At once, the group started whispering among themselves. "What kind of sorcery is this? That's insane. That leader was always pushing to move our official base to Xinjiang, too." "Well, that plan's dead in the water now. If you ask me, that idea was never realistic to begin with." Just then, there was a loud banging at the door from outside. "Open up. Room inspection." Everyone immediately fell silent and scrambled to open the door. A group of sentries, bundled up tightly and armed to the teeth, stormed in and began searching the place. The room was small, like a college dorm, so it didn't take long for them to turn it upside down. Once the soldiers left, someone whispered, "Weren't the big boss and the second-in-command always at odds? Why such a huge investigation? If they didn't put on a show of a thorough investigation, what should they do? Set off fireworks to celebrate?" That'd make everyone think he was the one who took out the second-in-command. "You mean, the big boss actually?" Hey, enough. I didn't say anything." At that moment, the man who'd first shared the news rolled his eyes. "Don't get the wrong idea. My classmate's cousin said the big boss was scared out of his mind at the time, totally lost his composure. No way he did it. He's making such a big fuss because he's afraid if they don't find the culprit, he'll be next." Everyone nodded. "Makes sense." Then they all started talking at once again. What kind of sorcery could be so powerful it turns someone green? Meanwhile, in the ancient city of neighboring Xinjiang, it was past midnight and Anan's spatial ability had refreshed. She took one last look at Shin'eo and the others' greenish corpses, then teleported to the rooftop with her 3 little companions and Gu Jiu. Huangfeng's place was spacious, and the rooftop was just big enough for them to take off from. Anan pulled a helicopter out of her space, and the 2 adults and 3 pets quickly got in. As the pilot, Gu Jiu asked before takeoff, "Do you want to check out the other 2 halls' warehouses?" Anan thought for a moment and shook her head. "No need, let's just go." Those 2 sycophantic hall masters had already sent anything good to the boss lady. Just looking at how their underlings dressed, it was obvious the other 2 halls were dirt poor. At best, they'd have some basic supplies. Rice, oil, salt, that sort of thing. She had enough food in her space to last several lifetimes. She could even use it as currency and live in luxury, so there was no need to make a special trip for basic supplies. Besides, it was pitch dark out, and just finding the other 2 halls would be a huge hassle. She'd rather save her energy and head straight for the southern warehouse. Gu Xiu had way more good stuff than those guys. The sooner they cleared out the warehouse, the sooner she could get back to her mountainside home and relax. In this freezing weather, the best thing was to stay warm at home, watching Empresses in the Palace and having hot pot. She wondered how Pei, Zhao Ping'an, and Aunt Hu were doing. With this cold, hopefully they were managing okay. Hearing Anan's decision, Gu Jiu quickly started up the helicopter. Because it was so cold, it took him 2 tries to get it going. The blizzard had stopped, so the helicopter's roar was especially loud. Not far away, in a 3-story building, Yamamoto Kenjin, Gao Daming, and Liu, who hadn't been sleeping well to begin with, were all jolted awake by the noise. Yamamoto Kenjin reacted first, springing up and dashing out of the warehouse. Gao Daming wanted to follow, but he was shivering so badly from the cold that he didn't have the courage to step outside. He grabbed a burning log from the fire they'd lit before bed, then stumbled after him. As soon as he stepped outside, he met Yamamoto Kenjin's shocked face. Following his gaze upward, Gao Daming's eyes widened too. His lips trembled for a long moment before he finally managed 2 words. Holy shit! Hovering above was a super-luxurious AW-139 helicopter, its searchlight blazing like the brightest thing in the night, making the torch in his hand look utterly pathetic. Dear heavens, where the hell did this badass, over-the-top helicopter come from? Judging by its flight path, it clearly wasn't landing here. It was taking off from their very own alley. But they'd already searched this whole area with a fine-toothed comb. Forget a helicopter this size. Even a model aircraft couldn't have escaped their notice. A thought struck Yamamoto Kenjin. Face darkening, he pulled out the 2 feathers from his clothes and used his tracking spell again. This time, he finally got a response. But by the time he opened his eyes, the helicopter was already far away, and the direction he sensed was exactly where it had flown. Yamamoto Kenjin exploded with rage. Baka! Baka! After them. He took off running, sprinting through the snow in the dark. Gao Daming was startled and shouted after him, Hey! Wait up! Was this guy kidding? That's a helicopter. How were they supposed to chase it? But Yamamoto Kenjin ignored him completely, his short legs pumping as he quickly pulled away. In a panic, Gao Daming hurled the burning log in his hand. With a thunk, Yamamoto Kenjin went down, face planting into the snow. Bakayaro. As Yamamoto Kenjin howled, Gao Daming hunched his shoulders and nervously hurried over to help him up. Yamamoto-kun, don't be mad, I just panicked. Then he tried to reason with him. I get how you feel, but we can't just go chasing after them like this, can we? He pointed at the pitch-black surroundings. You don't even have a flashlight, you can't see a thing. And we need to pack some warm clothes and food, right? Otherwise, we'll freeze or starve before we catch up. Yamamoto Kenjin was still anxious. By the time you're done packing, they'll be long gone. Gao Daming was speechless. Dude, you're chasing a helicopter. What difference does a minute make? Even if you started running the moment it took off, you'd never catch it. Besides, you've got your tracking spell, why rush? He was getting louder. If you really want to avenge your brother, you need to make sure you don't die on the way first. Yamamoto Kenjin finally listened, his resistance fading. He stared into the dark sky, gritting his teeth. I will catch you. The 2 of them made their way back to the warehouse, only to run right into Liu. She had just seen the helicopter in the sky, and of course, she'd also heard Yamamoto Kenji's furious roar. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Was that couple flying the helicopter? Were they even human? It was already unbelievable that just the 2 of them had wiped out a 1,000-strong gang, but now they'd conjured up a helicopter out of nowhere. Where on earth had they been hiding before? Those 2 idiots had searched for so long and still hadn't found them. She stared in the direction the helicopter had disappeared, unable to stop herself from thinking, if only I could go with them. Forget the apocalypse, she'd never even ridden in a private helicopter before all this disaster struck. With such powerful leaders, she wouldn't have to keep switching jobs all the time. If the benefits were even a little better, she'd definitely be loyal and work for them until she was old. Yamamoto Kenji had no idea what she was thinking. Seeing her standing at the door, he assumed she was there to welcome them. He nodded in satisfaction and ordered bluntly, You, go boil some hot water for us. It was already freezing outside, and he'd just fallen into the snow. Now he was starting to feel the chill deep in his bones. He desperately needed to warm up by the fire and drink some hot water to chase away the cold. Liu nodded and bowed, but as soon as she turned away, She rolled her eyes hard. She deliberately chose the dirtiest water from the less-than-clean supplies, and when she went to fetch a pot, she even spat in it before adding the water. She set the pot over the fire they'd built earlier, squatted down to wait for it to boil, and pricked up her ears to listen to their conversation. Gao Daming, bundled up in layer after layer of clothes, hunched his neck and asked, "Yamamoto-kun, how are we going to take all this stuff with us?" Liu clenched her fists in secret. "Your stuff? Since when is it yours?" "Shameless." Yamamoto Kenji warmed his hands by the fire and replied, "Of course, we travel light onto the battlefield." Gao Daming was momentarily confused. "What do you mean, onto the battlefield?" Liu cheerfully chimed in, "He means, we travel light." Yamamoto Kenji grunted in agreement. Liu couldn't help but smile. Traveling light? Perfect. The less they take, the more they leave behind for her. Thank goodness for that couple. For luring these two jinxes away from her. Gao Daming, on the other hand, looked miserable. Travel light? No way. He glanced around at all the supplies, feeling a deep sense of loss. He'd planned to spend the rest of his life here with these supplies, but now not only did he have to leave, he had to leave most of it behind. He couldn't accept it. Yamamoto Kenji's face darkened. Enough nonsense. Pick out a few important things and pack them up. As soon as I'm warmed up, we're leaving. Gao Daming protested. Why only a few things? The enemy left in a helicopter. They're probably going far away. If we only take a little, we'll starve on the road. Yamamoto Kenji frowned. When have I ever let you go hungry? Gao Daming opened his mouth, but couldn't think of a reply. Yamamoto Kenji was right. They'd never had much food stockpiled, but wherever they went, they managed to snatch enough to fill their bellies. Still, Gao Daming felt uneasy. There were fewer and fewer survivors now. Populations everywhere had dropped to less than a tenth of what they used to be, and supplies were getting scarcer by the day. Where would he find more to steal? There was so much here, how could he just leave it? But he never had much say in front of Yamamoto Kenji. Under the other man's intimidating glare, he could only obediently start packing, trying to cram as much food as possible. But something felt off. The supplies here were all poor quality, and the way they were arranged was strange, as if someone else had already picked through them. While Gao Daming packed, Yamamoto Kenji sipped the hot water and fiddled with the feather in his hand, constantly checking the direction of his enemy. The helicopter was heading southeast. Yamamoto Kenji frowned, troubled. With the world outside frozen over, chasing on foot was unrealistic. They'd have to find a vehicle first. But in this weather, most cars wouldn't work. They'd need a truck or a snow vehicle. As the two men sat there frowning, Liu was the only happy one in the room. She'd thought her days of peace were over, but who'd have thought these two idiots would leave so easily? Let them take some supplies, how much could they carry anyway? There was plenty left in the warehouse. Even if the quality wasn't great, it was still a fortune. Just the winter clothes alone could be traded for all sorts of good stuff. She glanced at Yamamoto Kenji, who was staring at that feather in a daze, and nearly burst out laughing. This little bookworm was so weird. If she didn't know better, she'd think he was in love with that chicken. She was still snickering when Yamamoto Kenji suddenly asked, "Flower girl, do you know where we can find a car?" Liu wiped the smile off her face, hesitated for a moment, then shook her head decisively. No idea. There definitely aren't any in the old city. Not only was there none, even if she knew where to find one, she'd never tell him. What, so he could haul all the supplies away by the truckload? No way. Yamamoto Kenji just grunted. Then he remembered the car crash they'd had in the city. If only he'd driven slower, at least then they'd still have a working car. He narrowed his eyes and thought. There was a small factory in the city, and he seemed to recall there were trucks there. He stood up, feeling much warmer, and urged Gao Daming to get moving. Gao Daming grumbled, "Wait, I'm not done packing." Yamamoto Kenji glanced over. "That's enough. Let's go." Gao Daming glared. "How is this enough? I've barely packed anything." Yamamoto Kenji frowned. "You've already filled 2 big backpacks. That's enough to eat for over a month." Gao Daming protested. "There's so much here. How can we only take a month's worth?" Yamamoto Kenji lost his patience. Let's go. One backpack each. We can't carry anymore. Gao Daming wanted to argue, but when he saw Yamamoto Kenji raise his katana, he immediately fell silent, though his chest heaved with anger. It felt like finding a pile of gold bars by the roadside, only for your partner to complain they were too heavy and refuse to let you take them all. He was absolutely fuming. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Maybe you should just." Before he could finish his sentence, Yamamoto Kenji's face darkened. Are you planning to leave me and stay here alone? Gao Daming opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Liu, not far away, tensed up. Big brother, you'd better not stay here. You're not welcome here. Gao Daming really did want to stay. He'd had enough of Yamamoto's unreasonable, domineering ways. But when he looked at that samurai sword, the words just wouldn't come out. His legs went weak, and he shook his head. I'll go with you. We're best friends, after all. Yamamoto Kento's face brightened at that, and his attitude improved a lot. If you want to take more things, go ahead and take some extra. But he still emphasized, but if it slows us down, you'll have to ditch them right away. Carrying too much would make it impossible to travel quickly. Gao Daming replied, got it, then turned to keep packing his things. He couldn't help muttering to himself, coward. Always chicken out as soon as there's an argument. Yamamoto Kento watched his back, curling his lip in displeasure. He felt that Gao Daming's obsession with hoarding supplies was a kind of insult to his abilities. He was a high-level ninja, after all, he'd never have to worry about food wherever he went. Soon, the two of them finished packing and got ready to leave. Just before heading out, Gao Daming couldn't help glancing at Liu. This woman wasn't as young or pretty as the last two, but she wasn't ugly either. Most importantly, she was gentle and sensible. If only he could bring her along. Liu was sharp, she was always good at reading people, and instantly picked up on his thoughts. So she quickly sighed to Yamamoto Kento, you two are amazing, being able to carry so much and still travel. Unlike me. She put on a pitiful, delicate look. Even if I don't carry anything, just walking outside in this icy snow, I'd have to take 2 steps and rest for 3. Yamamoto Kento nodded in full agreement. Women. In the education he'd received since childhood, women were useless burdens. It was perfectly normal for them to be unable to keep up. Hearing their conversation, Gao Daming's face darkened again. Great. So much for bringing her along. Yamamoto, who was in a race against time to hunt down the killer, would never agree. He gritted his teeth, said nothing more, and silently followed Yamamoto Kento out the door. Take care, big brother. Liu called after them with a bright smile, lips curling up in satisfaction. Thank goodness I'm quick-witted. There's no way I'm leaving. She'd already made up her mind. She'd used the bizarrely dead bodies from Cloud Shadow Hall to play ghost tricks, turning this place into a haunted murder site so all the other survivors would stay far away. She'd just hole up quietly in this 3-story building and live the good life. Outside, the blizzard had stopped, but the snow was deep. Even bundled up like a ball, walking through it was still bone-chilling. Gao Daming and Yamamoto Kento each carried a torch for light as they left the alley, trudging forward with difficulty. They'd found a barely functional flashlight on the 3rd floor of the warehouse, but in this kind of cold, torches were warmer and more reliable. They struggled on for a long time, until dawn was breaking, before finally reaching the small factory in Chincheng City. Sure enough, there was a big truck parked inside. But there was only the truck, no fuel. After hours of walking, Gao Daming was frozen numb and broke down, shouting, "What are we supposed to do now? I really can't walk anymore." He'd had access to a well-stocked warehouse, a warm fire, and a gentle, sensible woman, but hadn't enjoyed any of it. Instead, he'd been dragged all this way through the freezing winter by a stubborn lunatic. And now the truck couldn't even be driven. They'd have to keep walking. The more Gao Daming thought about it, the more wronged he felt, and tears welled up in his eyes. But as soon as the tears left his eyes, they froze on his face, making him look both pitiful and ridiculous. Yamamoto Kento saw this and frowned, barking, "Baka. What are you crying for? Just find some fuel." Gao Daming sobbed, Easy for you to say. Where are we supposed to find fuel? That stuff's rarer than food these days. Yamamoto gave him a look like he was an idiot, then turned and walked into the factory. There's some in the car we drove before. We'll siphon it out and put it in this one. Gao Daming's eyes lit up. Oh, right. Then he hesitated. Well, let's go get it. But why are you heading in there? Yamamoto rolled his eyes hard. To get tools. How could his partner be so stupid? No bucket, no hose. Did he expect to suck the fuel out by mouth and carry it back in his hands? Gao Daming gave an embarrassed laugh and hurried after him, flattering Yamamoto, you really are thorough. Always thinking ahead. By the time they grabbed the tools and, after much difficulty, found the site of the previous car crash, the sky was fully bright. They got ready to work, full of enthusiasm, only to discover that the car's fuel tank was bone dry. Gao Daming completely broke down, throwing his head back and howling, who the hell stole my fuel? Yamamoto Kento, who'd had nothing but setbacks, was also at his limit. He took several deep breaths, trying to calm himself, but couldn't hold it in and roared. Bakairu. Upstairs, a couple sleeping soundly were startled awake by the shout. The woman sat up with a jolt. Honey, have the devils entered the village? The man rubbed his eyes. You're half asleep, what devils? Then, looking confused, he said, I vaguely heard someone shouting about stolen fuel. Fuel? The couple instantly sobered up. The woman was terrified. Oh no, the killers come back for the fuel. The man tried to comfort her. Don't panic. There are so many neighborhoods and residents around here. After we stole the fuel, I even made sure to leave extra footprints in other neighborhoods. There's no way he'll know it was us. The woman relaxed a little. Thank goodness, why? Oh, Eerie, so clever. The man grinned. They'll probably just curse for a while and leave. We'll just keep quiet and stay out of sight, it'll be fine. Downstairs, Yamamoto Kento, seeing there were no leads, had no interest in dwelling on the stolen fuel. He was already furious from one setback after another. Like a man possessed, he grabbed Gao Daming and barked, let's go. Gao Daming was confused. Go where? Yamamoto gritted his teeth. Chase the plane. Huh? Gao Daming was dumbfounded. You want to go on foot? That's... Before he could finish, Yamamoto, now in berserk mode, dragged him for several miles. Bakairu. I'll kill them. I'll kill them. Hey, take it easy. Let go. Help. Meanwhile, Anan and Gujiu had already flown across 2 provinces. Traveling from Qincheng to the southern coastal city meant crossing 5 provinces. The weather was so extreme that the plane's performance was affected. A journey that should have taken just a day and a half ended up taking Anan and Gujiu a full 5 days, as they had to fly in fits and starts, stopping frequently along the way before finally reaching their destination. But just as they were about to land, they encountered an intense cold front and nearly crashed. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Anan managed to whisk the entire plane into her spatial dimension. The 2 of them sat inside the helicopter, watching the familiar green lawns of the manor appear outside the window, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had survived natural disasters, escaped man-made calamities, and now had narrowly avoided dying in a plane crash. After catching their breath, the 2 survivors looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Anan slumped back in her seat and joked cheerfully, that was way more thrilling than a roller coaster, don't you think? Guji replied, it was definitely exciting. But I've never been on a roller coaster, so I can't really compare. Anan was surprised. You've never been on a roller coaster? Gujiu nodded. I've never been to an amusement park. Only then did Anan remember right. Gujiu grew up in an orphanage, and by the time his grandfather found him, he was already grown up. He'd never dated either, so he never had the chance to go to an amusement park. So you've never tried bungee jumping, paragliding, or skydiving either? Gujiu made a sound of agreement. As the head of the Gu family, I can't afford to take any risks. Anan nodded. That made sense. If he went off to do something dangerous, the board of directors would probably be chasing after him, trying to talk him out of it while sweating bullets. Gujiu opened his mouth to say something else, but suddenly felt the space around them begin to shake. And Nan felt it too. A strong tremor. She couldn't help but be shocked. How could there be an earthquake inside her spatial dimension? Had natural disasters gotten so bad that even her pocket dimension wasn't safe? But soon, they realized it wasn't the space itself shaking, but their helicopter and seats. They turned around and saw the source of the vibration, Fugue. The dog had its head tucked in, body trembling so hard that even Anan and Gujiyu, sitting up front, could feel the shaking. And Nan looked at the expression on its face. It was clearly terrified. She reached out to gently stroke its head and comfort it. "What's got you so scared?" Fugue was usually fearless. Nothing fazed him except giant cockroaches. This was the first time Anan had seen him so frightened. Laifu and Lord Rabbit were nearby, but Fugue didn't even care about maintaining his image as the mighty dog king. And Nan comforted him for a long while before he finally stopped trembling. But the poor thing's legs were still weak. And Nan wanted to open the helicopter door and let him run around on the grass to calm down. But Laifu and Lord Rabbit had already dashed off to drink from the spring, while Fugue just lay there, whimpering. And Nan raised an eyebrow. "Not even the spring water can tempt you?" Gujiyu stroked the dog's head soothingly and explained, "Cats are afraid of water, dogs are afraid of heights. Most dogs have a fear of heights." Then he encouraged the dog, "Fugue, you were already very brave to ride in a helicopter. Falling from the sky is terrifying for anyone, it's not your fault you're scared." Fugue seemed to understand his master's comfort and felt much better, rubbing his big head against Gujiyu's hand. And Nan felt sorry for him. "Next time, let's not take the plane. We'll drive." She had snow tracks anyway, and her Night 15 could handle it. It would just take a bit longer. Gujiyu agreed, "Yeah, this weather really isn't suitable for flying." If it hadn't been for Anan's spatial ability, they would have been dead for sure. When Fugue heard their decision, he immediately perked up, wagging his tail and licking Anan's palm. And Nan laughed. "All right, don't be scared anymore. Go drink some spring water with Laifu and Lord Rabbit. Later, when we leave the space, I'll show you something new. You'll feel much better after you see it." Fugue wobbled over to the pond, while Gujiyu carefully checked the helicopter for any damage that might need repairs. And Nan didn't know much about helicopters, but she kept him company. As they chatted idly, Gujiyu asked curiously, "What are you planning to show Fugue?" And Nan replied, "For Southerners, snow is an obsession. For Northerners," Gujiyu finished for her, "it's the sea." And Nan nodded. Fugue grew up in the apocalypse. He's never seen the sea. Now that we're in a coastal city, I want to show him something different. Given the current situation, it was rare to be able to travel at all. This might be Fugue's only chance to see the ocean, so of course she wanted to make it special. After confirming the helicopter was fine, Gujiyu straightened up and glanced casually toward the pond. Laifu and Lord Rabbit have never seen the sea either. And Nan couldn't help but laugh. "Are you worried I'll play favorites and leave them out?" She explained, "Of course I'll bring all three. They'll see it together." She paused, then added, "You're coming too." Gujiyu raised an eyebrow. "So in your eyes, I'm in the same category as those three?" And Nan teased, "Yep, you're all my beloved pets. You're the eldest, Fugue's second, Laifu's third, and Lord Rabbit's the baby." Gujiyu narrowed his eyes. "That's a dangerous thing to say." They joked around for a while until Anan pushed him away. "All right, enough. Let's get going." She muttered, "Good thing I can control the distance and direction when exiting the space. If I could only come out where I went in, that would be a problem." After all, they'd entered the space midair. If she could only exit at the same spot, hiding in the space would just be delaying the inevitable. They'd still fall to their deaths eventually. But being able to control where and how far she exited made all the difference. For convenience, Anan left Gujiyu and the three pets inside and exited the space alone. As soon as she emerged, her body went into free fall, plummeting rapidly. Timing it just right, she blinked downwards several hundred meters in succession, finally landing safely on flat ground. She let out a long breath, calming her racing heart, and looked around. The terrain was flat and empty, endless snow stretching in all directions without a single footprint. Clearly the deserted outskirts of the city. After double-checking that no one would see her suddenly appear out of nowhere, Anan finally released Gujiyu and the 3 pets from the space. Gujiyu appeared and immediately checked her over anxiously. "Are you all right?" "Not hurt." Anan lifted her chin. "Of course." That wasn't hard at all. Gujiyu was amused by her smug expression and chuckled. "That's good then." He glanced around. "We're still pretty far from the warehouse." When their plane crashed, they had just entered the southern part of the city, landing on the far west side. The warehouse, on the other hand, was all the way on the eastern edge. In other words, they had to cross the entire city. "It's fine. We have a car after all," Anan said, pulling out a Night 15 from her spatial storage, followed by a set of snow tracks. Gujiyu told her to rest while he got to work installing the tracks onto the wheels. Anan took out a cup of hot milk tea from her space, sipping quietly as she waited nearby. Although Gujiyu didn't have a cheat like her spatial storage, he pretty much took care of everything else. Manual labor, washing dishes, housework, you name it, he handled it all. Watching his focused profile as he worked, Anan couldn't help but zone out a little. This man was so efficient and capable. Whatever he did, he always got it done quickly and perfectly. It was hard to imagine that he used to be a high-powered CEO with a whole team of butlers, assistants, and housekeepers at his beck and call. Sensing Anan's intense gaze, Gujiyu smirked. Without turning his head, he continued positioning the tracks and said, "We're outside, you know. Try to keep it together." Anan was caught off guard, her ears turning red. "What are you talking about?" The corners of Gujiyu's eyes crinkled with amusement, his mood even lighter. "We're a married couple now, after bowing to heaven and earth. Nothing's off limits." Afraid he'd get the wrong idea, Anan raised her voice, flustered. "I just meant you're really down to earth." Gujiyu paused and looked back at her. "What?" Anan answered honestly, "I just think you're really capable." It took Gujiyu a moment to react, then he smiled, lips pressed together. "Thank you for the compliment. Your husband will work even harder." "What?" Anan felt her mind go blank, her face visibly flushing red. "Just get on with your work. And don't say such mushy things." Gujiyu raised an eyebrow. "What's mushy about that?" He'd only called himself her husband, and this little thing was already so embarrassed. Wasn't she always saying she was as tough as an eagle? Since when were eagles so easily flustered? Seeing that Anan was gripping her milk teacup so hard it was getting squished, Gujiyu stopped teasing her. He got in the car, drove it onto the newly installed tracks, locked everything in place, and finished the installation. After a quick check, he started the engine and took a test drive nearby. The car handled smoothly and perfectly. Like a kid waiting for praise, he pulled off a stylish drift, stopping right in front of Anan and rolling down the window. "Your carriage awaits, princess." Anan's toes curled in embarrassment as she stared at him in shock. "Where did you even learn that?" Gujiyu replied with a straight face, "From novels." Anan's mouth twitched. As she opened the back door for the 3 little ones, she said, "You should read fewer romance novels and stick to your literary classics." Gujiyu studied her expression, puzzled. "Don't girls usually like this kind of romantic gesture?" Anan didn't answer. She closed the back door, walked around to the front passenger seat, got in and buckled up. Then she finally replied, "I'm not like other girls." Gujiyu looked at her lips, as if he could already guess what she was about to say. The next second, they spoke in unison. "I'm a woman as strong as an eagle." Anan froze. "How did you know what I was going to say?" Gujiyu chuckled softly and started the car. "I'm the worm in the eagle's stomach." They drove east together. Anan sat in the passenger seat, checking the compass to keep their bearings and staying alert to their surroundings. Once they entered the city, the snow wasn't as smooth as before. There were clear signs of human activity. Still, the streets were cold and deserted. There were footprints, but no living people in sight. Many frozen corpses lined the roadside. The survivors were probably all holed up indoors, too afraid to come out. As they passed through the densely populated old city, they occasionally caught glimpses of people hurrying along, likely out scavenging for supplies. Even though this was the South, the extreme cold hadn't let up at all. It was still a bone-chilling -60 or 70 degrees Celsius. And Nan saw someone collapse suddenly while walking, and no matter how desperately their companion shook them, they never got up again. She sighed and looked away. Who knew when this natural disaster would finally end? A few hours later, they finally reached the southeastern corner of the city. Gu Jiyu drove around several times before finding the road that led to the warehouse. And Nan looked out the window and realized they'd arrived at a golf course. The sign for Shinshui Bay Golf Course gleamed in gold. So this time, the warehouse wasn't hidden deep in the mountains? Curious, and Nan asked, "The southern warehouse is here? Is this golf course also part of the Gu family's business?" Gu Jiyu nodded, driving steadily forward. The warehouse is built underneath the golf course. And Nan asked casually, "How big is this golf course anyway?" Gu Jiyu replied, 80 hectares. And Nan did a quick calculation, her eyes widening. So the southern warehouse is 800,000 square meters? How much stuff could you possibly store in there? Gu Jiyu laughed. Of course not. That's the area of the entire golf course. The warehouse isn't nearly that big. And Nan let out an "oh." Right, no way he'd hollow out the whole area beneath the course. The snow was so thick that the green lawns were completely hidden, but the surrounding facilities still hinted at the luxury and beauty this place had before the disaster. Suddenly, Nan noticed something and craned her neck forward in surprise. "Is that the sea in the distance?" Gu Jiyu nodded. "Yes, we're not far from the coast." And Nan clicked her tongue. That must make golfing here pretty tough. Lots of hills, close to the sea, and strong winds. Gu Jiyu explained, "The scenery here is beautiful and the facilities are top-notch. It's always been popular locally." He smiled. "Didn't you want to show the three little ones the sea? Once we finish collecting supplies, we can go take a look. But there's no beach here, just rocky cliffs. You can stand at the edge of the course and look down at the ocean." And Nan nodded, gazing at the distant view. Suddenly, she remembered a disaster movie she'd seen and joked, "Aren't you worried about buildings so close to the sea? What if a tsunami hits and floods the whole place?" Gu Jiyu was silent for a moment, but before he could say anything, Nan snapped out of it and smacked her own mouth a few times. "Pa pa pa. What a jinx, what nonsense am I saying?" Gu Jiyu couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "Take it easy. Who hits themselves like that?" As he spoke, he pulled the car over, leaned over to take a look, and asked, "Does it hurt?" Faced with his suddenly handsome face so close, Nan's heart skipped a beat. She turned her eyes away, embarrassed. "It doesn't hurt." Gu Jiyu frowned and reached out to touch the corner of her mouth. "It's all red." "Are you silly? Don't you know how strong you are?" And Nan felt even more awkward and pushed his hand away. "I was talking nonsense, deserved a slap." Gu Jiyu's eyes crinkled with a smile. "It's just a couple of words. What's there to be scared of? It's not like you're the Dragon King and can summon a tsunami at will." And Nan still looked away. "I've always had a bit of a jinxed mouth." Gu Jiyu was silent for 2 seconds, then restarted the car. "Then hurry up and put it away. We'll leave once you're done." Soon, the car stopped in front of the clubhouse building. And Nan put the car away into her space, then led the three little ones inside with Gu Jiyu. The place had already been thoroughly ransacked by survivors. Judging by the thick layer of dust, though, it seemed no one had been here for quite a while. Although it was a mess, the decor still hinted at its former glory. As Nan followed Gu Jiyu inside, she glanced around. This clubhouse is much nicer than the one in Linbei City. And Nan wasn't much of a golf fan, but her mother and Xingya often played with business partners, so she'd tagged along a few times. The environment and facilities here were clearly much better than back home. Why didn't Gu Jiyu build a nice course near his own place, but came all the way out here instead? Gu Jiyu explained, "The spending power here is higher than back home. The facilities are better, and the income is higher too. Businessmen, after all, invest where the money is. And Nan nodded, following him past several VIP lounges until they reached the last one at the end. As soon as they entered, Gu Jiu expertly lifted the carpet in the center of the room, found a floor tile, and pried it up. And Nan stared in disbelief. You really love building secret compartments, don't you? Everywhere you go. Gu Jiu chuckled. It's not really a secret mechanism, just a little hidden compartment. As he spoke, he pulled out a red jade stone, about the size of a Rubik's Cube, and handed it to Anan. And Nan took it and looked it over, pleasantly surprised. Is this jade? Gu Jiu nodded. Red jadeite. And Nan didn't put it straight into her space, but cautiously asked, Is this the key to open the southern warehouse? Where's the entrance? She'd seen in TV dramas that if you put a special jade into a special slot, you could open some special door. But Gu Jiu said, It's not a key. It's just a decoy. Go ahead and feed it to your space. Then, he fumbled around in the now empty compartment and quickly opened another, smaller hidden space, from which he took out an actual key. This is the key we're looking for. And Nan glanced at the compartment within a compartment. You're really thorough. This way, even if someone found the hidden compartment under the tile, they'd be distracted by the jade and never notice the smaller compartment on the side. She clicked her tongue in admiration and put the red jade into her space. As expected, her jade bracelet didn't react at all. Her space had a huge appetite now. It was hard to upgrade it with just anything. Judging by the size and quality of the red jade, it had to be worth at least 100,000, but it still barely upgraded her space. Gu Jiu noticed her disappointment and comforted her. It was just meant as a decoy, not really worth much. And Nan grunted in acknowledgement, then asked offhandedly, How much is this red jade worth? Gu Jiu answered honestly, about 200,000. And Nan pursed her lips. Not worth much, huh? This man and her space were both equally extravagant. With the key in hand, Gu Jiu led in Nan and the three little ones out of the clubhouse. And Nan asked curiously, The warehouse entrance isn't in this building? Gu Jiu shook his head. No. Too many people around here. Not convenient. He pointed into the distance. It's not far, just over there in that villa. And Nan raised an eyebrow. Then why not just hide the key in the villa? Gu Jiu replied, This way is safer. Even if someone found the key, they'd never guess what it opened. And Nan gave him a thumbs up for his caution, then took out the Night 15 from her space, and the two of them plus 3 pets got back in the car. From here, they couldn't see the villa Gu Jiu mentioned, but after a few minutes' drive, a small standalone villa came into view. And Nan looked around. The house was still within the complex. Did you live here yourself? Gu Jiu nodded. Yeah, I used to come here on business trips a lot. And Nan commented, This location feels even better than the one halfway up the mountain. Living here, you'd have a sweeping view of the green golf course outside your window, and from the top floor you could probably even see the ocean. Compared to Villa Number 1 on the mountainside, the view here was on another level. But during the extreme cold period, it looked a lot bleaker. Gu Jiu agreed, the environment is definitely better than the mountainside, but the house itself can't compare. And Nan nodded. True. This place isn't even half the size of Villa Number 1. It's not just the size. Gu Jiu parked the car next to the villa and pointed at the floor-to-ceiling windows on the first floor. Look. And Nan followed his finger and saw that the window had been smashed to pieces, with a thick layer of snow blown inside. So the house wasn't very sturdy. The windows at the mountainside villa couldn't be blown open even with explosives. The two of them and the 3 pets walked straight in through the broken window. Inside, the villa was a wreck. Furniture and decorations were scattered everywhere. The worst was the open kitchen. Cereal and milk cartons littered the floor, and a pile of dirty dishes sat unwashed to the side. It looked like someone had lived here during the apocalypse. But there was definitely no one here now. The thick dust and the broken window made it impossible for anyone to survive the cold inside. Gu Jiu didn't care about his house being trashed. There was nothing valuable inside, and he wasn't planning to live here again anyway. The two of them walked through the foyer and headed straight to the garage. The garage was spacious enough for 5 or 6 cars. But at the moment, only a black Mercedes G-Class sat quietly inside. Nice car. And Nan didn't mind the dust at all, reaching out to touch it. This yours? Gu Jiu nodded. Yeah, I used it to get around when I stayed here. And Nan unceremoniously stowed the car into her space, grumbling as she did, Why are all your cars black? Gu Jiu's lips curled up in a faint smile, but he didn't reply. And Nan kept marveling, I'm surprised this car is still here and hasn't been stolen. Gu Jiu said, because it guzzles gas. And Nan nodded. That made sense. After all, in the apocalypse, most survivors couldn't afford to drive. Even those with a stockpile of fuel would usually choose something fuel-efficient, like the legendary Wuling minivan, cheap to fix and big enough to haul all your belongings. A gas-guzzling luxury car like this? No one wanted to drive it. But Anan didn't have those worries. She had plenty of fuel, so of course she'd drive the best. Gu Jiu walked straight to a wall on the side of the garage and moved aside a cabinet displaying model cars. He felt around the wall for a moment and found a tiny, 5-centimeter square hidden door. He pushed it in. A keyhole was revealed. Gu Jiu inserted a key and turned it. Instantly, the sound of machinery rumbled to life. To Anan's amazement, the floor beneath her feet began to descend. The 3 little ones jumped in fright, especially Fugue, who had only just recovered from the trauma of the plane crash a few hours ago. He immediately scampered to Anan's side. After a short descent, the platform stopped. The space ahead opened up, and at last, Gu Jiu's final warehouse appeared before them. As Anan walked in, she couldn't help but sigh, I knew it. Wherever you go, you just have to build secret mechanisms. Then she commented, this one's a lot simpler than the last 2. Those were so layered it felt like tomb raiding. Gu Jiu chuckled, taking her hand and leading her inside. Because the entrance is inside my own house, I didn't make it as complicated as the other 2. With that, he started up the built-in fuel generator, and the dim warehouse instantly lit up. And Nan glanced around. It didn't seem much different from the other 2 warehouses, mostly food and daily necessities. But the quantity was much less, not even half of what the other warehouses held. She rolled up her sleeves and quickly got to work, sweeping row after row of supplies into her space. It wasn't until she was nearly done that she realized the last 2 rows of this warehouse were actually a jewelry section. Collectible-grade gemstones and gold, too many to count. But that wasn't the most important thing. What mattered was, there was a ton of jade. And Nan turned to Gu Jiu in delight. You rascal, you had all these treasures and didn't tell me sooner? Gu Jiu grinned, wanted to surprise you. And Nan winked at him. Well, you succeeded. I'm definitely surprised. Humming a little tune, she started sweeping up the treasures. Icy green jade pendants, collected. Red jade pistio, collected. Jade cabbage ornament for wealth, collected. Purple jade pendants, collected. She couldn't finish collecting them all. There was just too much. Grinning from ear to ear, Anan frantically swept everything into her space as she asked, How come you have so much jade here? Even the northern base doesn't have this much. Gu Jiu explained with a smile, every warehouse stores what's abundant locally. The northern warehouse has more antiques, the northwest one has more building materials, and since this place is near a jade distribution center, naturally there's more jade here. He teased, if I'd known my future wife liked jade so much, I would have bought even more back then. And Nan's voice rose, this is already more than enough. The jade collection here even surpassed what the boss lady had, and the quality was top-notch. Many were collector's items. Back when she first started upgrading her space, just these alone could have maxed out her space's area and teleportation distance, and even boosted her stay time. But now, upgrades were getting harder and harder. Even sweeping up hundreds of thousands worth of jade barely made a dent. She wondered how much she'd be able to upgrade this time. Before long, Anan had emptied the entire warehouse. Her jade bracelet now had several more streaks of green. Calming her excitement, she beamed at Gu Jiu. Let's go. Time to see the sea. After that, I want to get into my space and test how much I've leveled up. Gu Jiu stopped her. Don't rush. There's more inside. And Nan raised an eyebrow. More. Gu Jiu pressed an inconspicuous gray button near the entrance. The east wall slowly descended, revealing a hidden space. And Nan's eyes lit up. A Paramount Marauder? This was a heavy-duty armored vehicle that could rival her Knight 15. Known as the world's most unstoppable vehicle, it was practically a moving fortress, a luxury ride worth tens of millions. And Nan happily ran her hands over it, then turned to Gu Jiu. You actually have 2 of these beastly armored vehicles? Gu Jiu knew she loved cars, and seeing her so happy put him in a great mood too. He smiled. I'm into these rugged vehicles. This Marauder is a new purchase. I haven't had the chance to ship it back to Limbe City yet. And Nan admired the tough exterior for a while before putting it into her space. But as soon as the Marauder vanished, another blue sports car was revealed behind it. The chassis was so low and hidden that she hadn't noticed it before. And Nan stared at the red emblem on the car, her eyes widening even more. A Bugatti? Gu Jiu nodded. Bugatti Bolide. Then he smiled. Just as you wanted, this one isn't black. And Nan stared unblinkingly at the supercar. The ultra-sleek body, X-shaped headlights, massive rear wing, rocket-like exhaust pipes. The visual impact was off the charts. How much did this thing cost again? Nearly 50 million, right? Rumor had it that its horsepower reached a staggering 1,850, with a top speed close to 500 kilometers per hour. Some called it the king of supercars. Others described it as a ground-hugging rocket. And Nan couldn't bear to look away. She turned to Gu Jiu. Is this a recent purchase too? Gu Jiu replied, No, I bought it a while ago. But I always felt it was more suited for younger people, felt a bit flashy for me, so I just left it here. Flashy? And Nan immediately stored the car in her space. I'll drive it. I'm not afraid of being flashy. Even when I'm 70 with a head full of white hair, I'll still drive a supercar and turn heads. She glanced around the now empty room. All the cars are packed up. Can we go now? But Gu Jiu walked to the corner and pressed another button. There's still more. And Nan was surprised. Still more. As the innermost partition wall slowly descended, and Nan saw what was inside and couldn't help but gape in astonishment. A luxury yacht. And Nan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the massive, 3-story white yacht nearly 100 meters long in front of her. You actually parked such a huge yacht at your house? Gu Jiu smiled and corrected her. This doesn't really count as part of the house. It's just an underground warehouse. He went on to explain, originally, it was meant as a gift for an overseas client. His wife and daughter love collecting yachts. But before I could send it over, the disaster struck. Collecting yachts. What a niche hobby. And Nan's understanding was still stuck at people collecting million-yuan jade, while others were already collecting yachts worth billions. This behemoth was clearly not your average million-dollar yacht. Most yachts are only about 20 meters long, not even a quarter of this one. And Nan turned to Gu Jiu and asked, How much did this boat cost? A couple of 100 million. Gu Jiu replied, Around 4 billion. And Nan, oh. She had actually underestimated it. She couldn't help but click her tongue. What kind of business are you in that you can give away such an expensive gift? Gu Jiu replied calmly, If it opens up a certain special market overseas, the profits will be more than worth it. And Nan frowned. What kind of market makes that much money? It's not illegal, is it? Gu Jiu laughed. Don't worry, I'm a legitimate businessman. And Nan stroked the luxurious yacht. I don't know how legit you are, but this yacht is the real deal. With this thing, they were truly amphibious, land, air, and sea noth. ING was off limits. And Nan grabbed Gu Jiu and the 3 little ones and teleported straight onto the deck, eager to explore their new yacht. As soon as she steadied herself, she noticed the deck felt hollow, like there was a compartment underneath. She stomped her foot twice and asked in confusion, What's under here? Could there be a hidden compartment under the deck? Gu Jiu explained, It's a motorized hatch. Open it up, and there's a swimming pool underneath. An open-air pool on the deck? And Nan raised an eyebrow. Are you sure this is a yacht and not a cruise ship? Gu Jiu chuckled. Cruise ships aren't this small. And Nan pouted. True, this would be tiny for a cruise ship, but as a yacht, it was absolutely massive. She marveled as she continued down the wide walkways on either side of the yacht. Even someone as hefty as Fugue wouldn't feel cramped. At the stern, she was greeted by a U-shaped sofa in the lounge area. And Nan estimated it could easily seat over a dozen people. There was also a long table, a small bar, a sound system, and all sorts of amenities, truly the perfect spot for a sea party. At the back, there was a tender garage holding a small lifeboat and rescue equipment, fully equipped. Nodding in satisfaction, and Nan stepped into the cabin. The first thing to greet her was a spacious, bright living room. Besides the basic L-shaped sofa, a high-end stone coffee table, and a massive TV screen, there was even a genuine leather massage chair. It might not be as luxurious as Villa No. 1, but it was still far more extravagant than any ordinary living room. Past the living room was a dining area with a long table that could seat 10. On both sides, the dining cabinets were made from premium golden Nanmu wood, with brown glass inserts in the middle. And Nan could already imagine how beautiful high-end tableware would look behind those glass doors. Further in, there was a spacious kitchen and a small bathroom. Every possible function was accounted for. Down in the lower deck was the luxurious master bedroom. The bedding was top-notch, and the huge porthole on the side meant that once the yacht was in the water, the view outside would be pure ocean, a true luxury sea view suite. There was even a small walk-in closet and a bathroom. This bathroom was much larger than the one she'd just seen, and even had a jacuzzi. Besides the master bedroom, the yacht had 4 more guest rooms, 2 with double beds and 2 with twin beds. Each room was nicely appointed and had its own small bathroom. On top of that, there was a small gym, a game room, and a home theater. And Nan couldn't help but sigh, with this yacht and the supplies in our space, we could totally live in seclusion at sea. Gu Jiu curled his lips. If you want to, we can do it anytime. And Nan thought for a moment, then shook her head. Forget it, I think I'd get lonely. Gu Jiu raised an eyebrow. You'd be lonely with me around? And Nan teased him on purpose. You're not my whole world, you know. Sensing the drop in mood beside her, she quickly added, there's still Sister Peipei, Zhao Ping'an, Aunt Hu, and the others. And your assistant Long, are you never going to see him again? Gu Jiu pinched her cheek. Stop talking or you'll get yourself in trouble. And Nan rolled her eyes. I'd like to see you try. Chatting as they went, the two of them arrived at the indoor helm. Here, there were 2 generators, 2 gyroscopes, and 2 desalination units. And Nan poked around, finally stopping at the control panel. Apart from the steering wheel, she had no idea what all those buttons did. Just looking at them made her dizzy. She turned to Gu Jiu. You know how to drive this thing, right? Gu Jiu thought for a moment. More or less. I can handle the basics. I'll figure out the complicated stuff as I go. And Nan nodded. That settled it. She'd handle the cars and leave the planes and boats to the man of the house. The 3 little ones, bored indoors, had already dashed up to the top deck. And Nan and Gu Jiu strolled up as well, arriving at the outdoor flybridge. Besides the outdoor helm, there was also a space perfect for parties. And Nan couldn't help but picture a warm, cozy scene. Gu Jiu steering the yacht, her sipping wine at the bar and chatting with him, Fugue dog paddling in the pool, and Tug and Laifu lazily sunbathing on the deck. Oh my, this was just too blissful. This wasn't just a yacht, it was a floating villa, their warm, happy home. The yacht was so big that just touring all the rooms took them quite a while. Even though Anan had grown up wealthy, this was the first time she'd experienced a yacht this extravagant. She also realized, once again, the difference between being rich and being truly wealthy. And Xingya had bought yachts before, and their family often went yachting on seaside vacations. But most rich families only bought small yachts, just big enough for family and friends to relax and have fun at sea. Who else but Gu Jiu would buy something this outrageous? A yacht so big it was practically a small cruise ship. After finishing the tour, Anan put the yacht away into her storage space. Then, thinking of the Marauder and Bugatti she'd just collected, she couldn't help but ask Gujiu, "You've got so many cool toys here in the South City. How come in Limbay City you only had the Night 15 and a helicopter? Logically, you'd expect to have even more good stuff at your main residence." Gujiu replied, "Limbay City isn't by the sea, so there's no yacht." He paused, then added, "But I do have more cars there. Rolls-Royce, Aston Martin, Bentley, Maybach, Lamborghini, way too many to remember. They're all parked in my private underground garage." Underground garage? Suddenly Anan understood why she'd never seen his other luxury cars. She clutched her chest in mock agony. "They all got flooded during the disaster, didn't they?" Gujiu nodded. Not every car was as lucky as the Night 15 and the Hummer. One happened to be on the rooftop, the other at the hillside villa. But even those two didn't survive. One was stolen, taken early by his wife, and the other was totaled during the earthquake. Anan looked around, puzzled. "But this place is underground too. How come it never got flooded?" All the food and daily necessities in the warehouse looked brand new, with no sign of water damage. The two cars and the yacht were also perfectly preserved, barely even dusty. She asked in surprise, "Didn't the South City have floods?" Gujiu explained, "We had heavy rain here too. When the internet and cell service were still up, there were reports online." Anan remembered seeing posts about the heavy rain on Weibo. "Then how come all this stuff?" Gujiu said, "Because we're so close to the sea. When they built this underground warehouse, they used top-tier waterproofing materials used for building undersea structures. But the parking garage in Limbay was just a regular building. Even with waterproofing, it couldn't withstand a super flood that submerged 7 floors." Anan nodded, then suddenly thought of something. "What about the G-Wagon?" It hadn't been stored in the warehouse. Gujiu realized too, frowning. "It probably got soaked. You'd better take it out and toss it. Flooded cars aren't safe." Anan quickly took the G-Wagon out of her storage and checked it over. The seats and floor mats were water-stained, and some metal parts under the chassis and in the engine bay were rusted, definitely a flood-damaged car. Anan frowned. No wonder it was so filthy. "I thought it was just from sitting too long, but it turns out it was soaked in dirty water. I didn't even check it carefully before." Flood-damaged cars are a safety hazard, no matter how nice they are. She decisively left the car there and didn't put it back into storage. Luckily, she already had the Night 15, the Paramount Marauder, the Bugatti Veyron, and a luxury yacht. Losing a G-Wagon wasn't the end of the world. Anan took one last look at the black car sitting all alone, then turned to leave when she suddenly noticed a button on the wall of the room. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "There isn't more stuff behind that wall, is there?" Gujiu laughed. "Nope. That's just the passage for moving the yacht in and out." Anan nodded. "All right, let's go." She didn't care how the yacht got in here. What mattered was that it was hers now. As they retraced their steps, she quietly sighed. "I really did land myself a sugar daddy." Gujiu couldn't help but laugh. "Now that you've got all my stuff, I'm the one relying on you." "True." Anan waved her hand generously. "Don't worry, I'll treat you well." The two of them joked and laughed as they left the villa with the 3 little ones. Because removing and installing the snow tracks would take time, Anan gave up on test driving the new cars and obediently drove the Black Knight, with its tracks still on straight to the sea. The coast was very close, just 3 to 5 minutes away, and they arrived smoothly. It was a small cliff with the sea below, though not high, just 7 or 8 meters. For safety, a guardrail had been installed along the edge. Unless someone deliberately jumped, there was no risk of accidentally falling into the sea. Anan and Gujiu parked by the side, got out with the 3 little ones, and let them run around and play. The lawn underfoot was completely covered in snow, and thick icicles hung from the guardrail. Fortunately, the sea isn't like lakes or rivers. It never freezes over, no matter how cold it gets. Right now, it was like a mischievous child, sending waves crashing onto the shore from time to time. Looking out, the ocean stretched as far as the eye could see, from their feet all the way to the horizon. Looking down, there was a wide expanse of rocks, with the waves crashing against them in a thunderous roar. Today was overcast and windy, howling gales and huge waves smashing against the shore, both spectacular and intimidating. The three little ones had never seen anything like this and were completely transfixed. Anan couldn't help but laugh at their stunned expressions. "Careful, your eyes are about to pop out." Fugue, Laifu, and Lord Rabbit didn't even acknowledge her, just stared intently at the sea. This was nothing like the urban floods they'd seen, no tall buildings, no street signs, no random debris floating around. The sea was clean, just endless, surging waves. The grandeur and beauty of nature is something humans can never truly replicate. Standing here, Anan felt her heart open up. She smiled and asked the three little ones, "This is called the ocean. Do you like it?" The three nodded in unison, eyes never leaving the crashing waves below. Anan smiled and sighed. "It's just a shame it's the extreme cold season. Otherwise, I could take you to the beach." Before the disasters, the best vacations were lying on the sand, soaking up the sun, feeling the sea breeze, sipping coconut juice, and watching all those six-pack abs walking by. She suddenly realized something was off, glanced to the side, and sure enough, Gujiu's face had darkened. "Are 8-pack abs really that nice to look at?" Anan shook her head vigorously. "Not as good as yours. No one's abs are as perfect as yours. Quick on the uptake." Gujiu smirked, about to say something, when suddenly the dog started growling uneasily at the sea. They both turned to look, only to see that the waves crashing against the rocks below had suddenly stopped. The sea level was dropping rapidly, and the water was receding at an alarming speed. "Receding?" Anan froze. "Is it low tide? But this is way too fast." Gujiu's face suddenly changed dramatically. He raised his hand and pointed to the distant horizon. Anan followed his gaze, and her pupils shrank in terror. "Tsunami. It's a tsunami." And Nan never expected her own jinxed words to come true so quickly. The nearby seawater suddenly surged away, rushing toward the distance and forming a towering, monstrous wave. From their vantage point, the wave seemed to reach the sky itself. At first glance, it looked like a colossal stairway connecting heaven and earth. It wasn't just the terrifying height. Even the width stretched as far as the eye could see, like a massive net sweeping over the city. Faced with this horrifying sight, and Nan, who was usually so decisive and ruthless, felt her legs turn to lead and her scalp tingle with fear. Gujiu recovered first, shouting, "Quick! The helicopter!" A violent wind whipped up, the salty sea air slapping their faces hard. Gujiu's voice was quickly swallowed by the roar. Fortunately, Nan snapped out of it as well. She deftly pulled the helicopter out from her storage space, and at the same time, stowed Night 15 and the three little ones away. Then, together with Gujiu, she hurriedly boarded the helicopter. It wasn't that they didn't want to hide in the storage space, but this place would soon be a raging ocean. If she entered the space now, who knew what it would look like when she came out? Even if they survived this wave, who could say they wouldn't be knocked out by another tsunami the moment they exited? Or worse, what if they emerged to find themselves in the middle of the sea, drifting helplessly with no land in sight? The thought alone was enough to make anyone despair. They had a yacht, sure, but in the face of such violent waters, even a 10,000-ton ship would be useless. The mightiest vessel was nothing but a leaf on the water, liable to be overturned at any moment. The safest place was the sky. Gujiu had already started up the helicopter. The engine roared, the rotors spun slowly at first, then began to pick up speed. A helicopter can't take off instantly. Only as the rotors spun faster and generated enough lift could they rise into the air. But the monstrous wave wasn't going to wait for them. Like a giant beast, it roared and bore down on the shore. And Nan had always thought the helicopter took off quickly, but now, every second felt agonizingly slow. As the wave drew closer, its height became clear, hundreds of meters at least. It was as tall as several 30-story buildings stacked atop one another. The light above and around them was swallowed by the wave. For a moment, it felt as if heaven and earth were shrouded in shadow. The rotors were still accelerating, but they weren't ready for takeoff yet. Gu Jiu glanced back and shouted decisively, "Back up, now." And Nan understood immediately. Gritting her teeth, she teleported the helicopter back several hundred meters at a time. The seawater had already surged onto the shore, swallowing the spot where they'd just been. The force was so great it ripped the railings from the ground and swept them away. A few seconds later, they'd retreated to the edge of the golf course. Any farther, and they'd be among the dense high-rises. Luckily, the rotors finally had the necessary speed, and the helicopter slowly began to lift off. The tsunami was racing toward them at an unbelievable speed. But they'd only just left the ground. Their altitude wasn't nearly enough. And Nan felt as if she could already see water splashing against the glass. Gu Jiu's hands gripped the controls tightly, pulling the helicopter upward as fast as possible. And Nan watched, half afraid he'd snap the control stick off. One of them was accelerating the helicopter, the other was teleporting upward in 100-meter bursts. The towering wave was almost upon them. Despite the cold, both their foreheads were slick with sweat. The next second, the tsunami crashed in, completely engulfing the spot where they'd just been. Their helicopter barely skimmed past the crest of the wave, narrowly escaping into the sky. The force of the wave slammed into the high-rise behind them with a deafening crash. The building collapsed instantly, every window shattering. The scene below was more devastating than a terrorist attack. The violent air currents buffeted the helicopter, making it rock dangerously. Gu Jiu fought to keep the helicopter steady, riding the wind and climbing higher. Beside him, Anan tensed up again, ready to stash them in the storage space at the first sign of a crash. Fortunately, Gu Jiu's piloting skills were solid. The helicopter climbed higher and higher, finally hovering safely above the chaos, out of danger. They looked down at the tsunami still surging forward and let out a collective sigh of relief. And Nan unclenched her left hand, only to find her nails had dug deep into her palm, leaving bloody marks from how tightly she'd been gripping. Gu Jiu, always attentive to her, frowned immediately. "Why so hard on yourself? You hurt your own hand." And Nan turned to tease him, "You're one to talk. Try quieting your heartbeat a little. The helicopter's engine can barely drown it out." Gu Jiu froze, then coughed awkwardly. She was right. His heart was pounding a bit too hard. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself, then glanced sideways at Anan, just in time to meet her gaze. Their eyes met, and both couldn't help but laugh. Once again, they'd survived a brush with death together. As Anan laughed, her eyes grew misty, and she suddenly wanted to hug him. But the seatbelt held her in place, so she could only sit obediently and reach out to squeeze Gu Jiu's hand. Only then did she realize both their palms were slick with sweat. No matter how strong someone was, no one could remain completely unmoved in the face of life and death. No matter how calm you looked, your body's reactions couldn't lie. And Nan's legs were completely numb. She figured if she tried to stand now, she'd probably collapse. She couldn't help but laugh at herself. But the moment she looked down, her smile vanished. The vast golf course was completely gone. The once golden clubhouse was now nothing but wreckage beneath the sea. Everything had vanished without a trace, as if the Goof family had never built anything here. The only proof this place had ever existed was the imposing Predator, the flashy Bugatti, and the luxury yacht safely stored in her space. Thank goodness they'd come a day early. If they'd arrived any later, all the supplies in the southern warehouse and those luxury cars and yachts would have been lost beneath the waves. That would have been a huge loss. And Nan patted her chest, still shaken. Thank goodness they'd gotten out of the underground warehouse in time. Otherwise, they'd be trapped down there now. Even though the warehouse was waterproof, and Nan had no desire to spend the rest of her life in an underwater bunker. She had diving equipment, but that wasn't invincible. As a non-professional, she could only handle depths of 10 or 20 meters at most. Any deeper, and her life would be at risk. This stretch of ocean was nothing like an ordinary deep sea. The swirling currents tossed up billboards and chunks of reinforced concrete. Any one of them could be deadly. The helicopter only had a few hours of fuel left. Gu Jiu didn't dare linger any longer. He quickly piloted the aircraft forward. Below them, the seawater surged endlessly ahead, devouring everything in its path. There was no telling how far it would go. They had to race against the floodwaters, otherwise, soon there'd be nowhere left to land. Sitting in the co-pilot's seat, Anan looked down through the window. The once imposing skyscrapers looked like toy blocks, ready to topple at the slightest push. The sea smashed through reinforced glass, instantly sweeping out anyone who'd tried to hide inside. From Anan's vantage point, it was like rinsing sand out of her sandals after a day at the beach, only now, the skyscrapers were giant shoes, and the people were fragile grains of sand, washed away in an instant, never to be seen again. The survivors had fought tooth and nail to live through the apocalypse, enduring torrential rains, extreme heat, thick fog, and bitter cold, only to be wiped out without suspense by a single tsunami. In the face of absolute power and fate, effort meant nothing. Even bodybuilders, musclemen, and champions of strength were as helpless as ants before nature's wrath, crushed to dust in a heartbeat. The once glorious South City was being swallowed by the sea, bit by bit. The forest of skyscrapers in the CBD, the bustling old apartment blocks, the ultra-luxury neighborhoods where each square meter cost hundreds of thousands, all of them, in this moment, were finally made equal. No matter how many supplies or how much food you'd stockpiled, it all turned to nothing now. Of course, it wasn't just Anan and Gu Jiu who had helicopters. The rich in those luxury neighborhoods had them too. In just a short while, Anan spotted several helipads. But unfortunately, none of those helicopters ever got a chance to take off. With the city's limited visibility, no one realized the tsunami was coming. By the time they noticed, the monstrous wave was already crashing down on them, leaving no time to start up the choppers. Anan and Gu Jiu were the first to spot the tsunami, and their helicopter was already close at hand, yet even they had barely managed to get airborne. As for everyone else in South City, there was no hope. Looking down at the devastation below, Anan felt a heavy, suffocating weight in her chest. She had lived 2 lifetimes and witnessed all manner of disasters, their hardship and cruelty, but none had ever shaken her like this tsunami. A sense of helplessness welled up inside her. She and Gu Jiu had only survived by sheer luck. If they hadn't impulsively decided to take the 3 little ones to see the sea, but had simply driven away through the city, they never would have noticed the tsunami in time. Their fate would have been the same as those below. When the giant wave hit, there'd have been no time to start the helicopter, only a desperate scramble to hide in the space. But then what? Time inside the space was limited. When they emerged, the city would be gone, replaced by a vast, raging ocean. The spot where they'd entered might already be at the bottom of the sea. As she spiraled into these thoughts, she suddenly sensed chaos erupting in the manor. A quick check with her mind revealed that the 3 little ones were in a complete panic. Fugue was howling at the top of his lungs, Lord Rabbit was pacing anxiously, and Laifu was flapping his wings and darting around in a frenzy. What was going on? They weren't even drinking the spring water, just crowding together on the lawn, losing their minds. Had they been terrified by the monstrous, sky-darkening wave just now? Anan hurriedly released them from the space. The moment they saw their owner, the 3 little ones immediately calmed down. Lord Rabbit stopped running around, Laifu stopped flapping, and Fugue stopped howling. All 3 of them swarmed onto Anan. Laifu even took a moment to circle Gu Jiu twice. Surrounded by the little ones, listening to their chattering animal speech, Anan took a sip of spring water and said, puzzled, quiet, one at a time. But as soon as they opened their mouths, they let loose a torrent of emotion. Wutu. Sister Nan, I thought you were dead. Oh no, Master, you're still alive? Your man's alive too? And Nan's face darkened. Thank you very much. We're still breathing for now. Fugue, his doggy face wrinkled and eyes brimming with tears, threw himself at her, sobbing hideously. I was scared to death. Sister Nan, if you died, I wouldn't want to live either. And Nan's expression softened. She patted his head. Don't be afraid. None of us are going to die. thinking about it, it made sense. The three little ones didn't understand that as long as the space existed, their master was safe. All they knew was that the manor was a place to hide from danger. They'd all gone in, but their master hadn't. That tsunami had looked so terrifying, it was only natural they'd worry. Especially Fugue, who was always the first to sense danger. He'd been howling like a wolf with worry. Lord Rabbit was the calmest. Seeing Anan and Gujiu safe, he settled down right away. Laifu expressed his concern to Gujiu, then turned to Anan and complained, "The ocean is too scary. It turns on you in a second. I don't like the sea anymore." Fugue chimed in, "Right? I take back what I said before, I don't like the sea either." And Nan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't know how to explain to them that the sea wasn't normally like this. The largest tsunami in recorded human history was only about 50 meters high. A world-ending, several hundred-meter wave like this, even disaster movies wouldn't dare show it. But thinking about it, what people really loved wasn't the sea itself, but the beautiful coastline. Since Limbe City was far from the ocean, and Nan had always loved going to the beach on vacation. She'd even wanted to give Fugue and the others a good impression of the sea. She hadn't expected to leave them with psychological trauma instead. With their master by their side, the three little ones quickly calmed down, obediently sitting in their seats and curiously peering out the window. Gujiu was still piloting the helicopter at top speed. Below, the sea had already swallowed an entire city and was surging toward the next. The helicopter was fast, but still couldn't outpace the floodwaters. The ocean chased them north with terrifying speed, soon engulfing an entire province, turning the neighboring inland province into a coastal one. Watching the sea continue its relentless advance, both Anan and Gujiu fell silent. Would the water keep swallowing up the land, all the way to their home? Anan frowned. That hadn't happened in her previous life. After all, she'd survived a year of extreme cold, and Bai Wenbin had said he'd lived through the eternal night. But there were so many variables in this life, she couldn't be sure anymore. Most crucially, the helicopter's fuel was about to run out. Another hour passed, and Anan simply put both the people and the helicopter into her space. While refueling the helicopter, the two of them took the opportunity to rest and eat. This time, with their owner nearby, the three little ones were much quieter, obediently drinking spring water and eating their rations. Anan and Gujiu each had a boxed meal with 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, and they ate a few bites in silence. Gujiu noticed she was eating much faster than before and reminded her, "Slow down, there's no rush." Anan, usually a slow and mindful eater, only then realized that in just a few minutes, she'd already eaten half her meal. She quickly forced herself to slow down. She gave a wry smile. "I keep feeling like I'm racing the seawater, so I end up eating in a hurry without thinking." Gujiu picked up the braised chicken leg from his bowl and placed it in hers, gently reassuring her, "There's no need to rush. We're in the air anyway. If we run out of fuel, we can always go back into the space. No matter how fast the seawater moves, it won't make much difference. We can just take our time flying." Anan shook her head. "That won't do. The time in the space is limited. Most of the time, we still have to be outside. The weather and the helicopter's condition are both unstable. We'll only feel safe once we get back to land." The weather was freezing, with turbulent air currents and cold fronts, conditions that made long flights in a helicopter very risky. They'd already had one crash before. But last time, there was land beneath them. This time, it was the sea. She'd originally planned to test how much her space had upgraded, but given the current situation, that would have to wait. If they stayed in the space for 8 or 9 hours, who knew how far the seawater would have spread by the time they came out? And if they used up all their time in the space, they'd have nowhere to hide if the helicopter had an emergency. While eating, Anan glanced at the yacht in her storage area. She'd always been confident in her equipment, but now she suddenly felt insecure. She'd thought that with the yacht, she'd be set for land, sea, and air. But now, it was clear that was far from enough. The yacht was too limited, it could only be used on calm seas. Before the disaster, It was a great thing to have, but in the apocalypse, it just wasn't enough. She needed something that could survive under the sea. Like a submarine. With that, she'd truly have land, sea, and air covered. Gu Jiu saw her biting her chopsticks, frowning in thought, and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Anan snapped back to reality and looked at him. "Where do you think we could get a submarine?" Gu Jiu answered without hesitation, "The government." That was exactly what Anan had been thinking, and she sighed. That won't be easy. She couldn't help but grumble, "You're so rich. Why didn't you get a submarine before?" Gu Jiu chuckled. "I never needed one." Linbei City wasn't by the sea, and he never had any particular urge to explore the ocean. What would he do with a submarine? Anan pouted, realizing her question was a bit unreasonable. How could he have known the world would end? He'd already been lucky to stockpile 3 warehouses of supplies. Gu Jiu noticed her disappointment and smiled. "It's fine if we don't have one. We can just buy one." Anan raised her eyebrows. "Buy one?" Gu Jiu nodded confidently. "Most things in this world can be bought with money." He paused, then added, "Even with the government, it's the same." Anan's eyes lit up. That's right, this man had even carved out an autonomous zone in the official base with his fuel reserves. Clearly, as long as you had enough to offer, there was nothing you couldn't get. The supplies she had in her space might not have been much before the disaster, but now they were enough to rival a nation's wealth. Anan's eyes sparkled. "Let's do it." Then she suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. The building materials in the Northwest warehouse. When they'd been storing the building materials, they'd discussed how scarce they were now and how they could be traded for something good at the official base. They hadn't decided what to trade for at the time, but now it seemed obvious, a submarine. Gu Jiu nodded calmly. "Exactly." Anan raised an eyebrow. "Did you already think of this just now?" Gu Jiu gave a soft and smiled. "Hurry up and eat. Don't stress." Anan nodded, picked up the chicken leg, and took a bite. She couldn't help but think to herself, there really is a difference between people. Even though she'd lived a second life and gained more experience and perspective, her mind still couldn't keep up with Gu Jiu. He was quicker, clearer, and more thorough in his thinking. That kind of gap wasn't something a single rebirth could bridge. But that was okay. Anan took a sip of soup and shot a sly glance at the man. After all, she'd already gotten this man. What's his is hers, including his sharp mind. No wonder people say marriage is a reorganization of resources. She'd gained not just the supplies in those warehouses, but also his intelligence, experience, and, of course, a very handsome man. Gu Jiu had no idea about the jumble of thoughts in her head. After finishing his meal, he rested his chin on his hand and watched her quietly. Anan blushed under his gaze. "What are you looking at?" Gu Jiu, clearly recovered from the harrowing escape and the exhaustion of piloting, replied in a good mood, "Looking at my beautiful wife." Anan's ears turned red as she glared at him. "Pervert. What are you looking at?" She told him not to say things that made her blush and her heart race. "Pervert." Gu Jiu was both amused and exasperated. "I'm just looking at my own wife. How does that make me a pervert?" Anan cleared her throat, quickly finished her meal, tidied up the table, and went back to the helicopter. "Enough talking, let's get moving." Gu Jiu smiled and followed her onto the helicopter. The 3 little ones, seeing their owner bored, hurried after her, afraid they'd be left behind if danger struck. Just like that, the 2 humans and 3 pets flew and rested in turns. Finally, after the seawater had swallowed up 2 provinces, it stopped. Maybe it was because the nearby mountain ranges blocked and absorbed some of the wave's force, or maybe the seawater had simply run too far and lost its initial momentum. In any case, it finally came to a quiet halt. Anan and Gu Jiu both breathed a sigh of relief. At last, they didn't have to rush forward in a panic anymore. Looking down, they saw the survivors who'd been huddled in their homes now sticking their heads out the windows in disbelief, braving the cold to see what had happened. They were far from the sea here. In the past, if they wanted to feel the sea breeze, they'd have to take a high-speed train or a plane. Who could have imagined that after a night's sleep, their home would suddenly become a seaside property? They hadn't witnessed the terrifying fury of the tsunami firsthand, nor did they realize that if it weren't for the distant mountain range blocking its path, their homes would have been submerged as well. All they knew was that the world had truly gone mad. Over the past few years of disasters, everyone had seen all sorts of strange phenomena, but for their city to inexplicably become coastal was something no one could have predicted. Looking down, Gu Jiu suggested, "Let's not stop here. We should keep moving forward." After all, no one knew if the sea would suddenly go berserk again. And Nan agreed, "Yes, let's keep going. Don't stop yet." The farther they were from the sea, the safer they'd be. Before leaving, Nan took one last look at the city. The people here were lucky. The tsunami had claimed so many lives, but when it reached this place, it suddenly lost its strength and became docile. She hoped their luck would last, and that the sea would stay right where it was. The helicopter gradually flew farther away. Although the tsunami had stopped, and Nan's desire to own a submarine hadn't faded. After all, in this damned apocalypse, anything could happen. She couldn't even rule out the possibility that all land might eventually be swallowed by the sea. They traveled onward for a while, and Nan noticed that Gu Jiu wasn't just heading north, he was steering them east as well. She asked in surprise, "Are we going back to Limpe?" Gu Jiu grunted in acknowledgement, about to say something, when he noticed the helicopter was running low on fuel. So they returned to their space, refueled the helicopter, and then he explained, "We're going to look for the eastern base." "Eastern base?" And Nan asked. "That's right. Didn't you want to buy a submarine?" And Nan had told him before that in her previous life, there were 4 major official bases: east, south, west, and north. So he wanted to check out the eastern base. Only then did Nan realize, of course, the official bases weren't just in the north, they should check out the others too. Let alone buying a submarine, even buying clothes, you'd want to shop around. Besides, submarines would only be available near the sea. There was no sea in the north or west, only the east and south had coastlines. The south was now completely underwater. Even if the southern base had survived by building an underwater city, there was no way the two of them could go searching in the sea. Not to mention, the odds were that base was already. And Nan felt a bit uneasy. The east is near the sea too. What if it got flooded by the tsunami as well? Gu Jiu had clearly thought about this already. He replied calmly, "The eastern base controls all sorts of resources in the east, but it's not necessarily built in a coastal city." And Nan nodded thoughtfully. That's true. The eastern region is huge, the base might not be on the coast. Even if it was, as long as they made sure it was safe, they still needed to check it out. Otherwise, if the northern base really didn't have submarines, they'd have to make another trip. After witnessing a massive tsunami, Nan felt it was necessary to prepare for the possibility that the ocean might swallow all the land. Each disaster was more outrageous than the last. At this point, nothing seemed impossible. After entering the eastern region, Nan and Gu Jiu switched from the helicopter to a Night 15 snow vehicle. The temperature at high altitude was much lower than on the ground, and in this extreme weather, the helicopter had already been running under heavy load for a long time. Besides, since they planned to trade with the authorities, it was best not to draw too much attention before figuring out the situation. If people found out they'd arrived by helicopter and somehow produced so many building materials out of thin air, the secret of their space might be exposed. So, whether for safety or to keep a low profile, they shouldn't use the helicopter any longer. In the days that followed, the two of them drove, stopping and starting along the way, traveling, resting, and asking friendly-looking survivors about the official base whenever they met one. At first, probably because they were still far away, the people in the nearby cities didn't know anything about an official base. It wasn't until they reached Panjwang City that they finally got some information. A man in his 40s or 50s, with a weathered face, exhaled a big puff of smoke and said contentedly to them, "Ah, this feels great. Brother, miss, to tell you the truth, I've been craving a smoke for over a year. Now that I've had one, I could die happy." Seeing that Anan and Gu Jiu didn't respond, he took another deep drag and then grinned. "Let me tell you, you're asking the right guy about the official base. I've been traveling for ages, heading straight for the base. If it weren't for this extreme cold, these old bones of mine would have made it there by now. If I'd gotten there, I wouldn't have to suffer like this, freezing and starving. And Nan, patience wearing thin, frowned and cut him off. Just give us the address. The man clicked his tongue. Young people these days have no patience. Back in my day, when I hiked across the country, if I didn't have patience and perseverance. Before he could finish, Anan pulled out another cigarette. The address. His eyes lit up instantly. He pointed north. Jishir City, in the neighboring province. Satisfied, Anan tossed him the cigarette. Jishir City? Perfect. The neighboring province was coastal, but as the provincial capital, Jishir City was on the far western side, not by the sea, relatively safe. The man, delighted, caught the second cigarette and carefully put it in his pocket. Beaming, he said loudly and earnestly, "All I did was answer a question, and you gave me 2 precious cigarettes. I really don't deserve it. How about this? Let me kowtow to you as thanks." With that, he actually knelt down and bowed his head twice with a loud thunk-thunk. And Nan was startled and quickly dodged to the side. Seriously, was this chatty uncle a bit too simple-minded? Gu Jiu was clearly startled too, frowning as he tried to lead Nan away. Seeing them about to leave, the man quickly stood up. "Hey, don't go yet. I haven't told you the most important part. If you want to go to the base." But now that they knew the location, Nan and Gu Jiu had no intention of listening further and walked away without looking back. Seeing this, the man grew anxious and, for once, dropped his rambling tone. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Don't go. Wait. I know people at the base. My brother-in-law is the deputy mayor." That one sentence was enough to make Nan stop in her tracks. She exchanged a look of disbelief with Gu Jiu, then composed her expression and slowly turned around. 2 cigarettes weren't enough for you? Now you're trying to scam me too." As soon as she said this, the man naturally felt the need to defend himself. "Hey, little sister, you can't say that." The man's nagging nature returned. "Those 2 cigarettes you gave me are worth as much as 2 gold bars before the apocalypse. How could I be so shameless as to scam you?" He pointed at his knees. "Big brother here isn't the type to take advantage of others. Otherwise, would I have knelt to you? A man's knees are as precious as gold, you know." Then he slapped his forehead. "Wait, you don't think I'm one of those spineless guys who kneel to everyone, do you? Not me. My family was strict with me growing up. I've got great character. Otherwise, how could I have married?" Before he could finish, Nan interrupted impatiently. "Get to the point." The man chuckled sheepishly. "Sorry, I tend to ramble." Seeing Nan about to leave again, he hurriedly cut to the chase. "My brother-in-law really is the deputy mayor." As he spoke, he took out a wallet from his pocket and opened it for them to see. Inside were 2 photos and a heart-shaped card folded from a 100 yuan bill. One of the photos and the heart-shaped card were so old and worn they were yellowed and curled at the edges, looking like they'd fall apart if touched. The other photo was a family portrait, relatively newer, but it still looked like it was taken 7 or 8 years ago. The man pointed at the family photo, which showed an elderly couple seated, with 2 middle-aged couples standing behind them. The ones sitting are my father and mother-in-law. On the left are my brother-in-law and his wife. This is me and my wife. He puckered his lips in pride. My wife's pretty, isn't she? And Nan studied the people in the photo carefully. The man on the right was indeed him, though his skin wasn't as dark, and he looked clean and well-dressed. The facial features were identical, but the vibe was completely different, like 2 different people. His current appearance was no different from a homeless person. As for the other 2 men in the photo, they did look like people in positions of power. That kind of bearing and look in their eyes couldn't be faked, even if someone wore the same shirt and jacket. The man kept rambling on the side. This photo doesn't really do her beauty justice. Here, look at this one. This one looks more like her." He handed Nan the other old, wrinkled photo. "How about it? Pretty, right? Don't get me wrong, you're a good-looking girl, but you're still a bit behind my wife when she was young." The photo showed the same couple from the right side of the family portrait, only much younger. They were holding hands, standing by a lake, looking to be in their 20s. The man looked full of youthful energy, a far cry from his current disheveled state. The woman wore a simple yet stylish trench coat, her hair casually draped over her shoulders. Even though the photo was old and blurry, it was clear she'd been a fashionable beauty. But compared to Anan's almost unreal, delicate features, there was still a big gap. Gu Jiu glanced at the man, thinking to himself, love really is blind. Where did this guy get the confidence to say his wife was prettier than his Anan? The man, oblivious to Gu Jiu's thoughts, continued showing off his love story. This heart-shaped card was folded by my wife when she was young. I've kept it ever since. She was so skillful with her hands. He rambled on about his wife while carefully putting the photos and the heart-shaped card back into his wallet. Anan waved her hand, a bit exasperated. I'm not interested in your romance with your wife. Only then did the man remember he was supposed to be talking about his brother-in-law. He hurriedly got back on topic. So, my wife's younger brother really is the deputy mayor of Jishur City. He paused, emphasizing, that's the man standing on the left in the family photo. I really am the deputy mayor's brother-in-law. As if aware that his current appearance wasn't very convincing, he explained, a bit embarrassed. Don't judge me by how I look now. I wasn't always like this. You can tell from the photo. Worried that one photo wasn't enough to prove his brother-in-law's identity, he scratched his head and quickly added, You're not from Jishur City. Otherwise, you'd definitely recognize my brother-in-law's face. He's a good official, devoted to the people, most locals know him. But Anan didn't follow his lead. Instead, she asked, If you loved your wife so much, why are you all alone, so far from home? The smile on the man's face instantly faded, as if he'd recalled something painful. He replied, dejectedly, She passed away 6 years ago. Lung cancer. He went on, I was devastated. One moment she was fine, the next she was gone. But now, I'm actually kind of grateful. At least she didn't have to live through this. Damned apocalypse. You know as well as I do, these past 3 years have been hell. One disaster after another, never ending, it's insane. Especially this extreme cold. Seeing Anan's patients wearing thin, Gu Jiu frowned and reminded him, Big brother, you're off topic again. The man grinned sheepishly and scratched his head. Sorry, I just can't stay focused. Then he finally answered Anan's question. After my wife died, I was so depressed I just couldn't stay at home alone. So I set out on foot. My wife and I both loved the outdoors. We actually met at an outdoor club. After we got married, we agreed not to have kids, just the two of us exploring the world together. We traveled, stopped and started, made money as content creators. It was tough, but we were so happy. We watched the northern lights in Iceland, stood on the Bosphorus and felt the winds from the Mediterranean and Black Seas, even volunteered as international aid workers in war-torn countries. The more he spoke, the brighter his eyes became. We were soulmates. My only regret is that there are still so many places in our own country we never got to see. So we planned to hike across the country together before we got too old. But then, just like that, she was gone. I promised her I'd live well for both of us and see all the beautiful mountains and rivers of our homeland with my own eyes, for her. So after that, The man's story was messy and disjointed, but Anan still managed to piece together what he meant. Simply put, after losing his wife, the man set out to walk across the country. When the disaster struck, he happened to be away from home and lost contact with his family. Instead of staying put, he kept moving despite the catastrophe, this time heading back towards home. Through radio broadcasts, he learned that his hometown, Jishur City, had already established an official base. You had to admit, the guy was pretty impressive. The man kept rambling, when people get older, they start to miss home. I figured, with a disaster this bad, I probably won't last much longer. But that's okay, everyone dies someday. Still, before I go, I have to see my family at least once. Otherwise, when I meet my wife in the afterlife and she asks about the family, I won't be able to say a word. She'd definitely be upset. At this point, he gave an embarrassed laugh. And honestly, I have my own selfish reasons. I've had a rough few years, and I really want to go home and enjoy a few good days. Then I could die without regrets. He finished his first cigarette and instinctively pulled out a second, but after hesitating for a few seconds, he put it back in his pocket. Look, I stopped you guys for one reason. Since you're heading to Jishir City, could you take me along? The three of them had met in the mountains outside Panjwang City. At the time, Anan had just finished testing the upgraded space, and with an hour left before midnight, she was kicked out of it. The test results showed that the time limit had increased from 8 hours to 11. Anan was overjoyed, marveling at how Gujiyu's collection-grade jadeite really was as effective as promised. It was the middle of the night, so the two of them and their 3 pets decided not to travel further. Instead, they planned to get a good night's sleep and set out again at dawn. But since they didn't know what dangers tomorrow might bring, Anan decided to save her time quota and not enter the space for now. There were plenty of caves in the mountains that could provide shelter from the wind. They found a small one, about the size of an RV, built a fire inside, and then brought out the RV and cranked up the electric heater, making for a comfortable and safe night. But to their surprise, just as they found a suitable cave, they discovered someone was already inside. It was this very man. His survival skills were impressive. Somehow, he'd managed to build 4 campfires in the small cave, lighting up the whole place. He was wearing at least 10 layers of thick clothing of all kinds, sweaters, down jackets, and even a rough homemade fur coat. The thick layer of fur looked like it came from some unknown animal, clearly crafted by hand. On top of that, he was wrapped in a sleeping bag and, quite professionally, had a polyester emergency blanket wrapped around everything. This blanket was really just a thin layer of foil, but it was a lifesaver outdoors, effectively preventing hypothermia and even warmer than a 20-pound quilt. When Anan and Gujiyu saw him, he was boiling instant noodles with melted snow, eating contentedly, clearly a seasoned survivalist. They'd asked him about the base because, after seeing their 3 little pets, he didn't show a hint of greed. That was rare. After 3 years of apocalypse, people had suppressed their appetites for so long that it was impossible to hide the hunger and greed in their eyes when they saw animals. But judging by the way he casually ate 2 packs of instant noodles in one sitting, he probably hadn't gone hungry much. After all, he'd spent most of his life on the road. His survival skills were top-notch. He even greeted them happily, saying that Fugue looked just like his big landmine. Big Landmine was a fat hippo he and his wife had adopted abroad. The man had a good impression of Gujiyu and Anan, too. They were well-dressed, generous, and kept pets, clearly not ordinary survivors. He grinned. If this were the old days, I wouldn't trouble you. But the temperature now is just too extreme. If I don't get help, I probably won't make it to Jishir City. I don't want to die in a strange place. Please, take me with you. I've got enough supplies, but I can't find any fuel or a working vehicle. He hadn't seen their car, but judging by their clean clothes, he knew they weren't trudging through the wilderness like he was. When Anan and Gujiyu didn't reply, the man quickly added loudly, "Of course, I don't expect a free ride. Once we get to Jishir City, I'll definitely repay you." He looked at them sincerely. "You're looking for the official base, right? Planning to settle down there? My brother-in-law can get you the best house. How about it?" The man was about the same age as Xingya, but maybe because he'd never had kids, he seemed especially youthful, always referring to himself as Big Brother. Anan didn't mind him, but still retorted, "Even if your relative used to be the deputy mayor, it's the apocalypse now. What makes you so sure he's still in a high position at the base?" In the apocalypse, being a big shot before didn't guarantee you'd stay one after. Anan had seen plenty of former bigwigs living worse than ordinary survivors in her previous life. But the man was full of confidence. "I know my brother-in-law's abilities. If he's not a big deal at the base, you can take my head." Anan raised an eyebrow. "That confident?" He nodded and pointed to the big backpack in the corner. "That's all the supplies I have. I'll leave them with you." If I go back on my word or can't help you at the base, all of it is yours. Do whatever you want with me. He was quite a character. Anan and Gujiu exchanged glances, then turned to him. Taking someone along is risky. Who knows if you... Before she could finish, the man already understood their concerns. He said cheerfully, "Here's the deal, you can knock me out and tie me up. Judging by how well off you two look, you're not after my scrawny hide. I trust you." Anan raised her eyebrows, then, under cover of her pocket, pulled out some knockout powder they'd used at the Shanyu base and tested. "I have some knockout powder here." Before Anan could finish, the man took the powder and dumped it all into his mouth. "Thanks, brother and sister. Sorry for the trouble." Anan was dumbfounded. He just ate it like that. Is this guy clever or just plain crazy? The sedative hadn't been dissolved in water. Swallowing it straight like that was a bit hard on the throat. Big Brother picked up his little pot, took 2 sips of instant noodle soup to help it go down, then hurried back to his sleeping bag, carefully wrapping himself up in a thermal blanket. He was probably worried that if Anan and the others left him behind, he'd pass out and freeze to death. Anan was a bit stunned by how smoothly he'd pulled off this whole series of actions and didn't react for a moment. 3 seconds later, she let out a small sigh. This guy was actually pretty smart. He'd shown his sincerity to the max, lowered himself as much as possible, and left her no room to refuse or bargain. He'd already swallowed the drug. If she kept arguing, she'd just seem less decisive than him. But was this man really not worried that she and Gujiu would knock him out and run off with his backpack? Did he trust them that much? Or was it just a gambler's mentality? Anan didn't dwell on it. If he dared to drink her drug, what reason did she have not to bring him along? So, using her backpack as cover, she took out a small bottle of ergotu and handed it over. "Drink this. Warm yourself up." Big Brother's eyes lit up. "Sis, you're so kind." He propped himself up, stretched his right arm out of the sleeping bag, and gratefully took the liquor. Anan just curled her lips, not bothering to tell him that the reason she gave him alcohol was because the sedative needed to react with alcohol to take effect. She wasn't about to trust a stranger so easily. Since this guy volunteered to take the drug, it was safer to make sure he was really knocked out. This was some strong stuff. Back when she dumped 2 small packets into a well, it had taken out everyone in the mountain base. This guy had swallowed a whole packet by himself. He probably wouldn't wake up for 2 or 3 days. Big Brother happily took 2 big swigs of the liquor, then looked at the half-full bottle. "This." Anan waved her hand. "It's yours." "Hey." Big Brother's face lit up as he put the bottle away. "Thanks, sis." He didn't forget Gujiu either. "Thanks, brother." Then he lay back down in his sleeping bag, wrapping himself up tightly, leaving only his eyes exposed, and cheerfully said to them, "By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name's Gondang, nice to meet you." He was a straightforward guy, so Anan didn't waste time either. "I'm in Meili." Gujiu shot her an amused look, then said, "Gu Yukai." Gondang nodded. "Brother Yukai, missin. Sorry to trouble you later to carry me to the car." He looked at Anan with concern. "I'm pretty heavy. If you can't lift me, let Big Landmine help. Looks like it's pretty strong. If it helps Brother Yukai, I'm sure you'll manage." Fugue, the dog nearby, let out 2 disgruntled woofs. "What's wrong with this guy? Why does he keep calling me Big Landmine? Is that any name for a girl dog? How rude. It's enough to make a dog mad." The man kept rambling on. "Actually, I'm a lot lighter now than I used to be. Back in the day, most people couldn't even budge me. These past few years, I haven't eaten or drunk well, lost a lot of muscle. I'm telling you, once we get to the base, you just wait to enjoy." This time, Anan didn't even have to interrupt him. He nodded off mid-sentence and passed out. Anan was just about to go over and check if he was really unconscious when Fugue stomped over, stuck her butt in his face, and let out a fart. "You're the landmine. Your whole family's landmines." It was a muffled little fart, not loud, but incredibly stinky. 3 seconds later, Anan and Gujiu were both pinching their noses tight. "And Fugue, did you poop yourself? That smell is lethal." Even the dog's two sidekicks, Laifu and Lord Rabbit, backed away in disgust. Fugue held her head high, looking proud as if letting out a stinky fart was something to be proud of, not embarrassed at all. Anan kept her hand clamped over her face and said, "He's definitely out cold now." No normal person could be unfazed by Fugue's biochemical weapon. Never mind that the dog had let it rip right in Nyogondong's face. Even Anan, 3 meters away, was about to gag. Gujiu, pinching his nose, said to Fugue, "Starting tomorrow, less stewed pig's feet for you. You eat too much greasy stuff, your farts are rotten." Fugue immediately looked unhappy, her tail drooping. Anan nearly burst out laughing at Gujiu's vivid description. "Exactly. That smell is like rotten crap stuck in your pants." Fugue was even more offended. "Is that any way to describe a lady?" She stiffened her neck, curled her lip, and barked a few indignant woofs. Anan rolled her eyes at her. "What are you complaining about?" "I think my description was spot on." She agreed with Gujiu and said to Fugue, "You really can't eat any more pig's feet. I stew them with soybeans, and too many beans make you fart." She paused, then warned, "Next time you need to fart, give us a heads up so we can hold our breath. Especially in the car, you have to warn us and get out before you let loose. No gassing us in a closed space." Fugue let it go in one ear and out the other, shaking her head as she walked away. Gujiu glanced down at the unconscious Nyogondong. "We really bringing him?" Anan nodded. "It's easier to get things done with a local. Having a middleman makes negotiations smoother. Even if he's useless, we're not losing anything." Gujiu nodded. "It's only a day's drive to Jishur City from here. He'll probably still be out cold when we arrive." Anan took the snowmobile out of her space. "Once we get there, we can check out the official base while he's still asleep." Even though they had an extra person, albeit an unconscious one, Anan decided not to sleep in the RV as originally planned. Now that they had a clear destination, and it was only about 20 hours drive to Jishur City, even with slow speeds in the snow, they'd get there in 2 days at most. Anan decided they'd set out overnight. Luckily, they'd already napped for 3 or 4 hours that afternoon while testing the space, so they weren't too tired. She and Gujiu would just take turns driving and sleeping. Once they'd agreed, the group got ready to depart. Anan, out of humanitarian concern, originally wanted Gujiu to carry Nyogondong to the back seat. But the 3 little ones disagreed, especially Fugue, who bared her teeth at Nyogondong. Even though the Night 15 had plenty of space, and they could all fit with Nyogondong in the back, the dogs were used to their comfort and didn't want a big guy crowding their ride. And Nan thought about it and agreed. After all, it was going to be a long ride, and she had to make sure the 3 little ones were comfortable. So, she had no choice but to stuff the man into the trunk. Anyway, Brother Nyo was already unconscious, completely out of it, so it didn't really matter where he was put. To ensure their own safety, and Nan even tied another layer of rope around the big guy, who was already wrapped up like a silkworm cocoon. At first glance, he looked just like a hostage. Gujiu, seeing how tightly the man was bundled up, reminded her, "Don't suffocate him." And Nan nodded. "Don't worry, I checked, his mouth and nose are exposed." And with that, the group set off. The whole journey took about 30 hours, and there wasn't a peep from the trunk the entire time. When they switched drivers, and Nan even went to check the trunk, Nyogondong was still dead to the world, not even his head had shifted. He looked so peaceful that Nan checked his breathing a few times, just to make sure he was still alive, before they continued on their way. They could have left this guy behind, but since they'd decided to bring him, they had to deliver him alive. Otherwise, before any business was done, they'd already have made an enemy of the base leadership. They said they were coming to trade with the official base, but in reality, the real deal was always with whoever was in charge. Around 8 in the morning, the car finally reached the outskirts of Jishun City. Gujiu drove slowly along the streets, searching for the base, while Anan turned her head to observe the view outside the window. This wasn't her first time in Jishun City. The year she graduated high school, she and a few classmates had come here for a graduation trip. The locals had been incredibly warm and welcoming. Order 3 dishes at a restaurant and they'd serve you 4. Lose something and a whole group of locals would help you look for it. Ask someone for directions and not only would they patiently explain, they'd even walk you part of the way. Because the experience was so good, the breakfast shop owner had enthusiastically recommended a bunch of tourist spots, so they'd ended up staying a few extra days. When she left, Anan hadn't been especially moved by the scenery, but she'd never forgotten how friendly and hospitable the people of Jishan were. Gu Jiu noticed her staring blankly out the window and reached over to hold her hand. "What are you thinking about?" Anan didn't answer, but asked instead, "Have you been here before?" Gu Jiu replied, "I've been here for business." He paused, then added, "It was a pretty pleasant collaboration." The partners were sincere, the project went smoothly, and the locals were very cooperative. Anan nodded. So it wasn't just her, Gu Jiu also had a good impression of this place. And for him to give extra praise was no small thing. The Gu group was famous, and this man was absurdly wealthy. Wherever he went, he was treated like a VIP. So if he went out of his way to compliment a place, it must have been truly exceptional. She told Gu Jiu, "I've been here before too, and I really liked it." Then she paused. "But coming back now, I bet it'll be a whole different scene." 3 years into the apocalypse, anyone who'd survived this long had no room left for hospitality. If they weren't out robbing and looting, that was already considered kind. The two of them chatted as they drove on. After a while, Anan started to feel something was off. "Ew, doesn't something feel strange to you?" Gu Jiu slowed the car a little. "What is it?" Anan frowned, looking out the window. After a moment, she said, "Don't you think it's a little too quiet here?" Gu Jiu answered without thinking, "It's too cold. Maybe people only come out around noon, when the sun's at its warmest." But Anan shook her head and pointed outside. "I'm not talking about people, I mean footprints." "Footprints?" Gu Jiu was stunned for a second, then his brow furrowed as well. She was right. The snow was eerily smooth and untouched. As far as the eye could see, there wasn't a single footprint. Gu Jiu looked around. Both sides of the road were lined with large residential complexes. Yet there wasn't the slightest sign of human activity. Even in this kind of cold, it was impossible that not a single person had stepped outside since the deep freeze began. He'd been so focused on the road ahead, watching for ambushes, that he hadn't noticed this oddity. Anan frowned. "Let's keep going and see." Gu Jiu nodded. "Okay." They kept driving for another 20 minutes, passing 2 shopping malls and several residential areas, but everything was the same. No people, no footprints, not a sound. The silence was almost creepy. Anan felt goosebumps prickle up her arms. Was this a ghost town? Had all of Jishan's residents died? Not a single one survived the deep freeze? That didn't seem possible. They had the 3 little ones stay in the car while they got out to check a nearby apartment complex. The snow inside the complex was just as smooth. Looking up, most of the windows were open. Anan frowned. Only during extreme heat would people leave their windows open. There couldn't be anyone alive in these apartments. No one could survive this kind of cold with the windows open. They did a quick check and, sure enough, there wasn't a single living person. Every room was covered in a thick layer of dust, and the windows were frozen open. It looked like no one had lived there for a long time. They also noticed that many of the apartments had been cleared out. There wasn't a single item left, not even clothes. From the looks of it, the residents hadn't all died in the disaster. It was more like they'd packed up everything and moved out. Anan's nerves relaxed a little. Maybe they all moved to the official base? 3 years of disasters had reduced the population to less than 1/10 of what it was. A normal-sized official base could easily accommodate all the survivors from an entire city. Gu Jiu nodded. "That's possible. Let's keep looking." They got back in the car. They'd entered the city from the south and drove north through Chaoshan District, the Economic Development Zone, and the East District. Everywhere was the same. It wasn't until they reached Puan District that they finally saw signs of human life. Or rather, not just signs, a whole crowd of people. Gu Jiu pulled the car over. and Nan sat inside, looking at the white chapel not far ahead. A crowd of people was converging on the chapel from all directions, smiling and nodding to each other as they entered together. The scene was almost unnaturally harmonious. From inside the chapel came the sound of a choir singing. When I am in despair, you send down your warm light, illuminating my path so I do not lose my way. When the world falls into sin, you comfort my wounds with your loving gaze. Repent, repent. Never again be a lost lamb. And Nan frowned, goosebumps rising on her skin once more. A pure white chapel, gentle and kind believers, melodious and graceful singing. It was a beautiful scene, but at this moment, it felt rather eerie. Having faith is a good thing, but after years in the apocalypse, Anan had seen too many believers, who once ate only vegetables, scrambling desperately for a piece of rotten meat, and people who regularly donated to charity fighting tooth and nail over a loaf of bread. Those who tried to save others were mocked as saints. People like her, who looked out for themselves, were considered the only ones truly awake. It was as if abandoning one's kindness was the bare minimum respect owed to the apocalypse. After all, when just staying alive took everything you had, who still had the energy to practice self-restraint, worship gods, or nourish their spiritual world? In a world where people would eat each other down to the bone, there were still those who insisted on worship and singing hymns? Gu Jiu was clearly surprised as well. A utopia in the apocalypse? Anan shook her head. The people in those utopias could live in peace because they managed to escape the chaos of war. But this apocalypse is a natural disaster. There's nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape. How could anyone avoid it? As she spoke, she frowned, wondering if maybe the authorities here had some special way to protect their people from the apocalypse. But then she shook her head again. Impossible. No matter how fast technology advanced, it was still limited. Even the temperature-regulating suit she'd gotten was still in the research phase, nowhere near mass production. To withstand the apocalypse, you'd have to give everyone a space artifact like hers and a temperature suit, then open the warehouses and distribute food freely. Otherwise, even the authorities couldn't protect everyone. Gu Jiu repeated, if something's this abnormal, there's definitely something wrong. He gave one last glance at the hurried believers, then started the car. Let's avoid this place. Anan nodded. Yeah, let's go. As their car pulled away, a few people about to enter the chapel noticed them. But they only glanced over before turning back to enter, as if their obviously expensive, fully loaded luxury vehicle was worthless, and true riches lay within the chapel. Through the rearview mirror, Anan watched the white building recede into the distance, feeling an indescribable sense of unease. Those people had looked at her Black Knight vehicle without a hint of greed, desire, or longing. Only warmth and peace in their eyes. It was a good thing not to be targeted, but she'd grown used to others' covetous, malicious stares. This armored car, which looked like a tank, would have drawn crowds even before the apocalypse, let alone now, when it symbolized hard power and access to fuel and supplies. She and Gu Jiu drove it instead of a low-profile minivan precisely because they wanted to subtly show off their strength. After all, when doing business, appearances mattered. But this was the first time her mighty, imposing Black Knight had been completely ignored. Even she, the first time she glimpsed it on a mountain road, couldn't help but look back twice. When they met again on the rooftop, she'd immediately stashed it away in her space. What kind of people could be so utterly uninterested in the fuel and survival resources represented by this vehicle? Gu Jiu glanced at her, then reached out to squeeze her hand. Don't worry. Once we buy the submarine, we'll leave. Anan squeezed back. I'm not worried. It's just hard to believe. She went on to share a little story from her previous life. Do you remember the lady who lived in Villa 20 on the hillside? She lived alone, a bit plump, with a kind face, always wore white traditional clothes. Gu Jiu thought for a moment. I don't really remember. Anan prompted. Her abusive husband died in an accident. She got a huge insurance payout, then won tens of millions in the lottery 5 times in a row. She moved into the hillside villa and even made the news. Gu Jiu suddenly recalled. I remember her. Quite a character. I think she was a Buddhist, chanted scriptures in her yard every morning and evening, often went to release animals, donated most of her money to temples for repairs, and even adopted a few children. Anan nodded. That's her. Famous for her generosity, treating money like dirt. She moved into the luxury villa district because her super lucky story got so popular, people tracked down her address. Lots of bloggers and fans would go to her house hoping to get some luck. She moved several times, but kept getting found, so she finally settled on the hillside. Before the disaster, security in the hillside villas was extremely strict. Fame or a huge following wasn't enough to get you in. Even celebrities had to have an invitation to attend parties hosted by Wei Yang or Young Master Yu. Without the owner's permission, no one, media included, could visit. It really was the perfect place to find peace. Gu Jiu nodded. She did live simply. Other owners complained because she grew vegetables and raised chickens in her yard. The hillside was the city's most exclusive villa area, but she'd turned her place into a little farm. Many owners thought she lowered the neighborhood standards. But complaints didn't do much. No one could kick her out of her own house. Gu Jiu hadn't paid much attention to it at the time. As for the Yu family, Old Master Yu was also a Buddhist. Given her good deeds and the company's public image, they wouldn't trouble her. With neither the Gu nor Yu families caring, the other owners had no choice but to let it go. The lady continued living her own way. Eating vegetarian, chanting, doing good deeds. Later, when her old house was suddenly demolished, she donated the compensation to a hope school and made the news again. Netizens joked she was the woman God kept showering with money. Gu Jiu asked, why bring her up all of a sudden? Anan hesitated, searching for words, then said, I saw her before I died in my last life. She'd gone through hell to reach the hillside villas, hoping to ask her scumbag father for help, but Xingye had driven her away. It was freezing, and she and the Bai siblings couldn't possibly walk back to the city, so they searched the villas for an empty house to shelter in. Of course, in the end, it was in that house that the siblings killed her. Back then, when they were going door to door searching for empty houses, Anan saw that aunt. As she spoke of it now, an indescribable expression appeared on Anan's face. I saw her come out of her own villa, walk to the corner of the yard, and take out a frozen leg. She paused, emphasizing the kind from a child. The memory was clearly vivid for her, and Anan described it in detail. During the extreme cold, a lot of people would shovel the snow in their yards into one big pile in the corner, and over time it would turn into a huge mound of ice. But her place was different. She piled the snow into several small mounds, connected together, forming a little space in the corner by the wall, almost like a natural refrigerator. And inside that natural refrigerator, Anan recalled the scene, her brows furrowing. It was all pieces of children. Gu Jiu, who had been enjoying the warm air in the car, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. The kids she adopted? Anan nodded, her face a bit pale. It wasn't like she buried them properly and then dug them up. She dismembered them ahead of time, like she was prepping ingredients, and stacked them there. I don't know if it was to save resources or for some other reason, but she even kept the heads. In the apocalypse, treating other people as livestock and eating them wasn't all that rare. But what made this so shocking and unforgettable for Anan was that it was that chubby aunt. She'd been a devout believer, a lifelong vegetarian who prayed and chanted Buddhist scriptures. Who could have imagined she'd one day eat people, let alone the children she'd adopted herself? Gu Jiu was silent for a long while after hearing this, clearly just as shocked. After more than 10 seconds, he finally asked, so in this life? Anan knew what he wanted to ask and replied, it's different this time. She seems to have died directly in the earthquake. Not long after Anan moved into the villa on the hillside, a massive earthquake struck, something that hadn't happened in her previous life. She'd paid special attention afterward. The aunt's house was now just a pile of rubble, and she never saw her or those kids again. They must have died. Regardless of how that woman ended up, what Anan lamented was I always thought that someone like her, who cared nothing for money and was so devout and kind, would be able to hold on to her faith no matter what. I never expected that even she would turn into something so monstrous under the torment of the apocalypse. As she spoke, she glanced at the rearview mirror. The Whitechapel was now completely out of sight. That's why I think, in an environment like this, anyone who can still hold on to their faith, it's really incredible. Gu Jiu was silent for a moment, then said, "Maybe what these people believe in is something different now. In different circumstances, what people pray for changes completely." As they chatted, they drove into another neighborhood. Surprisingly, this street was even livelier than the last. The road was full of people. All the snow had been shoveled to the sides, forming neat piles along the street. There was so much snow that the piles were thick and dense. You could imagine, without snowplows, what a huge job this must have been. At the very least, just shoveling the snow in front of your own door, like the boss lady in Qicheng, wouldn't have been enough. It had to be like those days in school, when everyone worked together, united, to clear the snow. Shops lined both sides of the street. Before the disaster, this must have been a commercial district. And clearly, even now, it was still a marketplace for buying and selling. Because of the cold, all the shop doors and windows were tightly shut. Goods were displayed outside like market stalls for the people shopping to browse and choose from. There was a wide variety of goods, all basic survival supplies: hot water bottles, thick quilts, instant noodles, half-eaten boxes of compressed biscuits, crookedly knitted scarves, you name it. The sellers sat inside their shops by the window, smiling, chatting with buyers through the glass. Buyers would negotiate a trade, put their food on the stall, grab what they needed, and hurry off. After all, it was too cold, staying outside too long could be life-threatening. But even though people kept leaving after making their trades, the street was still bustling. The lively crowd made the whole street seem a bit warmer. Even the usually unflappable Gu Jiu couldn't help but marvel at the sight. If this were anywhere else, like their own Linbei city. If a vendor dared to leave their goods outside and sit inside, everything would be snatched up in a flash. But here, everything was so orderly. The sellers looked kind and friendly, the buyers were calm and unhurried. Some even chatted and joked with friends while shopping. After traveling through so many cities, this was the first time Anan and Gu Jiu had seen such vibrant, everyday life. Was this really the same apocalypse they were living in? Normally, you'd expect people to huddle at home, burning anything they could find for warmth, clutching their supplies, and locking their doors tight. But this harmonious, friendly marketplace made Anan and Gu Jiu feel as if they'd traveled back to the days before the disaster. Not only that, but when the people on the street noticed their armored vehicle, their reaction was just as calm and natural as the believers at the chapel earlier. There was no curiosity, no greed, no desire in their eyes. They even politely stepped aside, pressed their palms together in apology for blocking the way, and made room for the car to pass. Looking out the window, Anan couldn't help but sigh. These people are so civilized. She couldn't help but recall a time before the disaster, when she'd been in a taxi one morning and passed a small street that had been taken over by vendors for a temporary market. Carts and shoppers blocked the road completely. Even though a line of cars was stuck waiting, some old ladies just stood in the middle of the street, bargaining with vendors, confident that no one would dare hit them, driving the taxi drivers to curse in frustration. By comparison, these people were even more harmonious and friendly than before the disaster. The two of them decided to find a place to park and then come back to ask around about what was really going on in this city. Driving straight down this street, it wasn't long before a small alley appeared. Anan and Gu Jiu pulled the car in and parked, then got out together. Although the alley looked deserted, there was just too much foot traffic in this area, so Anan didn't risk putting the car into her storage space. Instead, she instructed the three little ones, "You guys stay here and watch the car, and keep an eye on the Nyogondang in the trunk." The Black Knight was fully bulletproof and blast-proof, from the body to the windows, and weighed nearly 6 tons. As long as the doors were locked, there was absolutely no need to worry about the safety of the three little ones. Once the car and pets were settled, Anan and Gujiu returned to the street they'd just left. By now, the sun was climbing higher, bathing the little commercial street in bright light. Anan glanced around at the bustling crowds and picked a shop with the fewest people around to approach. As soon as she neared the window, the owner inside gave her and Gujiu a polite smile through the glass. Anan casually glanced at the goods on the stall and realized the reason it was so empty. The things for sale were completely out of season. Electric fans, sunscreen, mosquito-repellent bracelets, curling irons, all sorts of odds and ends, but nothing actually useful. Who would use an electric fan in -70-degree weather? Even if you wanted to, there's no electricity. This stall was as impractical as that guy who once tried to sell fur coats at the market outside Maple Grove community in the sweltering summer heat. But back then, that guy's stall was surrounded by people.
We're diving deep today, and remember, on this channel, we never leave a story halfway, we always finish the novel. If you appreciate the full journey, please like the video, subscribe for the complete series, and share it with your fellow book lovers. Also, if you want to support the channel even further, we now have YouTube memberships available. If you're interested in signing up for exclusive perks and helping us keep these stories going, just click the join button below the video for all the details.
Just give me anything and you can take it. She added, this stuff is useless now anyway. And Nan raised an eyebrow. You're pretty straightforward. She casually pulled a black hair clip from her hair. Will this do? The woman's eyes lit up. Of course. Oh my, you're such a nice girl. Giving me something so practical. No wonder you're so pretty, beautiful inside and out. Then she glanced at Gujiu behind Anan. And your boyfriend is so handsome. You two are a perfect match, just lovely to look at. Even though her compliments were over the top, paired with her sincere eyes and genuine smile, they didn't feel fake at all. If anything, they were quite heartwarming. Buying something here was like getting a full dose of positive energy. And Nan was about to put the curling iron into her backpack when the lady kindly said, take something else too. That curling iron is pretty much useless now, might as well keep it as a relic. And Nan waved her off. No need. I think it's fine. Then, a bit curious, she pointed at the items on the stall. Do you actually sell any of this stuff? The lady grinned. Sure. Didn't you just buy something? And Nan was a bit embarrassed, twitching her lips before asking, besides me, does anyone else buy your things? The lady laughed. No, not really. I haven't made a sale in days. That was pretty much what Nan expected. Then why do you keep the stall? Wouldn't it be more comfortable to stay home in this cold? The lady replied, this is my home. I live right here. And Nan nodded, so that's how it was. She was just putting out some things to pass the time. If she sold something, great, if not, no loss. Maybe thinking Anan was worried about her, the lady went on. Actually, I already sold all the good stuff. Now these are just the leftovers, so I'm clearing them out cheap if anyone wants them. Then, with enthusiasm, take another look. If there's anything you want, I'll give it to you. Haven't seen such a pretty, lively girl like you in ages. And Nan smiled, then casually shifted to her real question. Sis, can I ask? Is this place an official base? The area looked so prosperous and well-organized, it really did have the vibe of an ideal government-run base. The lady was taken aback, then replied, of course not. Official bases have gates, and you need an ID card to get in and out. It's so free here, how could this be a base? And Nan made a sound of understanding, then asked, so where's the official base? The lady gave her a knowing look. You're not from around here, are you? And Nan nodded. No, I'm not. I knew it, the lady smiled. Only outsiders want to go to the official base. Us locals hardly ever go there. And Nan studied her expression. Why? Is there something wrong with the base? The lady quickly waved her hands. No, nothing wrong. Just, nobody really goes. Then, as if realizing she hadn't explained enough, she added, before the apocalypse, would you just go hang out at the government building for no reason? And Nan shook her head. No. The lady clapped her hands. Exactly. Why go there if you don't have to? But isn't it different now? And Nan put on a puzzled look. Government buildings are for officials to work in, but aren't official bases supposed to be for people to live together and survive with government support? The lady frowned. Why live in there? It's much nicer to stay in your own home. At the mention of houses, Gujiu, who had been silent behind Anan, spoke up. Did you live here before the disaster? The lady shook her head. No, I used to live in the southern district. Anan jumped in. We just came from the southern district. There didn't seem to be anyone there. The lady looked as if that was perfectly normal. That's because everyone moved here. Then, realizing Anan and Gujiu were outsiders and probably didn't know anything, she explained in more detail. At first, everyone did stay in their own homes, but now almost all the survivors in Jishur City have moved to Puan District, that's here. She sighed. So many people died in the disaster. There used to be 10 districts in the city, but now everyone fits into just this one. And only about half the people here are locals, the rest are outsiders like you. Shows how much the population has dropped. It's tragic. And Nan followed up, there are that many outsiders? The eldest sister nodded. That's right, they're all from nearby provinces and cities. Just like you, they came for the official base. Supposedly, there's only one official base in the entire eastern region. And Nan looked at her. Then why haven't these people gone to the official base? Why are they all living here instead? The eldest sister pursed her lips. I already told you. Living at the official base isn't as comfortable as it is here. Who doesn't know how to seek benefit and avoid harm? Not to brag, but if you look at the whole world right now, the place with the highest happiness index has got to be our Puan district in Jishur City. Seeing she wasn't getting any useful information, and Nan had to change her approach. If everyone has coincidentally moved to Puan district, and even outsiders have settled here, someone must have organized it. She stared into the eldest sister's eyes. Was it organized and mobilized by the authorities? She and Gujiu had observed earlier that this place was probably the most densely populated area they'd seen since the apocalypse. In their own Linbei city, there were only 1 or 2 surviving families in each apartment building. Most of the other homes were empty. The whole neighborhood didn't have many people. But here, it was completely different. With the extreme cold, nobody could travel far, and there weren't any vehicles around, so everyone out shopping must be from the nearby neighborhoods. Judging by the crowds, it was even livelier than a regular market before the disaster. Clearly, the population density was high. If there wasn't some organization, how could all these people have ended up in Puan district together? The eldest sister waved her hand. It's got nothing to do with the authorities, it's... Before she could finish, a man who'd been listening in on their conversation interrupted. Outsiders always think that way. They believe that only under the unified protection of the authorities can they better cope with the disasters. They'd rather go through all the trouble, crossing several cities, just to seek out the organization. He winked at Anan and Gujiu. I used to think that way too. The eldest sister finally noticed the man and raised her voice. Brother Juan, out shopping again? The man nodded. We're running low on fuel at home, so I came out to look for some. The eldest sister smiled. You'll have to try somewhere else. I don't have any right now. The man waved his hand. You all keep chatting, I'll go on ahead. All right then. The eldest sister watched him leave, then pointed at his back and said to Anan, he's just like you, also from out of town. He's been living here for almost half a year. Anan asked casually, you know him well? The eldest sister grinned. Of course. We're all neighbors here, and he lives in this block too. The neighbors who live close by all know each other. Anan gave her a thoughtful look. The atmosphere here seems really good. Not like other places where everyone's on edge. The eldest sister beamed. That's because we all share the same faith. We're like brothers and sisters. Faith? Anan thought of the Whitechapel and raised an eyebrow. What faith? At the mention of this, the eldest sister perked up, no longer bothered by the cold. She opened the window a good 10 centimeters, as if afraid Anan wouldn't hear her clearly. Let me tell you, little sister, if you want a peaceful life here, don't count on the authorities. She grew more animated as she spoke. What are the authorities? Just people. No matter how wise the leaders are, they're still flesh and blood, still afraid of disasters. With this kind of bizarre weather, aren't the leaders shivering in the cold just like us? And Nan followed up, then who should we count on? Of course, we should count on. The eldest sister trailed off Mr. Easley, raising her index finger and pointing to the sky. And Nan had no idea which god these people believed in, so she just said vaguely, heaven. She almost wanted to laugh as she said it. She silently reminded herself, the eldest sister is a good person, hold it in, don't laugh, respect other people's beliefs. Besides, she wasn't exactly a staunch atheist herself, so who was she to mock others? Unlike Gujiyu, who, even knowing she'd been reborn and that the space existed, still firmly believed there were no ghosts or gods in this world, chalking everything up to some as yet unknown mysterious science. The eldest sister seemed pleased with Nan's attitude and continued, "You're close, but you can't just call it heaven. That's what ignorant people call it, and it's disrespectful to the god." God? And Nan suddenly understood. So you're Christians? Thinking back, that Whitechapel did look a bit like a church, except the cross on top seemed to be covered with a white cloth. The eldest sister let out a little cry and hurriedly corrected her, "No, don't say that. I don't believe in that." She took a deep breath, looked up at the sky, and shouted, "Jesus, Buddha, Yuanshi Tianzuan, they're all fake. Only the God of Light is real." God of Light? And Nan couldn't help but twitch her lips. What kind of god was that? She'd never heard of it. Before she could say anything, as soon as the eldest sister finished speaking, everyone nearby who heard her immediately looked over. Then, in unison, they all turned, stood up straight, crossed their arms over their chests, and looked up at the sky with devout expressions. They all shouted in unison, "Fushi." Dozens of people shouted together, the sound so loud it made Nan jump. Afterward, they all smiled, nodded to each other in greeting, and went back to whatever they were doing as if nothing had happened. And Nan felt goosebumps rise all over her body. It was like she was surrounded by a bunch of people who weren't quite right in the head. Gujiyu beside her looked just as uncomfortable. The two of them exchanged a frown. And Nan asked the eldest sister at the window, what were they doing? What's Fushi? As in the legendary Emperor Fushi? She knew Fushi. The creator of the 8 trigrams, one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, husband of Nuwa. Was this god of light they worshipped supposed to be Fushi? But their behavior was so strange. At that moment, the eldest sister explained, not that Fushi. They're saying Fushi Fu as in blessing, she as in west. It means the blessings bestowed by the god of light will come from the west. When believers say Fushi, it's to show reverence to the god of light. When someone mentions the name of the god of light, you must stop whatever you're doing, perform the sacred gesture with your hands, and greet the mother goddess in the sky. The West? Sacred gesture? Mother goddess? What was she talking about? And Nan's lips twitched. The eldest sister was clearly speaking Chinese, but when you put the words together, it sounded like complete gibberish. The older woman saw the indescribable look on Nan's face and waved her hand dismissively, not caring at all. You newcomers never really get it. You'll understand eventually. As she spoke, she put on a mysterious expression. Once you figure out why these disasters keep happening, you'll naturally come to trust the mother goddess. The reason for the disasters? And Nan raised an eyebrow. She'd lived 2 lifetimes and never heard of anyone who actually understood the cause of these calamities. This woman sure talked big. Gujiyu, standing nearby, couldn't help himself and, for once, retorted, "You actually know why the disasters happen?" The woman didn't catch the sarcasm in his tone. Instead, she replied proudly, "Of course I do. Not just me, everyone here knows." Everyone knows? Well, that obviously wasn't going to be a serious answer. And Nan and Gujiyu exchanged a glance, then looked at the woman. Let's hear it then. It's not really a secret, the woman suddenly sighed. These disasters, at the end of the day, are all because of our sins. And Nan raised an eyebrow. Your sins. The woman clicked her tongue. Not your sins, our sins. All of ours. As she spoke, she gestured at both Anan and Gujiyu, emphasizing ours. And Nan pointed at herself. You mean me too? The woman nodded. Of course. Then she glanced at Anan's face. But yours are lighter. It'll be easier for you to atone. And Nan almost laughed. What sins? And why are mine lighter? They were complete strangers. How could this woman possibly know how many people she'd killed or what bad things she'd done? Where did she get the right to judge anyone's sins? The woman, who had seemed warm and down-to-earth before, now looked like a half-crazed zealot. We're all sinners. Those without sin are up in heaven enjoying themselves. Only us sinners get cast down to the mortal world. This place, this is the hell from the legends. And Nan barely managed to hold back a laugh. If this hell's been here all along, then why are the disasters only happening now? The woman replied immediately, because the sins have piled up too much. In our generation, it finally exploded. Her tone was infectious. Think about it. Even here in hell, we humans can't behave ourselves. We keep on sinning. Of course the gods would get angry. Well, at least her logic was internally consistent. And Nan fell silent. If someone wanted to believe they were guilty, let them. She certainly didn't feel guilty. She'd always had a rule. I may kill, I may burn, but I'm never wrong. The woman could tell she wasn't convinced and said quickly, I know what you're thinking. Everyone's like that at first. No one wants to admit their own sins. But you'll understand eventually. She paused, her tone turning gentle. Since the God of Light brought you here, it means you're chosen by the gods. You'll repent and be saved, just like us. And Nan didn't follow her lead, but instead asked, So, what are your sins? The woman sighed. I have plenty. Cursing people, insulting people, greed, complaining. And Nan raised an eyebrow. That many? The woman nodded. Whenever I argued with my husband, I'd tell him to go die somewhere. And then he really did die in the flood. That's my fault. I committed the sin of cursing with my tongue. And my daughter, she always struggled with her homework, and I'd call her stupid. In the end, she really was stupid enough to be tricked by some ugly guy into marrying far away. Guess where? Africa, of all places. As she spoke, she seemed to realize something, crossed her hands over her chest, looked up at the sky, and whispered, Fushi. Please, Mother Goddess, forgive me for my foul language. After a moment, she continued to Anan and greed. My family used to run a food stall. I sold pancakes. My husband sold skewers. We made a decent living, tens of thousands a month. But I always complained it was too tiring, that life wasn't dignified. I envied my old classmates who married well and became rich ladies. I blamed my husband. I blamed the heavens. These are all my sins. That's why the gods sent down disasters to punish me. From her expression, it was clear she truly believed every word. But Anan just didn't get it. Arguing with your husband, scolding your kid, envying someone else's good life. Wasn't that just ordinary, everyday stuff? And for that, there were disasters? If that was the standard, then yeah, everyone was guilty. And Nan couldn't be bothered to argue about guilt or innocence anymore, so she asked directly, 1 minute you're talking about the God of Light, the next about the heavenly God, then the Mother Goddess. Which God do you actually believe in? The woman noticed her impatience and gave her a reproachful look. The Mother Goddess is the God of Light we worship. She's the mother of humanity. The heavenly God is the ruler of the universe, the husband of the God of Light. Gujiu couldn't help muttering, even gods get married? The woman's eyes widened. Watch your mouth, boy. Don't blaspheme the gods. As soon as the words blaspheme the gods left her mouth, everyone nearby turned to stare at them in unison. The friendly, welcoming expressions vanished, replaced by cold, blank faces that stared straight at them. Like ghosts. The sudden change was genuinely creepy. And Nan glanced warily at the bustling crowd, feeling a bit uneasy and instinctively wanted to reach for her gun. But she calmed herself. After all, these people hadn't actually done anything to her or Gujiu. She couldn't just kill everyone for looking at her, right? Whether it was out of respect for her good impression of Jishur City, or the fact that these people had treated her politely, she didn't want to start a massacre. So she forced a smile and said to the woman, You misunderstood. My man just speaks bluntly, that's all. Didn't you say yourself those two gods are husband and wife? The woman stared at her for a few seconds, then relaxed a little. This girl's attitude was pretty good, much better than those outsiders who'd come before. Those stubborn ones always called them crazy for believing in gods, though in the end, they all converted to the god of light anyway. The woman knew these two weren't believers yet, so she waved her hand. I get it, I get it. I just didn't explain it well. Then she launched back into her story, as animated as ever. The people around them turned away, and the street returned to its usual bustle, as if nothing had happened. It's because we sinners have committed too many sins in the mortal world that the heavenly God grew angry and sent down endless disasters to punish us. And the merciful goddess of light, our mother, in her infinite compassion, decided to give us another chance. She promised that as long as we truly repent, she will save us, spare us from disaster, and allow us to return to heaven and enjoy bliss. And Nan couldn't help interrupting her. Who told you all this? The woman replied matter-of-factly, why, the great goddess of light, of course. And Nan, you can hear the goddess in the heavens speaking to you? Was she sure this wasn't some kind of delusion or auditory hallucination? Of course, and Nan only grumbled this in her heart and didn't say it out loud. The woman waved her hand. Oh, I don't have that kind of ability. I'm just an ordinary mortal. How could I be worthy of hearing the mother's voice? It was the mother's messenger who told us. Messenger of the goddess? And Nan caught the key point. Who's that? Our leader, the woman said. The goddess of light sent him specifically to deliver her will and save us. He's done a lot for us. He's the one who guided us to live here, taught us to become better people, and helped us settle down and atone for our sins together. Leader. Only then did Anan remember to ask, what religion is this anyway? The woman once again crossed her hands over her chest and said reverently, the Church of the Goddess of Light. Anan. The only goddess of light she'd ever heard of was the one besieged on Bright Peak in Heaven's Sword and Dragon Saber. Church of the Goddess of Light? Never heard of it. From the name to the doctrine, everything sounded utterly ridiculous. She couldn't figure out why these people believed in it so devoutly. And Nan didn't want to keep talking. She was afraid if she listened any longer, she'd lose her own grip on reality. So she cut straight to the point. Since none of you go to the official base, does it still exist? Who's in charge there? The woman clearly had no interest in the official base and replied perfunctorily, oh, it's still there. The authorities are powerful, how could they just disappear? They've got plenty of guns and ammo, too. And Nan immediately asked, so where exactly is the official base? The woman pointed east. Over by East Lake Forest Park, inside the scenic area. In Nan knew East Lake Park, one of China's famous 5A-level scenic spots, with a long history and stunning scenery. It attracted countless tourists every year and covered more ground than many small counties. Now that she had the information she needed, and Nan was ready to leave. But the woman continued, as for the leader of the base, I don't know his name, but he's a pretty decent guy. At this time of day, he's probably in the auditorium, listening to the sermon. And Nan, who had just started to walk away, froze in place. She asked in disbelief, the leader of the base is also a believer in the Church of the Goddess of Light? The woman nodded. Of course. Why else do you think that base is still around? She leaned in, lowering her voice mysteriously. Because our mother allows it. And Nan and Gujiu were both speechless. The official leader believing in this stuff? No way. This so-called church, no matter how you looked at it, it sounded like a group for lunatics. It didn't even seem to qualify as a cult. At least cults hurt people or pose some kind of social threat. But this Church of the Goddess of Light just seemed to encourage people to let go of evil thoughts, live peacefully, and work together against disasters. Was that why the official leader joined? Or was the church leader actually someone sent by the authorities to win people over and maintain stability? Before Anan could finish pondering, the woman went on, if you want to settle in Jishur City, you can go listen to the sermon in the auditorium and learn more about us. She winked at Anan. Trust me, I'm a good person, I'd never hurt you. Then she added, mainly, I think you have very little sin on you. You're a great candidate to become a saintess. This was the second time she'd said Anan's sins were light. Anan asked curiously, what's a saintess? And why are my sins light? If cursing, complaining, and being greedy all counted as sins, she had plenty. She didn't just curse people, she killed them too. The woman pointed at Anan's face. Because you're beautiful. Anan was stunned for a moment and almost burst out laughing. That was the most ridiculous, shallow reason she'd ever heard. So being good-looking means you have fewer sins? By that logic, wouldn't his sins be even lighter? Anan nodded toward Gujiu beside her. His looks were practically demonic. She couldn't even compare. But the woman shook her head vigorously. No, his sins are extremely heavy, worse than most people's. He needs to repent and have the leader purify him several times. Anan twitched her lips. Why the double standard? I'm good-looking, so my sins are light, but he's good-looking and his sins are heavy? How does that make sense? The woman looked mysterious. Because you're a woman. If a woman is beautiful, it means her sins are lighter and her spirit is purer. Such women have the potential to become saintesses. But if a man is handsome, that's a sin because men often use their looks to seduce innocent girls. Gujiu listened to her twisted logic and couldn't even get angry. He just wanted to laugh. This so-called church leader must be a man. An ugly man at that. He was so jealous of good-looking guys that he came up with this whole theory. Anan was also holding back laughter as she asked, so what exactly is a saintess? The woman looked a little envious. A saintess is a woman with relatively light sins and a pure soul. She can become an attendant of the goddess of light and, together with the leader, serve the goddess in the mortal world. Anan teased, so does a saintess get to talk to the goddess, too, like the leader? The woman shook her head. No, only the leader is the goddess's messenger and can communicate with her. Saintesses are just the goddess's servants. They help the leader and do support work. She paused, then emphasized, even though saintesses can't talk to the goddess for now, once they return to the heavenly home, they'll get special privileges. It's not like us ordinary people. Anan finally couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. There's special treatment in heaven too? That's not special treatment. The woman raised her voice, clearly annoyed by Anan's sudden laughter. After a few seconds, she explained, you've seen Journey to the West, right? The status of the Grand White Star is not the same as the random soldiers guarding the South Heaven Gate, is it? Anan pretended to suddenly understand. So, who are your current saintesses? The woman replied, there are a lot, about 100 or so. Anan raised her eyebrows. All beauties. The woman nodded. All beauties. Anan clicked her tongue. Something about this didn't seem right. Saintess. What an impressive title, but how could there possibly be over 100 of them? Since when does any family have so many saintesses? Throughout history, whether it's righteous sects or evil cults, there's always just one saintess per generation, passed down from one to the next. But the Church of Light seems to be running a saintess wholesale business. And also, Anan thought of something and asked, are there still that many beautiful women to be found these days? It's already been 3 years since the apocalypse. Even the most stunning beauties can't withstand the ravages of malnutrition and the pressures of survival. Dry, frizzy hair, bodies reduced to skin and bones, pallor from overwhelming stress. No matter how delicate your features are, you can't escape this fate. This isn't a TV drama, where a pretty actress just smears some dirt on her face or draws a few scars and still can't hide her beauty. The loss of vitality in the apocalypse radiates from the inside out. But the older woman explained, of course there are. Those with good facial features are chosen as saintesses, and after receiving the Mother Goddess's blessing and nourishment, they quickly become more and more beautiful. Anan was a bit surprised. That miraculous? If becoming beautiful were really that easy, why would rich ladies spend a fortune on skincare? Just believe in a god and be done with it. Could it be some kind of sinister beauty parasite or something? The older woman looked Anan up and down and said, just like you, your skin is plump and glowing. Then she touched her own face and sighed, too bad I'm too sinful to become a saintess and serve the Mother Goddess. From her expression, It seemed like serving this so-called god of light was more important than having a healthy, beautiful body. Anan glanced at her as well. Judging by her features, the older woman must have been quite attractive when she was young. But now, with age, sagging skin around her eyes and face, and so thin she was practically skin and bones, beauty was out of the question. Speaking of skin and bones, Anan now noticed that everyone here was extremely thin. Men and women alike, all with gaunt faces. Sunken cheeks, bulging eyes, if not for their thick clothes making them look a bit rounder, they'd look just like aliens from a sci-fi movie. It looked lively and peaceful on the surface, but honestly, they didn't even look as well-fed as survivors in other cities. Like Xingxia and Fang Yaoao, whom she'd met in Qincheng before, they were skinny from hunger too, but not to this exaggerated extent. These people looked like skeletons draped in skin. Yet their spirits were all high, everyone was full of energy. The stark contrast between their withered appearance and vibrant spirits was striking. Maybe this was the power of faith? Anan felt she'd gotten about as much information as she could from the older woman and prepared to leave. Before going, she confirmed, "If you're not a believer, can you still enter your hall?" The woman nodded. "Of course. Non-believers can come and go as they please. But once you become a believer, you can't." Anan was surprised. "Why's that?" The woman explained, "There's only so much space in the hall, so we can't let all the believers crowd in at once. We have to take turns to worship the Mother Goddess and listen to the leader's sermons." She pointed toward the hall. "Today it's Group 10's turn to listen. Yesterday it was our Group 9. Anan asked, "Puan district is so big, what about believers who live far away?" The woman looked proud. "You thought of that, you think our leader didn't? Of course there's more than one hall in Puan district. The leader has a car and goes around giving sermons everywhere. Don't worry. Once you become a believer, you won't have to worry about these things. Just listen to the leader and worship the Mother Goddess." Anan asked again, "Is that big official from the government also in Group 10? The woman replied, "Oh no. He's busy with official duties and has some privileges. He can attend sermons whenever he wants, no need to stick to a group." Anan, "Then how do you know he'll be there today?" The woman explained, "I heard someone mention it in passing when I went to worship yesterday. He's supposed to be there today." She paused and emphasized, "Even if it's just a casual comment, we believers never dare to speak carelessly." Anan had finished all her questions, so she said goodbye and pulled Gu Jiu along to leave. But Gu Jiu suddenly turned back and asked the woman, "If your leader told you to attack the government official, would you do it?" The woman didn't even hesitate. "Of course. The leader conveys the will of the gods. Whatever she tells me to do, I'll do." Gu Jiu glanced at her, said nothing more, and left with Anan. When they got back to the car, the three little ones rushed over, all smiles. Anan petted two dog heads, then reviewed the information they'd just gathered with Gu Jiu. So far, it seemed that everyone in Jishur City was now concentrated in Puan district and had joined an organization called the Church of Light. But the submarine they wanted was probably still in the hands of the authorities. Judging from what the woman said, the government still controlled the military resources. But aside from that, their other powers had probably been hollowed out. From the looks of things today, Anan guessed that if the authorities didn't still have hot weapons, there might not even be an official base left in Jishur City. But what she couldn't figure out was, if the government leader was already a believer, how was he still holding onto the military's weapons and resources? From the woman and the crowd's reactions, these believers were completely brainwashed, obeying the leader without question. Forget about the leader asking for things. If she wanted their lives, they'd offer them up to the Mother Goddess, without hesitation. So why hadn't the leader handed over all his resources and power? Could it be that the Church of Light was actually created by the authorities? Or maybe his faith was just for show, and he had other motives. As she was thinking, a sudden shout came from behind. "Oh my God! Why is it so dark? Am I blind? Hey, why can't I move? Anybody there? Help!" Anan and Gu Jiu exchanged glances. Nyo Gondang was awake. He really lived up to his name, tough as a bull. After drinking a whole bag of knockout drugs, he'd woken up in just over a day. Before he could start screaming even louder, they hurried over to open the trunk. Sunlight streamed in, and Nyo-gon-dang instinctively squeezed his eyes shut against the glare. Then he heard a cool, clear female voice by his ear. "What are you yelling for?" Nyo-gon-dang squinted, adjusting to the light, and finally managed to open his eyes. Only then did he see the two faces in front of him clearly. As his memory returned, he suddenly realized, "Oh, right, I made a deal with you too. Sorry, I was sleeping like a log and totally forgot." He stretched his stiff neck a bit, muttering, "Why am I so tired after that nap?" Gu Jiu stepped forward and untied the rope around him. Nyo-gon-dang sat there obediently, letting him do as he pleased, but couldn't help asking, "Why'd you tie me up and stuff me in the trunk? Afraid I'd run off?" "How could I run? My legs can't outrun a car." "TSK, I guessed it at the time, you guys must have a car, and sure enough. Wow. This car is impressive." Neither Gu Jiu nor Anan paid any attention to his rambling. Once the rope was completely off, they tossed his backpack back to him. "Your stuff. All intact." Nyo-gon-dang instinctively caught the backpack with both hands, but didn't bother checking his supplies. Instead, he circled the car, exclaiming nonstop, "My God, what kind of car is this? It's so cool. Looks like a tank. Did you modify it yourselves? Or is it some kind of ultra-rare, limited edition? I've traveled all over for years, but I've never seen anything like this. Shame on me, really. Wow. It's gorgeous." Because he'd been tied up for so long, his joints were stiff, and he staggered around like a zombie. Combined with his over-the-top exclamations, sparkling eyes, and drooling mouth, the whole scene was downright comical. And Nan and Gu Jiu couldn't help but laugh. This guy was just too funny. Meanwhile, Fugue, the dog, lay on the back seat with his head held high, looking disdainfully at the man marveling over the car. Humph. What an uncultured man. Getting this excited over a car. But soon, Fugue locked eyes with Nyo-gon-dang. "Hey, big landmine. Great, we meet again." Fugue immediately sat up and bared his teeth, barking loudly at him. "Who are you calling big landmine? Who? You clueless human." Nyo-gon-dang got a face full of dog spit and instinctively wiped it off. As he wiped, he kept muttering, "Hey landmine, that's not very civilized of you." Seeing the guy so shamelessly giving him nicknames, Fugue opened his jaws wide, ready to bite. "Just because I'm a dog, you think I'm Hello Kitty?" And Nan quickly intervened. "Fugue, stop." The dog, always obedient to her, immediately froze, not biting, but still huffed and spat more slobber all over Nyo-gon-dang's face. Nyo-gon-dang wiped his face again, grinning at Fugue, such a rascal. And Nan worried that if he kept rambling, the dog might really take a chunk out of him, so she cut in. "Enough talk. We're already in Jishir City. What's your plan now?" Only then did Nyo-gon-dang slap his forehead and look around. "We're here already? Wow, traveling by car is the way to go. Close your eyes, open them, and you're there. If I'd walked, it would have taken 3 years. In this cold, my legs couldn't." Before he could finish, Anan interrupted impatiently, "Are you still looking for your family or not?" This guy could never stay on topic. If you didn't rein him in, he'd end up talking about the Pacific Ocean. Nyo-gon-dang paused, then nodded vigorously. "Yes," and Nan held out her hand. "Then cut the chatter. Give me that family photo of yours." Nyo-gon-dang didn't really get it, but obediently pulled the family photo from his wallet and handed it over. And Nan glanced at it, then turned to Gu Jiu. "Keep an eye on him." Gu Jiu nodded. "Go ahead." "Go." Nyo-gon-dang looked confused. "Go where?" Neither of them answered. Gu Jiu stayed in the alley, while Anan took the photo and returned to the window where she'd just been chatting with the older lady. She needed to confirm the true identity of this so-called deputy mayor. If he wasn't useful, she'd just leave Nyo-gon-dang here and not bother with him anymore. The guy was way too noisy. Anyway, she'd already brought him to Jishir City. She'd done more than enough. The lady saw Anan return and called out warmly through the window, "What's up, girl? Can't find the way to the assembly hall. Anan smiled. Sis, I wanted to ask you something. The lady patted her chest. Go ahead. Ask away. I'll tell you everything I know. Anan smiled faintly. The people of Jishur City were just as warm, honest, and kind as she remembered from before the disaster. Even if they were a bit off now, believing in that weird cult, deep down they were still good people. This kind of genuine warmth was something people like the boss lady at Yun'in and could never fake. And Nan took out the photo and pointed at Nyogontong's brother-in-law. Do you know this person? Seeing the lady lean forward and squint to look, Anan added, he should be someone from the official base. Not sure if you've seen him. The lady studied the photo, then her eyes lit up. Of course. That's the big boss I told you about. And Nan raised an eyebrow. Big boss. Yeah, the head of the base, the lady said with a grin. Your photo's small and crowded, so his face is tiny. I didn't recognize him at first. She opened the window a crack and pointed at the man in the photo. The head of the base looks just like this, very recognizable. He just looked younger in the photo, fewer wrinkles, and his hair was still black. This must be from years ago, right? He looks a lot older now. After confirming, Anan thanked the lady and headed back with the photo. She hadn't expected Nyogontong's relative to be the head of the base. She'd thought at most he'd be some minor official or manager. After all, in the eastern region, there were plenty of big shots above a deputy mayor, mayors, military, provincial leaders, and others from different regions. No way a deputy mayor would be the top dog in the east. Turns out Nyogontong really did have some pull. Thinking of his endless chatter, Anan muttered, guess this old guy's actually useful. Achoo. She sneezed several times, then pinched her nose. Who's cursing me behind my back? Meanwhile, far away in Wuyue City, Yamamoto Kento sat in a hard-won truck, furiously honking the horn. Baka, why did the direction change again? Are they touring the whole country? Gao Daming was so rattled by the blaring horn that he desperately clamped his hands over his ears. Stop, stop, stop. Quit honking. Are you crazy? He shouted as he tried to grab Yamamoto Kento's ND, which was slamming down on the steering wheel. It took a while before the shrill honking finally ceased. Sweating profusely, Gao Daming glanced nervously around. Just a moment ago, he'd felt something was off and was about to take a closer look when Yamamoto suddenly went berserk. What exactly was wrong? At that moment, Yamamoto Kento suddenly roared again, Bakairu. When I find that damned killer, I'll make sure he pays. You couldn't really blame Yamamoto for losing it. They'd been through hell lately, suffering one hardship after another. He hadn't dared sleep at night, pushing himself to the limit as they chased the killer across 1,000 miles, only to be strung along like a dog the whole way. At first, they didn't even have a car and had to walk on foot. After trudging through snow for so long, their legs were nearly ruined. Later, when they finally managed to find a vehicle, they almost got killed by a powerful gang while trying to steal fuel. Just when they finally had a car and some gas, the killer's location started changing constantly. Because the distance was so great, every time Yamamoto used his tracking technique, it drained him immensely. Despite all the effort, they could never quite catch up. And just now, they'd run out of gas again. As the car sputtered to a stop, Yamamoto Kento finally snapped. So the guy who killed his brother was out there enjoying a cross-country vacation, while he was left chasing after him like a drowned rat. If even an uncle could put up with this, an aunt sure couldn't. Kill, kill, kill. After cursing in Chinese, he still didn't feel satisfied, so he let loose a string of expletives in his own language. Gao Daming didn't understand exactly what he was saying, but he caught a few words. Something about skinning, deadening, and liver, gallbladder, spleen, lungs. The gist was clear enough. He wanted to kill the guy in the most brutal way possible. Gao Daming sighed and tried to calm him down. Yamamoto, take it easy. We'll just find more gas. We'll catch up eventually. Losing your temper won't help. Honestly, Gao Daming had been the one in the worst mood at first. There'd been so many supplies in Qingqing, and gentle, understanding women too, but Yamamoto had dragged him out here to suffer, leaving him feeling utterly miserable. But as they got farther and farther away, he resigned himself to his fate. Since he was already out here, he had to find a way to survive, and the sooner they found the killer and avenged Shinji, the sooner he could finally rest. Besides, as long as Yamamoto, this powerful companion, was alive and by his side, he didn't have to worry about food or supplies. So, in the end, he actually calmed down. Yamamoto Kento, on the other hand, had been toyed with by Anan and Gujiu for so long, their whereabouts always shifting. After 2 big brawls, he was battered and bruised, both in body and spirit. The farther they went, the angrier he got. Good thing it was freezing cold. If it were the hot season, his wounds would have festered and killed him by now. After all he'd been through, he hadn't even glimpsed the enemy's shadow. How could he not be furious? Gao Daming ignored the still-raging Yamamoto in the driver's seat and continued scanning their surroundings. After a few seconds, he slapped his forehead. "I know what's wrong. Look over there, Yamamoto, is that the sea?" Yamamoto followed his finger and saw a glimmer of water at the end of the road. It was too far to see clearly. He replied with certainty, "That's not the sea. This is Wuyue City, about as inland as you can get. Even I, a foreigner, know that." "What, did your gym teacher teach your geography class?" Gao Daming ignored the jab, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. "I'm serious, I think I can even hear the sound of waves." With that, he got out of the car. "Let's go check it out." Yamamoto rolled his eyes. Boring. But he still followed. Their car was out of gas anyway. They had to get out and look for fuel. The two of them walked toward the end of the road. Gao Daming kept his eyes fixed ahead, while Yamamoto scanned the roadside shops, searching for anything they could loot, fuel, supplies, whatever. After a short walk, the sound of waves became unmistakable. Even Yamamoto was stunned now. He turned his head to look ahead and quickened his pace. What's going on? Soon, the sight of waves crashing against the shore came into view. An endless sea stretched all the way to the horizon. Both Gao Daming and Yamamoto were dumbfounded. Gao Daming said, "Yamamoto, I'm not seeing things, right? That really is the sea, isn't it?" Yamamoto replied, "It's the sea. If it were a lake, it would have frozen solid in this weather. Only the ocean could be this lively and unfrozen. But this place was supposed to be inland. How had it become a coastal city?" The two of them stood there in shock for a long while, until a few people appeared nearby, carrying inflatable boats and fishing nets. They looked like they were here to fish. Gao Daming immediately grabbed one of them and asked, "Excuse me, is this Wuyue City?" The man sized him up. "Yeah, what about it?" Gao Daming muttered, "I knew it. The sign back there clearly said, 'Welcome to Wuyue City.' There's no way I'm mistaken. But this," he asked incredulously, "isn't this supposed to be an inland city? How can there be a sea here?" The man glanced at his companions, who were already heading for the water, and replied impatiently, "The past is the past, now is now." With that, he tried to hurry after his friends. But Yamamoto suddenly drew his katana and blocked his way. "Answer seriously." The man's companions must have been a makeshift group, because when they saw him being held at knife point, none of them rushed to help. Instead, they quickly got into the water. The man's face turned grim, but with a blade at his throat, he didn't dare protest. He could only answer. This really wasn't a coastal city before, but a few days ago, a huge surge of seawater came in, and now it's like this. A sudden surge of seawater? Gao Daming listened nervously, scanning the area in case of a sneak attack. Just a few days ago, they'd been ambushed while questioning someone. If it hadn't been for Yamamoto's skills, he'd have been hacked to death. So, keeping a wary eye on his surroundings, he continued, "So what's the situation here? If there's a sea now, why are only a few of you out fishing? Where is everyone else?" The man gave a bitter laugh. "Like you said, this wasn't a coastal city before. Not everyone knows how to handle themselves on the water. This is the sea, not a swimming pool. These days, quite a few people have already drowned. The ones still daring to go into the water are all excellent swimmers." but the weather's just too cold. Usually, they only come out at noon, when the sun's out and it's a bit warmer than now. Gao Daming still eyed him warily. Then why are you out so early? The man curled his lips. Don't want to squeeze in with the crowd. Not only is it hard to fish anything up, but you're also likely to get robbed. Gao Daming glanced at the sea. Your friends don't care about you? The man looked that way too. What friends? Just neighbors. Bah. A bunch of heartless bastards. At this point, Yamamoto Kenji finally lost his patience and barked at Gao Daming. You. All your questions are useless. Then he grabbed the man and interrogated him himself. You. Do you know where there's any fuel? That accent. The man frowned, sizing up Yamamoto Kenji. Seeing the man not answering and just staring at him, Yamamoto Kenji grew furious. He shoved his katana forward, drawing a thin line of blood on the man's neck. Baka, answer me now. The man lowered his eyes. After 2 seconds, he looked up with a grin. I know. Of course I know. There's a gang in this city that has it. He pointed to a building in the distance. See that? The tallest one. The whole building is occupied by them. They've monopolized all the fuel in the city. If anyone wants fuel, they have to go through them. Yamamoto Kenji and Gao Daqiang immediately looked in the direction he pointed. You guys aren't locals, are you? The man studied their faces, probing, what do you need fuel for? Power generation or for your car? Gao Daming squinted at the tall building, answering casually, our car's out of gas. Oh. The man nodded thoughtfully. You two don't look like ordinary folks. Impressive. Still driving in this weather, huh? No one ever gets tired of flattery. Gao Daming immediately grinned. Why not? Just drive a big truck, that's all. As he spoke, he pulled the man away from Yamamoto Kenji's blade. Kid, you're still not quick-witted enough. All right, off you go. The man nodded and bowed, about to leave, but before he could take a step, Yamamoto Kenji called out, wait. The man froze and turned around. Yamamoto Kenji frowned. Have you seen any helicopters working around here lately? He paused, then added, one's from out of town. The man visibly relaxed, then frowned, thinking for a moment. Yeah. Yamamoto Kenji's eyes lit up. Tell me more. The man described the color and general appearance of the helicopter. After hearing it, Yamamoto Kenji immediately brightened. That's them. As long as someone had seen the helicopter, things would be easier. He'd been anxious these past days, worrying that maybe the other side had already released that strange bird, which was why his tracking spell using the feather kept going haywire. Now that he knew the helicopter had really passed through here, he was relieved. So they really were traveling all over the country. As bizarre as that answer was, it was still better than chasing after just a bird. Gao Daming asked from the side, when did you see that helicopter? Did it land? The day before yesterday? Or? The man scratched his head. Can't remember. It didn't land, just flew straight north. Then, looking at the sea, his eyes lit up. Oh, right. That helicopter came the same day as the sea. His eyes darted as he added, the seawater came in with that helicopter. What? Gao Daming's eyes widened. How could seawater follow a helicopter? Stop talking nonsense. But in his mind, he couldn't help recalling that night in Qincheng, when he and Yamamoto had searched everywhere for the killer, but found nothing, and then, in the middle of the night, a huge helicopter had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Gao Daming felt goosebumps rising. There were ghost ships at sea. Could there be ghost helicopters on land? The man kept insisting, it's true. Ask anyone, lots of people saw it that day. The seawater came in with the helicopter. It was a spectacular sight. Gao Daming and Yamamoto Kenji exchanged glances. This was just too absurd. Yamamoto Kenji waved irritably. You. Get lost. The man immediately turned and left. But Gao Daming couldn't be bothered with him. He grabbed Yamamoto Kenji's sleeve, a bit nervous. Yamamoto, maybe we shouldn't keep chasing them. There's something off about these people. Think about it, they'd never even seen what their enemy looked like. Didn't know how many there were, whether they were men or women. The only clue was a single feather. The helicopter and the tracking spell's signal would appear and disappear out of thin air, coming and going without a trace. The more Gao Daming thought about it, the stranger it seemed. What if the helicopter's full of birds? In fantasy novels, birds and beasts often turn into spirits. What if we've been chasing a bunch of ghost birds this whole time? Yamamoto Kenji shoved him aside irritably and strode forward. Enough nonsense. Come with me to get the fuel. Gao Daming followed, trembling. Hey, listen to my analysis. The man who'd just been threatened stopped, dropping his submissive act. He looked back at their receding figures and sneered, "Little Jap, I'll see you dead yet." He had no idea where to find fuel. He only knew where the city's most vicious gang was. He glanced at the distant high-rise and spat viciously on the ground. Time to play a little kill with a borrowed knife, myself. You like scaring people with knives? The Axe Gang's boys will teach you a lesson. The man stood there grinning for a while. Thinking of that little Jap's accent and arrogance, he still didn't feel satisfied. So he gave up on fishing, following the street in the direction Gao Daming and the others had come from. Normally, no one would come to the seaside for fuel unless their vehicle had broken down nearby. Sure enough, he soon found a big truck by the roadside. When he opened the door, the inside was noticeably warmer than outside. Obviously, someone had just been in it. He grinned. Big truck, out of gas, out of town plates. This is the one. He pulled out a small knife he always carried. It was meant for self-defense, but that little Jap had moved so fast just now he hadn't even had time to react before being subdued. Now, though, it would come in handy. Grinning, he stabbed the tires with the knife. Looking for fuel, are you? Let's see you drive now. Meanwhile, Anan had already made it back to the armored vehicle. Together with Gu Jiu, the three little ones, and Nyo Gondang, they set off toward the White Chapel. Nyo Gondang sat in the car, still marveling nonstop. Bro, this car is awesome. The inside's just as good as the outside. Miss, it's not that I haven't seen the world, honestly. I've ridden in all kinds of fancy cars over the years, but your interior here is really something. Fugue, sitting nearby, was so annoyed by his chatter that she let out a string of barks. Awo. Awo. Shut up. Bumpkin. Shut up. Nyo Gondang clicked his tongue. Man, your Dedile sure has a bad temper, always barking at people. Not like the one I raised. Let me tell you, mine was a real character. Sitting in the front passenger seat, and Nan couldn't take it anymore. She whipped her head around and snapped, "Shut your mouth." Nyo Gondang instantly fell silent, instinctively shrinking back in his seat. This woman was scarier than the dog. The way she glared at people, just like a lioness. He leaned back awkwardly and didn't dare make another sound. Only then did Anan feel her buzzing head ease up a little. This guy could really talk. In 2 lifetimes, she'd never met anyone so chatty. If she weren't worried about the 3 little ones in the back, she'd have closed the divider between the front and back seats long ago. She took a deep breath and glanced in the rearview mirror, just in time to see Nyo Gondang pouting, curled up in the back seat like a wronged panda. She frowned and, after a few seconds, pulled a bag of crispy sausages from her pocket and handed it back, her tone much gentler. You've been asleep for over a day. Eat something to fill your stomach. Gu Jiu, who was driving, raised his eyebrows in surprise. Nyo Gondang grinned from ear to ear as he Arie. Ched for the food. Thanks, miss. You're really good people. And Nan withdrew her hand, only to meet Gu Jiu's half-smiling gaze. She shot him a glare. Eyes on the road. Gu Jiu pouted too, but he didn't mind that he was being treated worse than a stranger. He understood Nan. She only bowed to money. If it weren't for the submarine, she'd never put up with Nyo Gondang's endless chatter. Sure enough, as soon as Nyo Gondang happily started munching on the sausages, and Nan casually asked, "You and your brother-in-law are pretty close, huh?" Mentioning family instantly perked Nyo Gondang up. We're not just close, we're like real brothers. He swallowed his sausage and started animatedly. Let me tell you, the 2 of us are just like blood brothers. Guoqiang even said, "Oh right, my brother-in-law's name is Song Guoqiang. I haven't told you that yet, have I?" His parents named him that because... And Nan twitched her lips. You're getting off track again. She really didn't want to hear another round about his in-laws. Oh. Nyo Gondang slapped his forehead. What I meant was, Guoqiang always said it's hard to make true friends after starting work. Old classmates and childhood buddies drift apart as life goes on. Only me, I'm his best friend. Of course, we weren't close at first. You wouldn't believe it, but when he first met me, he looked down on me in every way, thought I was tricking his sister, thought I was no good. Mainly, he's closer to his sister than even his mom. When he sized up his brother-in-law, he was pickier than my mother-in-law choosing a son-in-law. From the driver's seat, Gu Jiu noticed the vein throbbing on Anan's forehead and, amused, changed the subject. Brother Nyo, since you're so close with your family, you must have missed them a lot lately, right? Nyo Gondang nodded. Of course. If I died out there, I wouldn't have been able to rest in peace. Thank goodness for you too. And Nan shot Gu Jiu a satisfied look. Nice, he'd steered the conversation back on track with no effort. Nyo Gondang, for all his chattiness, wasn't oblivious. As he swallowed the last sausage, he said to Anan, Don't worry, I'm grateful. I won't let you go out of your way for nothing. When we see Guoqiang, I'll make sure he finds a way to get you the best place to stay. And Nan glanced back at him. We're not here to settle down. Nyo Gondang was taken aback. Huh? Then what did you come all this way for? And Nan turned back around, watching him in the rearview mirror, a slight smile on her lips. We just want to buy something. Buy something? Nyo Gondang didn't even ask what it was before thumping his chest. Just say my name, it'll work. And Nan repeated, You're that confident in your brother-in-law? How can you be so sure he is pull at the base? It's because I know him. Nyo Gondang sighed. He's got a real sense of responsibility. Just like those historical figures who loved the people like their own children. There's no way he'd just look out for himself. He'd definitely try to build a base and do something for the citizens. As he spoke, he fished out the cigarettes Nan had given him earlier, wanting to light one, but couldn't find his lighter. After fumbling around, he remembered he was in someone else's car and shouldn't smoke. So he just sniffed the cigarette and continued. When I heard the official radio say a base had been built in Jishan City, I was pretty sure my brother-in-law had a hand in it. Let's put it this way, even if he's not some big leader, he's definitely someone with influence inside. Nyo Gondang looked at Anan earnestly. You want to buy something, right? I have faith in my brother-in-law. Even if he didn't become some big shot, being a warehouse manager is a piece of cake for him. Just say the word. As long as it's not something impossible, I'll try to get him to give it to you for free. Consider it your fare. And Nan thought of the submarine she'd been dreaming of. Free? That was probably too much to hope for. So she smiled. Let's not talk about free for now, but you can at least get us a discount, right? Nyo Gondang patted his chest. Of course. You saved my life. And Nan smiled in satisfaction. Picked up a discount coupon for free on the road, not bad. So, what is it you want to buy? Nyo Gondang looked around, puzzled. By the way, where are your supplies? Other than a few backpacks, there was nothing in the car. Even the trunk only had 2 small cans of gasoline, no other supplies in sight. If you came to buy things, why didn't you bring any food to trade? Besides, even if we weren't planning to buy anything, there's no way we'd head out with so little in the way of supplies, right? Those 2 backpacks couldn't even hold enough food for delay, let alone the rest of us. And Nan replied calmly, Have you ever seen a rich guy lugging gold bars around the streets every day? Then she shot him a look. What, you want us to leave all our supplies in the car and just toss you out on your own? Nyo Gondang was stunned for a moment, then immediately looked apologetic. You're right, I do take up a lot of space. Sorry. I really am causing you trouble. Honest people are just easier to fool. And Nan accepted his apology without a second thought, then casually explained, We didn't bring all our supplies into the city. The rest are being watched over by our other companions. It was a clever answer. Not only did it perfectly explain why they didn't have much with them, it also hinted that they had plenty of other teammates waiting just outside the city. Since his family really were official leaders, they had to treat him as an official, too. They still needed to trade building materials for a submarine later, so they couldn't let him get suspicious about where the materials came from. Nyo Gondang just nodded noncommittally. He'd only met the two of them once, then passed out and hadn't been conscious since, so he had no idea how many companions or supplies Anan and Gujiyu actually had. He just asked curiously, "So, where are we headed now? Have you already found out where the official base is?" And Nan looked ahead. Just a little further, and they'd see the Whitechapel. She answered simply, "Not the base. It's a religious meeting hall. You'll understand when we get there." After a pause, she asked, "Did your brother-in-law have any religious beliefs before?" Nyo Gondang shook his head without hesitation. "No. He's a staunch atheist. His only faith is in his country." And Nan nodded thoughtfully, then reminded him, "Everyone in this city now follows a religion called the Church of Light." "That might include your family, too." "What church?" Nyo Gondang was stunned, then burst out laughing. "That's ridiculous." He waved his hand dismissively. Even if the whole world believed in that church, Guoqiang never would. He glanced out the window and sighed, "It's really lively out there." Then he grinned, "Are we going to look for Guoqiang? If so, there's no need to go to that chapel, he'd never be there. We should just head straight to the official base." And Nan rolled her eyes at him and didn't bother arguing. "Be serious. Keep a low profile when we get there, and don't say much until you see your family." The people here were so fanatical about the Church of Light that even a casual comment from Gujiyu earlier had drawn stares from half the street. Nyo Gondang was always loud and careless, with a joking attitude that could easily offend the believers here. She definitely didn't want any trouble before the trade was done. After a pause, she added, "If you say something stupid and cause trouble, we'll just leave you there to fend for yourself." Seeing how serious she looked, Nyo Gondang shrank his neck and sobered up a bit. He might be talkative, but he wasn't blind to the situation. He wouldn't have survived this long otherwise. This young woman might not be old, but from his years of experience, he could tell she was tough. Since she was warning him so seriously, he'd better take it to heart. He stared at the Whitechapel growing closer and couldn't help feeling a little nervous. The armored car stopped not far from the chapel. There was no one around, probably because the gathering inside had already started. And Nan hesitated for a moment, but decided not to bring the three little ones. She had no idea what the situation inside would be, but judging by the crowds going in earlier, there were probably a lot of people. The three little ones were big and unusual looking. Way too conspicuous. If they caused a commotion, it would be trouble. She gave them a few instructions and left them in the car. That was the benefit of having an armored vehicle. If it were just a regular car, she'd never dare leave the three of them inside like that. Nyo Gondang, meanwhile, followed behind Anan and Gujiyu like a well-behaved child, taking small steps. Anan glanced at his cautious, awkward manner and found it a bit funny. He looked like a big, brash guy, but he was actually pretty easy to scare. A few stern words and he was instantly obedient. The three of them quickly opened the chapel's main doors, but what greeted them wasn't the main hall, but a long, narrow corridor. Directly opposite the entrance hung a huge cross, but it was now covered with a white cloth. The fabric was thin enough that the red cross underneath was still visible. And Nan snorted inwardly. The Church of Light sure knew how to take shortcuts. Just throw a cloth over the Christian cross, and now it's their own church? How is this any different from hanging a cross in a Buddhist temple? It was completely absurd. They followed the corridor and soon came to a glass door. And Nan glanced inside. There were lots of round tables, like a dining hall. But there was no one there. The three continued down the corridor and soon reached another door. This one wasn't glass, but an old-fashioned wooden sliding door, the kind brides push open at wedding banquets. This must be the main hall. Standing on either side of the door were two women in white robes. Well, white robes was just a layer of white cloth wrapped over their thick, bulky clothes. And Nan noticed these two women were very different from the gaunt survivors outside. Their faces were round and full, their cheeks rosy, their skin fair and glowing. Not only that, but their features were delicate, They were rare beauties in the apocalypse. And Nan immediately thought of the saints that older woman had mentioned earlier. These must be them. The two women quickly noticed the three of them. Making a shushing gesture, they hurried over and greeted them softly. Fushi. Nyogondang frowned at their strange gesture, arms crossed over their chests in a bow. And Nan and Gujiu were already used to the weird rituals here and replied directly, Fushi. This is our first time here. The two women immediately smiled warmly. Welcome home. Then they cheerfully opened the doors. The three of them looked inside and were instantly stunned by what they saw. The field, about the size of a soccer pitch, was packed with people standing shoulder to shoulder. Only a small open space remained in the center, where a large homemade iron stove stood, burning wood and all sorts of other flammable odds and ends for warmth. But that little bit of heating was clearly nowhere near enough for such a huge space. The room was still bitterly cold, with thick frost covering the tightly shut windows. Yet the people inside seemed completely unaffected by the temperature. They stood quietly and uniformly in place, as if the cold didn't touch them at all. Each person was standing on their right leg, left knee bent, left foot pressed against the inside of their right thigh. Both arms were raised high above their heads, palms pressed together, holding a difficult and rather strange pose. Even though they were all shivering from the cold, not a single one changed their posture. With so many people, the scene was quite a spectacle at first glance. On a raised platform at the front stood 7 women dressed in white robes, facing the congregation below and holding the same pose. The woman in the very center wore a small teacher's microphone around her neck, her voice gentle as she gave instructions. Together with us, inhale. Exhale. Inhale again. Don't let your knees collapse inward. Feel the breath in your body flow from the crown of your head back down to your dantian. What are they doing? Yoga? And Nan watched, secretly amazed. How were these people managing to stand so steadily on one leg and pull off such a difficult pose, all while bundled up in so many layers? And when the 3 of them entered just now, with all the noise from opening and closing the door, not a single person turned to look. Not even a reflexive glance. That really didn't fit the usual Chinese love of a good spectacle. Although Anan found it odd, she kept her expression neutral and walked inside alongside Gujiu, who also looked completely unfazed. Unlike the calm Anan and Gujiu, Nyogondang instinctively took a step back at the sight before him. He tugged gently at Gujiu's sleeve, leaned in, and whispered, Bro, doesn't this place seem a bit creepy to you? Maybe we should just... Before he could finish, Anan turned and shot him a cool look, putting her finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. Nyogondang shrank back, falling silent and obediently standing behind them. With these two here, he figured he'd just hide in the back and keep quiet. They hadn't even brought the fierce protector Delele with them, which showed how little they thought of this place. The 2 girls who'd been guarding the door led the 3 of them to an empty spot in the very back row, then handed over 3 thick square cloth pads, gesturing for them to sit down. And Nan glanced at the cloths. They were just small pieces of curtain fabric, folded several times and sewn around the edges to hold them together. Everyone else had one by their feet too. Judging by the size, they were meant to be used as seat cushions. The floor was freezing, practically no different from sitting on ice. Without a cushion, it would be unbearable, especially for a girl like Anan. Getting chilled from below was no joke. But looking at the dirty, stained cushions, Anan couldn't help but feel a bit disgusted. Normally, a church wouldn't be short of benches. Had they chopped up all the pews for firewood? Now everyone was sitting on the floor instead. Of course, maybe it was just to make it easier to stand up and do those weird poses. In the short time they'd been there, the people up front had already switched to 2 more difficult poses under the guidance of the women in white. And Nan looked down at the cushion in the girl's hand. Given the situation, she couldn't just pull 2 thick seat pads out of her backpack, it would look too suspicious. So she reluctantly took the dirty cushion, set it on the ground, and, using her backpack as cover, pulled 2 old towels from her storage space. She handed one to Gujiu, and the 2 of them sat down on the towels atop the cushions. Dang, not one to fuss about dirt, followed their example and sat cross-legged on the floor. Seeing the three of them settled, the two girls in white quietly reminded them, since it's your first time here, you don't have to practice the light divine technique. Just sit here quietly and wait for the leader's sermon. With that, they left and returned to their post at the door. Light divine technique? Anan raised an eyebrow and looked around. She'd thought these people were just doing yoga for health. After all, their starting pose looked exactly like the tree pose from yoga. She'd heard from the woman selling goods earlier that this light divine sect was always encouraging people to be kind and to build a positive mindset, so she'd assumed these exercises were just another way to cultivate both body and mind. Turns out she'd overestimated this cult. They couldn't even come up with their own moves for their practice. They had to steal from yoga. And now they were guiding followers to move their breath around, making things up as they went along, without any concern for the harm it might cause. She wasn't religious, but she did believe in traditional Chinese medicine, and she practiced Bajuanjin and the 8 pieces of brocade to keep herself healthy. Specific movements coordinated with breathing could indeed harmonize qi and blood, strengthen bones, and clear the meridians, real benefits for the body. But those were the fruits of generations of wisdom, not something you could just cobble together and expect to work. If you practiced recklessly, it could easily backfire and do more harm than good. As if on cue, just as Anan was mentally criticizing this half-baked yoga, she saw the group shift from static poses to dynamic movements. The woman in white, still speaking gently, said, "Cross your hands, raise them above your head, palms up, and push upward with force. Breathe rapidly in and out. Hold your breath, open your hands, palms down, and slowly lower them along your sides. Take 3 deep, forceful breaths. Feel your abdomen heat up." And Nan's face darkened. Wasn't this just a knockoff of the holding up the sky to regulate the triple burner move from Bajuanjin? But what was with that breathing? It was nothing like the version promoted by the National Sports Administration. Their breathing was supposed to be even and natural. Who did frantic, neurotic inhaling and exhaling like this? And 3 deep, forceful breaths? They weren't worried about people getting dizzy or out of breath. Gu Jiu, noticing her exasperation, patted her hand, signaling her to stay calm. And Nan nodded slightly. She didn't know these people. Whether they practiced wrong or right had nothing to do with her. It was their own choice. If she foolishly stood up to correct them, she'd probably get thrown out by this bunch of crazed devotees. As she sat there, bored, wondering if the next move would be drawing the bow to shoot the hawk, she saw them switch things up again, performing a few more remixed Tai Chi moves. Finally, 10 minutes later, the woman in white with the microphone finished the routine and said slowly, "That concludes today's practice. Please be seated." Everyone immediately obeyed and sat down one after another. And Nan sized up the woman on stage. Could she be the legendary leader? Unfortunately, the hall was too big. Sitting in the last row, and Nan couldn't make out the woman's face. A few seconds later, a thought struck her. Using her backpack as cover, she pulled a mini telescope from her storage space. Dang, sitting beside her, was stunned. "Sis, you've got something like that too?" And Nan ignored him and put the telescope to her eyes, looking ahead. The women's faces on stage instantly became clear. They were just like the 2 guards outside. Rosy-cheeked beauties with plump faces. The only exception was the woman in the center, the one holding a loudspeaker and doing all the talking. Although she stood front and center, clearly of the highest status, she was actually the plainest looking of them all. Even in the apocalypse, her chubby cheeks and healthy complexion made her look better than most survivors in the city. But compared to the women behind her, the difference was stark. Upturned eyes, a bulbous nose, drooping lips, messy eyebrows. Before the disaster, she would have been utterly unremarkable. With those features, she wouldn't even qualify as cute, let alone a beauty. She was below average. She didn't fit the saintess description that the woman outside had mentioned at all. Could she really be the leader? After looking, Anan casually handed the telescope to Gujiu so he could take a look too, leaving Nyogondang scratching his head in confusion. What's going on? What are they looking at? The woman on stage was instructing the crowd, remember, when you go home, practice every day on time. Strive to achieve complete purification of your spirit as soon as possible. Even if you feel a little unwell, you must persist. That's normal. It's just your spirit expelling impurities. Practice every day? And Nan's lips twitched. She was really worried these people wouldn't get themselves crippled. Some of the moves in this so-called divine technique had been so twisted they were practically inhuman, contorting the body in all sorts of ways, felt like your neck and spine would snap. If not for their faith, no normal person could hold those poses for long. But the believers clearly didn't see it that way. The two people in front of Anan were whispering to each other, looking very pleased. This technique is amazing. In less than 2 hours, my back was sweating. If I'd started practicing earlier, my health wouldn't have been so bad. We're so lucky. In other places, survivors can't even join the church, let alone learn the technique. Fushi. Praise the god of light, praise the leader. And Nan had to bite her lip to keep from laughing. Come on, you just said you practiced for 2 hours and barely broke a sweat. Isn't that weird? Sure, it's normal not to have done yoga or Bajuanjin before, but have none of these people even seen Tai Chi? TV dramas, old men in the park, college electives. There are plenty of ways to see Tai Chi. And Nan was curious. Surely not everyone in the city had never done yoga or Tai Chi, so how did the Church of Light get people to believe so deeply in such a flawed divine technique? The woman on stage continued to speak gently and slowly. Next, let's welcome our leader, who will guide us through today's lesson. And Nan raised her eyebrows. So the leader was someone else? That was unexpected. She'd thought this woman was the leader. As soon as the woman finished, the thousands of followers below crossed their arms over their chests and chanted in unison. Fushi! Fushi! Nyogondang, who'd never seen anything like this, was startled and instinctively tried to stand up and run. And Nan quickly pressed him down. Stay put. She whispered, don't worry, it's just their blessing. It means the god of light's blessings will come from the west. Nyogondang was dumbfounded. The west? When people die, they say, go to the western paradise. What blessing could come from the west? But under Anan's pressure, he obediently sat back down, though he grew even more confused. What were this couple really doing here? Were they trying to understand the enemy so they could take down this cult? He really felt uncomfortable in this weird, superstitious place. At that moment, a man dressed all in black walked out from the back of the stage. The 7 women in white robes slowly moved behind him. Fushi. Family, we meet again. And Nan stared at the man on stage in surprise. The leader was a 200-pound fatty. She hadn't seen a fat person in years. This was the apocalypse. The fat had starved thin, the thin had become skin and bones, and the skin and bones had died. Even the leaders of the gangs who controlled supplies weren't fat. After all, getting fat wasn't just about having enough to eat and drink. You needed a life of luxury and leisure, too. In such harsh conditions, even the water could be poisonous and a minor illness could cost you 10 pounds. How could anyone be this huge? Just then, Gujiu, still holding the telescope, whispered, I was right. And Nan was surprised. About what? Gujiu handed the telescope back to her. The leader really is ugly. And Nan glanced at the nearby believers. Luckily, their attention was all on the stage, and Gujiu was sitting far from the crowd and speaking very softly. No one heard him. She gave him a playful glare. Careful what you say, or you'll have thousands of people coming after you. Gujiu smirked. I know how to control my volume. And Nan took the telescope from him and muttered, fat doesn't always mean ugly. Lots of chubby kids are quite cute. But halfway through, her words got stuck in her throat. No way, this was too ugly. Through the telescope, she could see the leader's face in detail. It was the first time Anan had seen someone with so much flesh and yet such prominent cheekbones. The man had a highbrow ridge, sunken forehead, jutting cheekbones, and all his fat was squeezed around his eyes, cheeks, and double chin, doing nothing to smooth out his features. On top of the many spots on his face, there was a huge mole between his nose and upper lip. His looks were truly striking in a bad way. His ugliness had nothing to do with being fat. And Nan even thought he'd look scarier if he were thin. And Nan didn't put down the telescope. Instead, she studied him even more carefully. Why does he look a little familiar? Gu Jiu turned his head in surprise. You know him? And Nan replied, no, I don't. But he looks really familiar. She held up her binoculars, scrutinizing the man while quickly searching her memory for anyone she'd met before. A chubby guy with such distinctive features should be easy to remember, but no matter how hard Anan thought, she just couldn't recall where she'd seen him. She was certain that no one like him existed in her usual circle, but his face still struck her as oddly familiar. And Nan trusted her instincts. She must have seen him somewhere before. Could it have been during a past trip to Jishur City? Maybe they crossed paths then? She kept the binoculars trained on the cult leader's face for a while, but nothing came to mind. That trip had been a great experience, and she could still vaguely remember what many locals looked like, but none had such a unique appearance. After a moment, she suddenly gagged a few times. Seeing this, Gu Jiu quickly pushed the binoculars away from her and frowned. Stop looking. You're making yourself sick. And Nan lowered her hands, a little embarrassed. After all, gagging at the sight of someone's face was really disrespectful. But she honestly couldn't help it, it was a purely physical reaction. That guy's looks were just enough to make anyone's stomach churn. Whatever. Whoever he is, it's not like they'll ever have much to do with each other. She put the binoculars back up, this time avoiding the chubby guy's face and scanning the crowd below, trying to spot the high-ranking official she was looking for. By now, the man on stage had started his so-called lecture. The room was packed with followers, all sitting upright, eyes shining with focus and attention. Many even had notebooks and pens, taking notes with utmost seriousness. Nyogondang, standing beside her, was amazed. They're actually using their notebooks to take notes instead of burning them for firewood? He wasn't exaggerating. In this freezing environment, anything that could burn, wood, paper, coal, charcoal, had long since been used up by the survivors. Forget a few old notebooks, even rare books from the library would be torn up and burned without a second thought. When your life's on the line, who cares about preserving culture or history? At this point, those notebooks were as precious as a bucket of water during a heat wave, something you'd never just leave lying around. Nyogondong's curiosity was piqued. He wanted to see just what kind of amazing lecture could make people treat it so seriously. But Anan wasn't nearly as interested. Ever since graduating college, she hadn't sat through a single class. All these years, she'd either been fighting natural disasters or dealing with hostile humans. Even now that life had improved, she was either practicing martial arts or binge-watching dramas on the couch, never quietly sitting on a bench for a lesson. She scanned the crowd through the binoculars for a while but couldn't spot the official. So, after telling Gu Jiu a few things, she got up and wandered outboard. With the room so packed and solemn, she figured she'd have to wait until the lecture ended to catch anyone. After all, their goal was just to meet the base leader as soon as possible, not to attend a class. With Gu Jiu and Nyogondang inside keeping watch, there was no need for her to sit through it. The heavy wooden door took some effort to push open, creaking loudly as it moved. But the followers were so engrossed in the lecture that no one noticed Anan leaving. The cult leader and the women in white on the distant stage did notice someone slip out, but just assumed she needed the restroom and didn't care. Anan closed the door behind her and turned around, only to meet the eyes of two girls standing guard. Fushi. Sister, do you need something? One of them asked. If you need the restroom, you'll have to find somewhere outside. The one here isn't usable, the other added. Anan waved her hand. No, I just needed some fresh air. The two girls exchanged glances, then shot Anan a look of mild disbelief. How could anyone skip the cult leader's lecture to wander around? Didn't she know he was delivering the words and will of God? They were on door duty and didn't even have the chance to sit down and listen properly, just had to stand outside and strain to hear. Anan ignored their looks and asked, "Hey beauties, can I ask you something?" The girls hesitated, clearly not wanting to chat right now. For one, they were on duty. Even if no one else was coming in, they still had to guard the door and couldn't just gossip in the sacred hall. For another, they wanted to keep listening to the lecture. Today's was a new topic, and while they could catch it again tomorrow with another group, that would put them behind the others inside. Sensing their reluctance, Anan pulled 2 chocolate bars from her pocket and offered them as a friendly gesture. "I won't take up much of your time." But the girls quickly waved her off. No, we can't take that." At first, Anan thought they were just being polite, but after being refused twice, she realized they genuinely didn't want it. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. Whether before the disaster or after the apocalypse, small favors like this were rarely turned down, especially since, these days, 2 chocolate bars were as valuable as a handful of gold beads before the disaster. Anyone else would have accepted them with a big smile. But since they insisted, Anan didn't push it. She put the chocolate back in her pocket and fell silent. After a moment, the girls glanced at the dazed Anan, then at the tightly closed door. Finally, one of them spoke up. "Sister, what did you want to ask?" She gestured for Anan to step aside with her so as not to disturb the followers inside. Anan cooperated, walking a little further away and smiling. "It's nothing important. I just wanted to ask about someone." At this, one of the girls immediately looked troubled. "I'm afraid we can't help you. There are just too many followers in the church. We can't possibly know them all." The other girl chimed in, "Exactly. The people you saw in that hall are just a tiny fraction. The total number of followers we deal with is huge." And Nan already knew this. She'd heard from the older woman that nearly all the survivors in the city were now members of this cult. But the person she wanted to ask about wasn't some nameless face lost in the crowd. She continued, "The person I want to ask about, you two should know him." She took out the family photo of Nyeogondang. He's the leader of the official base in the eastern region. The 2 girls looked at the face she was pointing to and suddenly understood. "You mean Songwucheong?" "Yes, we know him." And Nan raised an eyebrow. He was at least a leader, but these 2 young girls just called him by name so casually. It seemed that in this city, the status of that cult leader really was higher than the official leaders now. At least, up until now, she hadn't heard anyone mention that chubby guy's name. Everyone respectfully referred to him as the leader. And Nan nodded. "That's right. I heard he's here today too. Why didn't I see him inside?" One of the girls replied, "He was here. But he came early and sat in the 3rd row. You were at the very back, with so many followers in between. You wouldn't have seen him." And Nan was a bit surprised. The 3rd row. As the top leader of the entire eastern region, she'd thought he'd at least have a reserved seat or be sitting right up front. Turns out, he was just like everyone else, sitting wherever he arrived, with no special treatment at all. No wonder she hadn't found him. She'd been using her binoculars to scan the 1st row the whole time. The hall was huge, and even the 1st row was packed with people. There were countless more behind, so apart from the 1st row, and Nan had only glanced over the rest and hadn't searched carefully. The 2 girls seemed to think Nan was speaking a bit loudly. They made a showed gesture, then quietly asked, "Do you need something from him?" "I'm looking for family," and Nan pointed to Nyeogondang in the photo. "My friend is his relative and came back to Jishan especially to find him." The 2 girls took a closer look at Nyeogondang's face in the photo. Sure enough, he was one of the men who had just entered the hall with this woman. Their attitude became more friendly. "When the meeting ends, we'll help you call him over. Brother Songwucheong always stays behind to chat with the leader after each session." "That's great." And Nan smiled and handed over 2 chocolate bars. "Thank you." Unexpectedly, the 2 girls still waved their hands, refusing. "It's nothing, sister, no need to thank us." Then they explained, as saintesses, we're only allowed to give to others, not accept anything in return. Truly saintesses. "All right then." Anan put the chocolate away and asked, "So you all call each other brother and sister here?" One of the girls nodded. "Yes. All followers of the God of Light are one family. When we return to the heavenly home in the future, we'll be real brothers and sisters." Anan didn't reply. Brother and sister was a Christian term, wasn't it? And almsgiving was Buddhist. Then there was practicing techniques for health, which seemed more like a Taoist tradition. Every time she practiced the 8-part Vajra technique, she followed a Taoist priest's video. This so-called Church of the God of Light was just a mishmash, stealing from everywhere. They took bits and pieces from other religions and mashed them together as their own. Ridiculous. Of course, she didn't show her disdain in front of these two saintesses and just casually asked, "So everyone in white robes is a saintess? What do saintesses usually do? You all look healthier than most people." Since Anan wasn't going back to the lecture anyway, she was happy to chat with them. The two girls had wanted to hurry back to the entrance to listen to the lecture, but seeing that Anan wasn't a follower yet, they were a bit more patient with her. After all, recruiting new followers was important too. The leader had said that bringing more people into the faith was saving others and would increase one's own merit. Once they ascended to heaven in the future, merit would be like money, the more, the better. Especially since this woman was exceptionally beautiful, clearly a good candidate for a saintess, most likely a future colleague. So both girls answered Anan's questions kindly and seriously. "That's because after we become saintesses, we receive the Mother Goddess's calling and nourishment and gain special spiritual energy, so we're in better shape. As for what we do, not much really. Besides singing hymns to praise the Mother Goddess and doing some chores, we mostly spend our time practicing." "Practicing?" Anan asked. "You mean that light god technique from earlier?" She'd seen the followers practicing inside for a while and thought it looked exhausting and even harmful. Did these girls have to practice all the time? One of the girls shook her head. "Not just the light god technique. There are some special techniques only saintesses can learn." Anan asked curiously, "What special techniques?" But the girl didn't explain further. "You'll only find out and learn them if you become a saintess." Anan twitched her lips. She had no desire to be a saintess, and there was no way she'd join this bizarre cult. She didn't need a saintess title to validate her beauty. Then, thinking of that rather plain-looking woman, she asked curiously, "By the way, the woman on stage with the megaphone, is she a saintess too? She seems different from you." "Oh, she's not a saintess. She's our leader's wife. She manages us." "The leader's wife?" That answer surprised Anan. So in this cult, not only did the gods take wives, even the leader had a wife. Anan pictured the heavyweight leader with his unusual looks and couldn't help but respect that woman a bit more. What a brave soul. That guy wasn't someone just anyone would be willing to marry. After all, waking up every morning and seeing him would give you a fright. She couldn't help but sigh, "Your leader's wife. She's a good person." The two girls, unaware of Anan's inner thoughts, quickly nodded. "Yes, Madam is wonderful, very gentle, and very forgiving when we make mistakes." Anan didn't say more. She chatted a bit longer, then stopped bothering them. She went alone to the restaurant she'd seen earlier, took out her phone, and played a single-player game. When it was almost time, she returned to the hall. When Anan sat back down, the session was just ending. What she didn't expect was that Nyogon Dang, who had been so scornful of the cult at first, was now staring wide-eyed and muttering, "This leader really makes sense." Anan frowned. Had this guy already been brainwashed? She quickly turned to look at Gujiu. Gujiu chuckled and pinched her ear. "Relax, I'm not that easy to brainwash." Anan let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest. "That's good." Gujiu raised an eyebrow. "You have so little faith in me?" Anan shook her head. "It's not that I don't trust you, I'm just really impressed by little fatty. After all, look at the sheer number of followers he's amassed." She used to think it was the result of long-term brainwashing, but judging by Nyogondong's reaction, that chubby cult leader's silver tongue could practically work miracles. To be able to change someone's attitude so drastically in such a short time. If this was before the apocalypse, Wouldn't he have been a top salesman? She craned her neck and saw that the people in the front row had filled their notebooks with dense, meticulous notes. The title written in the center of the first line stood out because the font was a bit larger. Anan squinted to make it out, the inevitable connection between purifying the spirit and offering incense. Offering incense? Isn't that just a fancy way to trick people into handing over their food? Anan pointed at Nyogondang, who was staring starry-eyed, and turned to ask Gujiu, "How does little fatty teach such outrageous stuff? Why is it so persuasive?" Gujiu glanced at Nyogondang, then at the people around them, and lowered his voice to seriously answer Anan. The gist is, if you want to purify your sinful body and ascend to immortality to escape the apocalypse, you have to keep cultivating. But practicing divine techniques only cleanses the surface. For deeper purification, you have to work in other ways. First, you need to rid yourself of greed and selfishness. Regularly hand over supplies to the church as incense offerings to the gods. This is supposed to temper your will and show your loyalty. Second, you should eat and drink as little as possible ideally, eat snow to stave off hunger, and if you really can't take it, just hold a tiny bit of food in your mouth. That way, you'll pee and poop less. Little Fatty said that excrement is filthy, and reducing it means reducing your sins. At this point, Gujiu paused, glancing contemptuously at the cult leader's mountain-like figure. Honestly, I bet he produces more filth than anyone. He must scarf down at least 5 kilos of food a day, right? And Nan nodded in agreement. So basically, it's just a roundabout way to get people's food. Both points boil down to the same thing, making people save up their rations and hand them over to the church. She added with a snort, "No wonder he's so fat." Turns out the city's food all goes to him. She looked around and remembered the emaciated survivors on the streets. No wonder the market is so well-stocked and everyone seems so energetic and content, yet they're all skinny as skeletons. Are they supposed to be immortals who don't eat? And Nan leaned back and lowered her voice. If eating and excreting are so filthy, how does the cult leader explain being as fat as a wild boar? Gujiu was amused by her vivid analogy. After making sure no one could overhear, he continued. He actually addressed that. He says he's great and selfless, and he's taken on everyone's sins for them. Of course, the main reason is that he's the emissary sent by the God of Light, so he's different from everyone else. He's here to absorb their sins and help purify their bodies and souls. And Nan's mouth twitched. That's just ridiculous. She sighed. You've really put up with his nonsense for a long time. She couldn't understand, how could people believe such obvious lies and nonsense so easily? Especially Nyogondang. This was his first time here, and he'd been complaining about wanting to leave. Now he was suddenly brainwashed. Gujiu kindly explained, as absurd as it sounds, when it comes out of the cult leader's mouth, it just doesn't seem that far-fetched. And Nan frowned. What do you mean? Gujiu looked at the stage up front. He's really good. He can wrap everything up in a flawless, logical system that sounds very scientific. Afraid Anan wouldn't get it, Gujiu gave an example. It's like when you were little and didn't understand why apples fall to the ground, but then in school, your physics teacher tells you about Newton and gravity. They explain what gravity is, how to draw force diagrams. Everything is so logical. Because of the authority of education, you accept it easily. Later, you accept other related knowledge based on that foundation. This cult leader is like a teacher, and his authority comes from that so-called God. He makes up a bunch of theories that sound logical and gives lost people a path to follow. And the reason these survivors believe him so easily is mainly because they've been tormented by endless disasters to the point of mental collapse. They desperately need something to support them spiritually. After hearing Gujiu's explanation, and Nan nodded, half understanding. So basically, this cult leader has destroyed and rebuilt the survivors' worldview. People living in suffering need hope to keep going. At this point, Little Fatty shows up and tells them all the suffering is temporary, that they'll all return to the heavens and live good lives someday. He keeps painting a rosy future of becoming immortals, all to manipulate them, scam their supplies, and seize power. Most people used to believe in science, but the disasters of recent years can't be explained scientifically. That just makes these supernatural explanations more convincing. And Nan looked around at the people nearby and suddenly felt sorry for them. If they had any other choice, who would pin their hopes on some made-up, intangible god? She sighed. You really are the best, President Gu. Your analysis is spot on. Gu Jiu shot her a sideways glance. It's mainly because I've got a rich lady to rely on. With food and clothing taken care of, it's harder to get brainwashed. And Nan punched him. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and save Neogondang. I think he's about to join the cult. She still hadn't used her shopping discount coupons. It'd be a shame if they went to waste. Gu Jiu glanced at Neogondang, who was still listening intently, and said seriously, a good beating should snap him out of it. And Nan was caught off guard. Huh? Gu Jiu, he seems pretty scared of you. He smirked. That's what the books say. When a kid starts to go astray, as long as the parents beat some sense into him, he'll be fine. And Nan's mouth twitched. What kind of books are you reading? Gu Jiu, a novel where you transmigrate into a marquise household as a spicy mom. And Nan. She turned to look at Neogondang, who was listening to the lecture with rapt attention, and started to consider the feasibility of Gu Jiu's suggestion. At that moment, the chubby guy on the stage finally finished his lecture. Thunderous applause erupted all around, along with chants rising and falling. Fushi. Fushi. Seeing that Gondang was about to join in the shouting, and Nan instinctively reached out and slapped him. Hey, wake up! She hadn't expected to use so much force. She ended up knocking Neogondang right over. He lay on the ground for 2 seconds in silence, then looked at Anan in disbelief and asked, Auntie, why'd you push me? And Nan cleared her throat. Nothing, just saw you getting a little too into it. Thought I'd help you snap out of it. Neogondang pouted and scrambled to his feet. Don't mess around. I actually think what this cult leader is saying makes a lot of sense. Fortunately, they were sitting alone in the back row and hadn't disturbed anyone else. If they'd been in the middle of the crowd, that fall would have knocked over a whole row of people. Makes sense. And Nan shot Neogondang a look. Weren't you the one who said this place was creepy and made you uncomfortable? She patted him on the shoulder. Big bro, don't forget your original intention and you'll reach your goal. Neogondang was stunned for a moment. Was that really how that saying was supposed to be used? His mind worked slowly. He opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, the cult leader's voice rang out from the stage again. Thank you all for listening. Next, it's time for the part everyone looks forward to the most, divine healing. The whole hall instantly erupted in cheers. Thank you, Mother Goddess. Thank you, cult leader. Neogondang perked up and craned his neck to look forward with excitement. And Nan exchanged a glance with Gu Jiu. Healing? This guy can do that too? They watched as the man went through a series of highly ritualistic preparations, kneeling to heaven and earth, bowing 3 times to the gods, washing his hands with holy water. And Nan noticed that the so-called holy water looked like nothing more than some melted, dirty snow. After about 3 to 5 minutes of this fuss, the healing segment finally began. The chubby guy closed his eyes theatrically, raised his hands, and addressed the congregation. Children of the Mother Goddess, close your eyes with me. Everyone in the audience obediently closed their eyes. Neogondang, full of anticipation, closed his eyes as well. And Nan couldn't help but twitch her lips. You sick or something? Neogondang shook his head. Not really. I just want to feel the power of the gods. And Nan looked at him for a moment, then said, let me help you with that. Neogondang opened his eyes. Huh? And Nan pulled out a small knife and suddenly made a cut on the back of his hand. Blood immediately welled up. Neogondang jumped in shock and cried out, what are you doing? And Nan replied matter-of-factly, didn't you want to experience divine power? How can you feel it without a wound or illness? I'm just helping you. Now try it. See if the great god of light can heal you. She deliberately played up his expectations. When you open your eyes, guess what? The wound will be healed. Neogondang pouted, but didn't say anything more. He actually thought the cult leader's lecture made some sense, so he genuinely wanted to see what a miracle would look like. So he closed his eyes again and, like everyone else, earnestly followed the instructions from the stage. Believers, raise your hands above your heads and receive the blessings bestowed by the Mother Goddess. At this moment, the women in white robes suddenly began to sing in unison. When I was in despair, you sent down your warm light, illuminating my path so I wouldn't lose my way. When the world was mired in sin, you comforted my wounds with your loving gaze. Repent, repent. Never again be a lost lamb. Accompanied by the melodious singing, the chubby guy's voice sounded even gentler and more compassionate. Keep your eyes tightly closed. Can you feel it? It's no longer cold around you. You're sitting on a warm, sunny beach, the Mother Goddess's radiance shining on you through the sun. Gentle waves lap at your toes. All the evil and sickness in your body turns into wisps of black smoke, which are wrapped up by the gentle sea and swallowed away, never to come near you again. You are cleansed. You are healthy. There is no cold, no pain. The entire hall sat quietly with their eyes closed. Meanwhile, in the back row, Anan was grinning so hard she was about to burst out laughing. A beach? Ocean waves? Isn't this just hypnosis? As expected, you really can't expect anything from these scam artists. She'd thought maybe the guy at least knew some basic medicine or had some kind of hormonal drugs. She didn't expect it to be pure nonsense. If he were a professional hypnotist, that would be one thing, at least that can genuinely help people relax and relieve fatigue. But this chubby guy was clearly just winging it. Muttering a few lines like that, how could it possibly work? If this could really cure illnesses, then what was the point of all the effort she'd put into collecting medicine? Was she just bored? After a while, the cult leader finally told everyone to open their eyes. The singing of the women in white robes also stopped. The chubby guy declared firmly, "Brothers and sisters, all your sickness and filth have been banished by me. From this moment on, all your illnesses and pain are nothing but illusory phantoms. They aren't real. You must hold firm in your faith. The Mother Goddess's compassion and power will always protect you. Next time we meet, I'll reinforce it for you." Seeing Nyogondang looking doubtfully at the still bleeding cut on his hand, Anan snorted. She was just about to say something when two believers in the row ahead exclaimed, "The cult leader is amazing. My back was aching just now, but now I feel so much better. Yeah, I don't feel as cold as before either." Gu Jiu, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but mutter, "The power of suggestion is terrifying." But Nyogondang, hearing what the people in front said, looked down at his own wound, half believing, half doubting. Could it really be like the cult leader said, that it's all just an illusion? Maybe I'm already healed. And Nan rolled her eyes and pressed hard on his wound. Nyogondang immediately sucked in a sharp breath from the pain. "Ow!" And Nan raised her eyebrows. "Is it an illusion?" She paused for 2 seconds. Seeing that Nyogondang still looked doubtful, she pressed down even harder. "Is it an illusion?" Nyogondang grimaced in pain. "It's not an illusion." "Damn. Stop pressing, it hurts." Seeing that he'd finally come to his senses, Anan couldn't help but laugh as she dug out some alcohol wipes and gauze from her backpack. "Come on, let this goddess give you some divine medicine." Nyogondang took the supplies and had just finished bandaging his wound when suddenly a commotion broke out in the crowd ahead. Someone screamed in anguish. "Son! Wake up, son! Sob, sob! My son isn't breathing." The man's shout was especially loud, and for a moment, the entire hall fell into silence. Only the grief-stricken mother, helpless and lost, clung to her son's corpse and wailed uncontrollably. "My child! Wake up! Wake up!" And Nan, who was farther away, had to straighten up and use binoculars to see what was happening. The boy who had died looked about 15 or 16. There was hardly any flesh left on his face, just a layer of sallow skin stretched over bone. His lips were pale, his eye sockets sunken and bluish, his skin dry and cracked. He was the very picture of someone who had starved to death from severe anemia. Of course, it was also possible he'd frozen to death. Extreme hunger lowers body temperature, and in this bitter cold, hypothermia is a death sentence. The cult's brainwashing had indeed made the survivors more positive in spirit, but it had also accelerated their physical decline. The woman's cries were especially heart-wrenching. Every word was, "my child." Even in an apocalypse where death was a daily occurrence, her grief was gutting to hear. Especially since most people in the room were parents themselves, they couldn't bear to watch. And Nan couldn't stand to look either. She lowered her binoculars and shifted her gaze to the cult leader on the high platform. She wanted to see how he'd explain this. If a patient died during treatment back in the old days, it would have sparked a huge medical dispute. But the cult leader looked completely calm, not the least bit flustered. He waited until the mother's wailing had faded, her voice hoarse and weak, before speaking slowly and unhurriedly. "Let us congratulate this brother. His merits are complete, and he has been taken early by the God of Light back to the heavenly home." The room was silent for several seconds. After a while, a group of people, led by a woman in white robes, shouted in unison. "Congratulations, brother, your merits are complete." They chanted for a while, and even the grieving mother wiped away her tears and joined in. As she shouted, she knelt on the ground, kowtowing, "Thank you, Mother Goddess. Thank you, Holy Leader." Watching this, and Nan felt goosebumps rise all over her body. This was just too absurd. They'd stolen her food, killed her child, and she was still kowtowing in gratitude. Is faith really this powerful? No wonder the government cracked down so hard on cults before the apocalypse. Their influence and social harm are just too great. Gu Jiu seemed to have expected all this. "I told you, no matter what happens, that guy can always come up with a reasonable explanation." And Nan was silent for a moment, then put down her binoculars. "Let's finish our business and get out of here. I don't like this place." In the past, when she ran into evil people she couldn't stand, she could just take them out and wipe out their whole organization. But not here. This detestable cult leader had already mentally enslaved everyone in the city. If she wanted to get rid of this scheming fat man and destroy the cult, it would basically mean slaughtering the whole city. She couldn't do that. She'd taken down plenty of gangs and organizations over the years, but she'd never been arrogant enough to think she could take on an entire city. And even if she had that kind of power, she'd never be so ruthless as to harm the ordinary citizens. They weren't gangsters or thugs, just regular survivors like her. If anything, they were even kinder than most. And Nan thought the reason they were so easily brainwashed and controlled, aside from what Gu Jiu had said about the apocalypse breaking people's spirits, was also because the people here were simple and honest. No matter the era, the pure and kind-hearted are always easier to deceive. Especially those who are warm, hospitable, and eager to help, they're even more likely to be taken in. Whether before or after the apocalypse, the people of Jishur City had always been kind. Part of it was religious, but it was also just the local character. So unless they tried to hurt her or Gu Jiu, she wouldn't lay a hand on them. Just then, the mother, who had been crying, laughing, and kowtowing in gratitude, suddenly collapsed, either from emotional exhaustion or because her body had reached its limit. People rushed over to check on her, pinching her philtrum, checking her breath, and finally came to a conclusion. "This sister is gone too." The cult leader reacted instantly, shouting, "Blessed. This sister is truly blessed. She's ascended together with her son." He then looked up at the ceiling, muttering as if communicating with invisible beings, babbling who knows what. After a while, he loudly announced, "Blessed. By the God of Light's recommendation, mother and son will be received by the gods and put in charge of welcoming guests at the heavenly temple. Let's give them a round of applause." The crowd erupted, clapping enthusiastically and whispering among themselves. And Nan couldn't make out what most people were saying, but she could hear the front row clearly. "I'm so jealous. They even got a position up there. Yeah, most people can only be low-level immortals. That mother and son are really blessed. They deserve it. I know them. They lived right downstairs from me. They hardly ate anything, so their souls must be especially pure. Amazing. I couldn't help myself yesterday. I ate 2 whole packs of compressed biscuits. Now I really regret it. Looks like I'll have to make more offerings in the future. Maybe I'll get a reward like they did. And Nan rolled her eyes, unable to listen to their nonsense any longer. She turned away in exasperation, just in time to see Nyogondang shrinking into himself, lost in thought. She couldn't tell if he was scared by the spectacle of people celebrating death, or if he was calculating how much food he'd have to donate to get a reward. So she said nothing, quietly waiting for the crowd's frenzy to subside so she could buy her submarine and get out of there. But suddenly, Nyogondang asked, very seriously, "Do you think that mother and son really ascended to heaven with all their merits fulfilled?" Gujiu frowned and ignored him. And Nan glanced at him and replied casually, "If that cult leader isn't lying, then yes. Didn't he say that everyone who believes in the God of Light gets to enjoy paradise after death?" She paused, then deliberately asked, "By the way, your wife didn't believe in this God of Light cult, did she?" Nyogondang was stunned. And Nan knew his wife was what he cared about most. So, if what he says is true, where is your wife now? According to that cult leader's teachings, anyone who doesn't worship the God of Light and atone for their sins with him is doomed to suffer endless torment in the 18th level of hell. Sure enough, Nyogondang snapped out of it right away. Puh, that fat bastard is full of crap. And Nan couldn't help but laugh. Well, look at that, he's even changed how he calls him. After muttering a few curses, Nyogondang looked to Anan for reassurance, almost pleading. He's lying, right? There's no way my wife is suffering in the 18th level of hell. She never did anything wrong. She volunteered with international aid groups, helped the vulnerable, rescued stray animals. If someone as good as her ends up in hell, then there's no justice in this world. And Nan patted her big brother's shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Then she handed him the binoculars in her hand. Those 2 obviously died from malnutrition and hypothermia. Do they look like they're enjoying heavenly bliss to you? She truly scoffed at the cult's dogma. People should focus on living their lives well. What's the point of obsessing over what happens after death? Nyogondang took the binoculars, looked at the mother and child, then glanced down at the blood-stained bandage on his own hand. He cursed loudly. That damn cult leader is just a con man, hurting people. His voice was so loud that Anan jumped, quickly glancing around. Luckily, everyone else was busy cheering. ING with the woman in white on stage, celebrating the mother and child's so-called ascension to immortality. The deafening chants meant no one heard what they were saying in the back row. Still, she warned, "Big bro, keep it down, unless you want these believers to tear you apart." Nyogondang scratched his head sheepishly. "Sorry, sis, I just have a short fuse." And so, Nyogondang, who had almost been brainwashed, was pulled back from the brink by Anan, returning to his senses. "Sis, let's get out of here. No point wasting time, let's hurry up and find Guqiang." And Nan pointed ahead. "Your brother-in-law is in the 3rd row up front. Once this is over, you'll see him." Nyogondang froze, then looked utterly incredulous. "No way. Guqiang is the staunchest atheist I know. There's no way he'd join a cult like this." And Nan looked at him expressionlessly. "You've traveled all over and seen a lot. Didn't you almost get sucked in yourself?" She paused, then emphasized, "And this is only your first day here. He's been living here every day." Nyogondang fell silent. After a while, he muttered, "I guess, but Guqiang, he's always been rock solid." And Nan pointed to the door. "I already asked the 2 saints outside, he's definitely here. You'll see him after the meeting." Nyogondang still couldn't believe it, mumbling, "No way, how could this be?" And Nan didn't bother arguing further. Whether his family believed or not was none of her business. Whatever the faith, it wouldn't stop her from shopping. On the stage, the chubby cult leader and his wife, along with a few saintesses, chanted a soul-sending incantation, then had the 2 bodies carried backstage. This utterly ridiculous gathering was finally coming to an end. The whole room sang and bowed, ending the meeting with great ceremony. Under the saintess's direction, everyone filed out in an orderly fashion. Anan, Gujiu, and Yogandang hung back, waiting until most people had left. Then the two girls who'd been guarding the door led them toward the stage. Apparently, as first-time survivors here, they had to greet the cult leader before anything else. And Nan knew Song Guiqiang wouldn't leave right after the meeting, but would stay to chat with the leader, so she obediently followed. All along the way, Nyo Gondang kept looking around, trying to spot Song Guiqiang. But even when they reached the stage, he still hadn't seen a familiar face. By now, the audience had cleared out. Only the cult leader, a few white-robed saintesses, and an elderly man were left on stage, the latter speaking with the leader. Nyo Gondang stared at the old man's back, thinking, that old guy's about the same height as Guiqiang. But he's way too old. No way that's. Just then, the man talking to the leader shifted, revealing part of his face. Nyo Gondang froze. Then, in disbelief, he shouted, Guiqiang. The white-haired man turned at once, revealing his full face. Only then did Anan and the others see he wasn't that old, maybe in his 40s or 50s. He just had a lot of white hair and a hunched back, so from behind he looked like a man in his 70s or 80s. Nyo Gondang choked up, scrambling onto the stage, Guiqiang. What happened to you? The white-haired man was just as shocked, quickly reaching out to steady him. Brother-in-law? Is that you? Apparently, Song Guiqiang was even more emotional than Nyo Gondang, as if he'd never expected to see his brother-in-law alive. Brother-in-law, where have you been all these years? How did you get back to Jishan? Are you all right? And Nan watched the touching family reunion and quietly walked to the side with Gu Jiyu, taking the stairs up the stage instead of climbing like Nyo Gondang. Though she was happy to have found the person she was looking for, she wasn't about to crawl up there. By now, Nyo Gondang was nearly sobbing, hugging his brother and stroking his hair with concern. Wutu, what happened to you, kid? Song Guiqiang's eyes were misty too, but he comforted him softly. Don't worry about me. I'm fine, just been under a lot of stress these years. It's taken a toll, that's all. Looking at Song Guiqiang's head of white hair, and Nan was moved as well. Song Guiqiang was younger than Nyo Gondang, just in his early 40s, but now his hair was completely white, his face lined, and his back hunched. It was obvious he'd been carrying a heavy burden for too long. Nyo Gondang was right. He really was a good official who cared for the people. At that moment, Gu Jiyu suddenly stepped forward, shielding Anan behind him. Anan turned, surprised, to see that he wasn't watching the family reunion, but staring straight at the cult leader and the saintesses. Following his gaze, Anan locked eyes with the chubby cult leader. That greasy-faced wild boar was staring right at her, sizing her up. Anan felt a wave of instinctive disgust. She glared and shouted, "What are you looking at?" As soon as Anan shouted, the surroundings fell instantly silent. Even Nyo Gondang and Song Guiqiang, who had been lost in the joy of their reunion, quieted down and turned to look over. Not to mention the wild boar spirit and the saintesses, whose faces were already less than pleasant. Everyone except Gu Jiyu was stunned by her brazen question. After all, this cult leader had always held an exalted status, and Anan's tone and volume made it sound like a fight could break out at any second. But you couldn't really blame Anan for overreacting. She knew all too well what different looks from men meant. The look in this cult leader's eyes was not the normal way someone sized up another person. It wasn't even the appreciative gaze one might give a beautiful woman. Anan could clearly sense that this guy was trying to undress her with his greasy eyes. She hadn't seen such a disgusting look in years. As the saying goes, when people are well-fed and warm, they start thinking about lust. People only have the energy for such thoughts when their lives are stable and they have enough to eat and drink. So, in these past years of apocalyptic disasters, hardly anyone had seen her as a beauty. Those who were starving didn't have the energy to stare at her face. Those who had enough to eat only saw her as an enemy or a rival. Only the base leader from the mountains, she'd forgotten his name, the one who looked like a monkey, had ever shown any lust toward her, and she'd killed him off pretty quickly. But this wild boar spirit was even more repulsive than that monkey-faced base leader, and his gaze was even more brazen and direct. Clearly, he was too well-fed, he couldn't even hide his filthy thoughts. But after her outburst, his gaze immediately became much more restrained, and he put on a sanctimonious facade. "Sister, don't be nervous. I just noticed the heavy aura of resentment around you, so I couldn't help but look a little longer." Heavy resentment? He really wasted no time slapping a label on her. Anan narrowed her eyes at him, about to retort, when Gu Jiyu stepped forward protectively. "Watch your mouth. And your eyes." His voice was calm and not loud, but it carried an inexplicable sense of pressure. The chubby guy's face darkened a little. After all, there were so many people watching, and it had been a long time since anyone had spoken to him so bluntly. He could feel a strong sense of disdain from the man across from him, which made him very unhappy. Of course, the one whose expression was the worst was the cult leader's wife standing behind him. Anan thought that if it weren't for all these people present, the couple would probably be fighting it out right now. But she could also sense that the woman's anger was mostly directed at her, not at her own man. Anan rolled her eyes inwardly. Another fool who only knows how to compete with other women. Seriously, who would want your pig-faced man staring at them? The other Sanuses, who had previously been gentle and friendly, now all looked at Anan and Gu Jiyu with hostility. The two Sanuses who had been guarding the door reacted the most strongly. After all, they were the ones who had brought these guests in. They immediately scolded, "How can you speak to the cult leader like that? You're being completely ungrateful." "That's right. Show some respect. The sanctuary is not a place for you to throw tantrums." Anan glanced at Song Guicheng in the distance, then reached out to hold back Gu Jiyu, who looked ready to beat up the wild boar spirit at any moment. She then looked at the group across from her with a half-smile and retorted, "I'm not being respectful? I think I'm being very respectful already. If it weren't for the submarine and Song Guicheng's sake, she would have already gouged out that man's eyes and stomped on them." Just the way he looked at her, so greasy and disgusting, was enough to ruin her appetite for her next meal. The two Sanuses were fuming. They'd thought this woman was beautiful and, knowing her soul was clean and free of sin, had always treated her politely. Who would have thought she'd be so vile, daring to show such disrespect to the cult leader? One of the girls, who had a more fiery temper, immediately snapped. "That's your idea of respect? Apologize to the cult leader at once. Otherwise, if you anger the god of light, you'll have to face the consequences." The other Sanuses all glared at them furiously. Anan didn't care about their anger. She just sneaked a glance at Song Guicheng in the distance. Fortunately, he only looked a bit surprised and didn't act like these loyal guard dogs. Feeling relieved, she stood her ground, hands on her hips, as if daring them to try something. The chubby guy's heart skipped a beat. This girl was a real firecracker. So pretty. Even when she's angry, she's beautiful. In a good mood, he turned to the Sanuses and said, "Everyone, calm down. God teaches us to be tolerant." Then he looked Anan up and down again. "This sister has a heavy aura of resentment and is under a lot of mental strain. You should try to understand and accept her." Anan wasn't buying it. "Hey, Chubby, where exactly do you see that I'm mentally strained and resentful? I suggest you stop staring at me." Hearing her call him Chubby, the cult leader's fake smile almost slipped. He hated it when people called him fat. But for the sake of his persona, he gritted his teeth and explained. "Of course, it's the power granted to me by the God of Light. I can see the aura around everyone. I know the truth can be hard to hear, and I understand how you feel, but you really do have a heavy aura. I can help you purify it." Anan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you're that capable? How do you purify it? Let's hear it." The man curled his lips mysteriously. "I have my ways." Anan frowned, suddenly feeling even more disgusted. So she didn't say anything more. Faced with her silence, the man felt a little awkward. Seeing the Sanuses about to explode with anger again, he quickly changed the subject. "Fushi, may I ask what brings you two here today?" Anan certainly wasn't about to tell him the truth, so she replied casually, "Nothing much, just wandering around." Then she glanced at Nyogontang and Song Guiqiang. How much longer were these two going to stand around here? She really didn't want to keep talking to the wild boar spirit. If she lost her temper and stabbed him, it would just cause a whole lot of trouble. The cult leader twitched his lips at her answer, feeling like it was impossible to communicate with this woman. But Anan's looks were exactly his type. In the apocalypse, it was rare to come across a beauty of this level. So he continued patiently, "You're not locals, are you? What brings you to Jishur City? Whatever you need, just tell me, I'll help you." He then added proudly, "This is God's kingdom. My followers are everywhere." Anan remained unmoved. "We're not here for anything. Like I said, just wandering." The man took a deep breath, his brow twitching in frustration. And Nan couldn't care less about how angry he was getting. If she told him what she wanted, wouldn't this ugly guy just find a way to mess things up for her? All she needed to do was leave with Nyogontang and Song Guiqiang, and then bring up the matter of trading for the submarine. But clearly, this cult leader had no intention of letting them go. He continued questioning. "Did you listen to our lesson today?" And Nan completely lost her patience. She took a step back, hiding behind Gujiu, and refused to say another word. The cult leader was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to be so blunt, just ignoring him outright. He tried to peek around, but Gujiu blocked his way. Gujiu was half a head taller than him, and at such close range, the pressure of being looked down on was palpable. "We listened to your lesson. Do you have any other pearls of wisdom to share?" The man took a step back, frowning. They'd actually sat through his lesson. But judging by their attitude, they clearly hadn't been brainwashed. Impossible. With his skills, anyone who heard his lesson, even if they didn't convert on the spot, should at least have their worldview shaken and start feeling close to him. But to finish a whole lesson and still treat him so rudely? That had never happened before. Song Guiqiang, who'd been silent the whole time, glanced at the two of them, clearly surprised as well. The chubby cult leader tried to find the right words, looking at Gujiu. "Well, I wouldn't say I have any pearls of wisdom, it's just that." Before he could finish, and Nan, who had completely run out of patience, interrupted him. She poked her head out from behind Gujiu. "Leader, I have a question." The man paused, then smiled and replied, "Blessings. We're all family here, no need to be so polite. Ask whatever you like." And Nan raised her voice. "Your so-called divine technique, why did you plagiarize Tai Chi and Bajuanjin?" Her loud accusation echoed through the empty hall. The leader's smile froze on his face. "Sister, that's a bit." And Nan cut him off again. "A lot of your moves are straight up copied from those practices, you just changed the breathing technique. Honestly, I tried it twice and almost got out of breath." As she spoke, she snuck a glance at Song Guiqiang's expression. She'd never been polite to this con artist, and the surrounding saints looked like they were about to explode from anger. But Song Guiqiang just stood quietly in the corner, not rushing to defend the chubby leader like the others. And Nan recalled what Nyogontang had said. Could this big boss really be a staunch atheist? Then why did he act like a believer? Before the chubby leader could respond, the cult leader's wife, who'd been silent all along, suddenly stepped forward. Though her face was tense, her tone remained gentle. "Sister, you must be mistaken. The divine technique was created by the god of light." "How could it be?" "Plagiarized." She explained with a straight face, all health and fitness practices, including Tai Chi and Bajuanjin, actually evolved from our divine light technique. And Nan raised an eyebrow. This woman was shameless. There's been endless debate over whether Tai Chi was created by Zhang Sanpong of Wudong, Chen Wangting of the Chen family, or the master Wang Zongyue. But who would have thought a few con artists would now credit it all to some half-baked god of light? If the ancestors knew, they'd come back from the grave just to slap her. The woman seemed oblivious to the mockery in Nan's eyes and kept explaining. The divine light technique was created by the god of light billions of years ago, before humans even existed. Later, to benefit all beings, she passed it down through dreams. But humans weren't very skilled, and with different lineages, the techniques gradually evolved into different practices. Tai Chi, Bajuanjin, The 8 pieces of brocade, all of them are derived from our divine light technique. She looked extremely proud. You don't need to worry, just practice diligently and you'll experience the wonders of the divine technique for yourself. Think about it, even simplified versions like Tai Chi and Bajuanjin have health benefits. The original divine technique must be even more powerful. And Nan twitched her lips. Now she understood why so many people in the city who'd practiced Tai Chi hadn't objected to this so-called divine technique. This couple really had a silver tongue. Of course, what truly fooled people wasn't just these obviously flawed arguments, but the cult's insidious spiritual manipulation. Once people were brainwashed, whatever the cult said became truth. But Anan wasn't so easy to fool. She glanced at Song Guoqiang again, then looked at the woman with a half-smile and said loudly, "Leader's wife, you used to be a yoga instructor, didn't you?" The woman's smug expression froze instantly. Several seconds passed before she could say anything. Anan smirked. Judging by her reaction, she'd hit the nail on the head. Just now, the woman had mentioned every kind of fitness practice, except yoga. But the divine technique included not just Tai Chi and Bajuanjin, but plenty of yoga moves too. Her deliberate omission was a clear sign of a guilty conscience. The woman avoided Anan's piercing gaze and said nothing. The cult leader hurried to the rescue. "Sister, what makes you say that? My wife was never a yoga instructor. Before the disaster, she was just an ordinary housewife." Anan curled her lip, giving him a look that said, "Yeah, sure, whatever you say," not giving him any chance to keep spinning his story. Seeing he couldn't get through to her, the cult leader quickly changed the subject. He shifted his gaze to Niugondang, who wasn't far away, and this brother is. Niugondang had been watching the drama unfold, but when the cult leader looked at him, he jumped in surprise. "What's going on? Why is he suddenly coming for me? What should I say?" He shot a pleading look at his brother-in-law. Song Guoqiang, ever the composed leader, showed no sign of discomfort at the tense atmosphere. He answered for his brother-in-law. "Leader Kong, this is my brother-in-law, Niugondang. He went traveling before the disaster and was out of contact for years. We've only just reunited." The cult leader nodded politely and greeted Niugondang. "Blessings. Welcome home, brother Nyo." Niugondang just nodded without saying a word. After Anan's hints, he now saw the chubby guy as a dangerous con artist. When the cult leader tried to be friendly, he instinctively felt resistant. The chubby leader didn't seem to notice and smiled as he chatted with Song Guoqiang. No wonder he's family to Brother Song. He's truly impressive to have survived the disaster and returned home unscathed. Song Guoqiang chuckled. "It doesn't really have much to do with me. My brother here has always liked to travel all over the place. He's much braver than I am." The sect leader nodded, giving Niugondang a careful once-over, then extended an invitation. "There's another lecture here tomorrow. You're welcome to come and keep learning." Before Niugondang could refuse, he turned to Song Guoqiang with a smile. "Since he's family to Brother Song, I won't assign him to a group. Just like you, he can come and go as he pleases." Song Guoqiang crossed his arms and replied, "Fushi. Thank you, Master Kong." The chubby sect leader waved his hand with an air of magnanimity, as if he'd just done them a huge favor. "No need to thank me." Standing to the side, Anan raised an eyebrow. "Isn't this just forcing people to join his religion?" "The unspoken rule seems to be, since you've come to Jishan, you have to attend my lectures." Is this a cult or some kind of criminal gang? So domineering. Not only that, he's making people show up to boost his numbers, and then acting like he's doing Song Guoqiang a favor, telling him, "I'm giving you special treatment for your family." Shameless. Was this guy running pyramid schemes before the apocalypse? She stared at this Master Kong for a while, feeling he looked especially familiar. That smug look, she was sure she'd seen it somewhere before. But where? The man, sensing Anan's gaze, curled his lips in satisfaction and asked Niugondang, "Are these two with you as well?" Niugondang hesitated, but before he could answer, Song Guoqiang shot him a look, signaling him to respond to the sect leader. He glanced at Anan, thought for a moment, then said, "Not exactly. We just met on the road and shared a ride. And Nan smirked, pleased with his answer. She had no intention of cozying up to this so-called sect leader. Brother Nyo really did have a knack for reading the room. No wonder he'd traveled so much. Earlier, the sect leader had been probing about their purpose here, but she hadn't mentioned anything about buying supplies, so Nyo Gondang wisely kept quiet about it as well. But the sect leader just took his time and said, "A meeting is fate. Since you two are fated to meet Brother Nyo, you should come along too." And Nan raised an eyebrow and retorted bluntly, "What? Is everyone in Jishan City required to attend your lectures and become your followers?" She'd never been one to swallow her feelings. Spending a few hours here was already more than enough. There was no way she'd keep playing nice with this ugly man. Of course, the main reason was that she suspected the big boss of this base wasn't even a real believer. Sure enough, as soon as she spoke, the crowd exploded. Except for Song Guiqiang and Nyo Gondang, who didn't react at all. And Nan could even feel Song Guiqiang's curious gaze on her, as if he was sizing her up. Looks like he really doesn't care about this chubby sect leader. Well then, time to go all out. A few of the Sanuses were already fuming. How can you speak to the master like that? When did our master ever force you to attend his lectures? You're just ungrateful. He's doing you a favor and you twist it into something bad. Do you even realize how many followers dream of having the privilege to attend lectures at any time? How dare you act so brazenly in the house of God? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? And Nan waited until they'd all finished venting, then replied unhurriedly, "Go ahead, bring on the retribution. Let's see it." You. The Sanuses were so frustrated by her unyielding attitude that their eyes turned red. And Nan just shrugged, unconcerned. "I'm serious. Show me some divine retribution, display a little godly power, and I'll believe." The Sanuses looked at each other, at a loss for words. As if they could command the god of light. How could they possibly make retribution happen on cue? Not far away, Nyo Gondang stared at her in shock and admiration. This girl was seriously gutsy. He could handle fighting people and dealing with all sorts of organizations, but he'd never dare say, "Bring on the retribution." What if it actually happened? That'd be a disaster. But Anan remained perfectly calm. She'd always respected ghosts, gods, and religion, but this scammy so-called faith? She just couldn't muster any reverence. If there really was a god of light, would he pick this disgusting wild boar spirit as his representative? Seeing the Sanuses at a loss for words, Anan pressed on. "And another thing, what's with this special privilege? Why do you even have special privileges? Is your god into favoritism now?" "That's just wrong." All the women in white robes glared at her. "How dare you? Blaspheming the gods. Are you possessed by a demon?" The two Sanuses who'd first chatted with Anan were now regretting ever bringing her in. She actually dared to question their goddess inside the temple. Utter blasphemy. While the Sanuses seethed with collective rage, the chubby sect leader wasn't angry at all. Instead, he watched Anan's sharp tongue with great interest. He thought to himself, "What a little firecracker. Pretty, great figure, and a real personality, not like all those other women who were so boring and meek, barely daring to speak in front of him." This was the first time he'd met someone this feisty. If only he could keep this little beauty by his side, life would be so much more fun. Just then, Gu Jiu suddenly stepped forward from not far away, grabbed the sect leader by the collar, and lifted him up. His voice was cold and forceful. "What are you looking at?" Everyone was stunned. No one expected that after a few heated words, this man would suddenly get physical. That was the most exalted man in the world, the god of light's chosen messenger. How dare he? Unbelievable. Only Anan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Her man was amazing. All that muscle wasn't just for show. Look at that grip. That wild boar must weigh at least 200 pounds, and he just lifted him like a sack of potatoes. So cool. Amid the shrieks of the women around them, the always composed sect leader finally lost his cool, croaking out, "Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. How dare this lowly man lay hands on him?" He was utterly humiliated. To be picked up like a chick in front of so many people by this pretty boy. He glared at Gujiyu, gritting his teeth. Let go of me, or you'll regret it. But Gujiyu wasn't the least bit intimidated. That was his wife. He could never get enough of looking at her. And now this wild boar was ogling her nonstop? He ought to gouge his eyes out. The women around them were in complete chaos. Some rushed forward, trying to save someone but couldn't reach Gujiyu's hand. Some muttered incantations, hoping to curse him to death. Others dropped to their knees on the spot, praying for the mother goddess to descend and deliver justice. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Song Guiqiang, who had been silent until now, couldn't hold back any longer. He adjusted his expression and stormed over in anger. What are you doing? Let go of Leader Kong now. Niu Gondang, who had been following closely behind his brother-in-law, tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Guiqiang, he's my friend. My friend. Song Guiqiang frowned and shot him a look, signaling him to keep quiet for now. He then continued to shout at Gujiyu, put him down now. Gujiyu glanced at the big boss, but didn't let go of the chubby guy. Instead, he turned to look at Anan. Anan glanced at Song Guiqiang, waved her hand, and said, let him go. Although she could tell the big boss's anxious anger was partly for show, she still had to give him some face. After all, she couldn't afford to make enemies before the deal was even done. Besides, she never really intended to kill this wild boar spirit. This city's situation was complicated. Even the top official didn't dare touch this guy. She could vent a little, trade some barbs, but if she actually killed him, the trouble that would follow would be endless. And Song Guiqiang had always treated the chubby guy with respect. There had to be a reason why he couldn't be touched. Since she still needed to do business with Song Guiqiang, she couldn't just off this ugly guy and mess up someone else's plans. Finally, the chubby guy, who'd been dangling by his neck and was almost out of air, had his feet back on the ground. He clutched his chest, gasping for breath, and cursed. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Anan ignored him and smiled at Song Guiqiang. Sorry, my husband is a bit possessive. He doesn't like it when people keep staring at his wife. The leader, who had just been released and was straightening his clothes, looked even more sour after hearing her words. This girl's words were downright insulting. Wasn't she just slapping a label on him, accusing him of coveting someone else's wife? He glanced at his own wife, then at Song Guiqiang, and finally, with a dark face, explained to Anan. You're overthinking. I only looked at you a few more times because you seem like a reincarnated saintess. What does it matter whose wife you are? Then he righteously scolded Gujiyu. Don't project those filthy, worldly thoughts onto me. My eyes and my heart are tools used by the god of light in this world. They are pure and sacred. And Nan rolled her eyes inwardly. So he does know those thoughts are filthy. Pure and sacred eyes, huh? What a load of nonsense. All she saw were muddy eyeballs and yellow crust in the corners. Anyone could see Anan's disdain. The saintesses, who usually seemed ethereal and above the fray, all darkened their faces, looking as if they might charge over and beat Anan up at any moment. The leader was the embodiment of their god, someone they had to respect and protect, more important than their own parents. What these two had done today was like barging into someone's home and beating and cursing their parents. Utterly outrageous. How could the always respected, high-status saintesses tolerate this? Sensing that a big fight was about to break out, Song Guiqiang hurriedly apologized on their behalf, worried that Anan and Gujiyu might do something even more extreme. After all, they were guests brought here by his brother-in-law. He couldn't just let them cause chaos. Sorry, Leader Kong, for all the trouble. Since they're here with my brother-in-law, let me apologize for them. Please don't be angry. Leader Kong's face immediately softened. He wasn't actually that mad at Anan. He was a sucker for good looks. He couldn't stay angry at such a pretty face. He was just embarrassed that his intentions had been exposed, and being choked by that annoying pretty boy had made him lose face. But now, with the top official of the entire eastern region apologizing so humbly, what was there to be mad about? His dignity was instantly restored. He waved his hand magnanimously. Brother Song, you're being too polite. These two aren't our followers yet, they're still in their rebellious phase. A little irrational behavior is understandable. We're all children of God, what's there to be angry about? He couldn't help but sneak another glance at Anan, feeling secretly pleased. See? This is what it means to be a real man. Even the top boss has to apologize to me, that's real power. With status and magnanimity, how could she not be smitten? Anan watched his smug expression, and that sense of familiarity washed over her again. She couldn't help but frown and ask, "Have we met somewhere before?" The man was stunned for a moment, then looked even more pleased with himself. As expected, she was attracted by his charisma. Though, he thought, her way of starting a conversation was a bit old-fashioned. He cleared his throat and replied with a righteous air, "I haven't met you before." A woman who suited his tastes so well, if he'd met her, how could he possibly forget? After a pause, he added, "Maybe you feel I look familiar because we're destined to meet." Then, realizing so many people were watching, he quickly added, "I told you, you must be the reincarnation of a saintess. We're all messengers of God." Anan ignored the wild boar spirit's peacock display. She went straight to the point. "What's your name?" Several saintesses around them exploded. "How dare you? How can you question the leader's name like that? That's blasphemy. Hurry and confess to the mother goddess." "Enough." The man waved his hand, signaling them to calm down. He looked at Anan kindly and said, "It's fine, we're all family. This sister will most likely become a messenger of our temple in the future." Then, word by word, he answered Anan, "My name is Kong Shengwei." Anan frowned. The name was unfamiliar, she really didn't know him. But she was sure she wouldn't find someone familiar for no reason. Kong Shengwei. Shengwei meaning holy radiance. The name was almost too fitting for a religious leader. Did he make it up himself? The chubby guy, seeing Anan deep in thought and silent, asked, "May I ask this sister's name?" Feeling that only mentioning Anan was inappropriate, he added, "And this brother's, how should we address you?" Gu Jiu ignored him. He was trying very hard not to punch him. At the same time, he was already planning how to deal with this wild boar spirit after they bought the submarine. Anan casually replied, "And Meili." Then she pointed at Gu Jiu. "Gu Yukai." Kong Shengwei grinned. "Sisterin, your name suits you." Then he looked at Gu Jiu. "Brother Gu, truly a brother indeed." Kong Shenghui's tone made his hostility toward Gu Jiu blatantly obvious. Others might not understand what he was thinking, but Gu Jiu from Anan and his wife certainly did. The high priest's wife, dressed in white robes, shot him a fierce glare, but quickly suppressed her feelings and looked away. But Anan wasn't about to let him off so easily. "Master Kong, I don't like the way you're talking about my man." "What do you mean? He's also just another guy." She pointed at the high priest's wife. "Your wife is quite good-looking. As for you, well, you're at least human-shaped. Tell me, does that sound nice to you?" Kong Shengwei was stunned for a moment, his face instantly flushing red. Her words were basically rubbing his flaws right in the dirt. Although he always tried to maintain an air of calm indifference, the thing he cared about most was his own crooked, unattractive face. He had indeed been deliberately trying to disgust Gu Yukai just now, but he hadn't expected Meili to react so fiercely. Aren't women supposed to hide behind their men? Why would she jump out to protect him? And why did this woman have to say everything out loud, putting it all on the table? Some things really didn't need to be spelled out, but she just had to blow up and leave everyone else embarrassed. The high priest's wife didn't look too happy either. Even though she hadn't been insulted about her looks, she almost wished she had been called ugly. After all, only women who are somewhat attractive like being called beautiful. For someone as plain as her, always surrounded by prettier women and being the least attractive one, hearing that kind of compliment was just uncomfortable. To her ears, that quite good-looking sounded more like sarcasm than praise. Anan didn't notice the high priest's wife's little thoughts. She was just satisfied to see the wild boar spirit turning beet red. For a face that fat to visibly flush, he must be seriously embarrassed. Anan curled her lips and continued, pointing at Gu Jiu. "My husband's name suits him perfectly. He's truly wealthy, the wealth kind of wealthy. Today, She was determined to play the role of a shallow, show-off wife, just to give this man, whom she couldn't punch directly, high blood pressure out of sheer anger. So she declared, chin held high. He's really rich, the kind that's famous nationwide. Young women flocked to him in droves. She deliberately exaggerated, then glanced meaningfully at Kong Xingwei. Not like those pathetic little men who scam a bit of money here and there, then trick young girls out of their money and their bodies. Kong Xingwei understood her implication. His face darkened, and he was about to defend himself, but the surrounding saintesses exploded first. They didn't know who Anan was accusing of being a scammer. All they heard was her shamelessly bragging about her man. Our master only made a casual remark with no ill intent. Why do you have to have a comeback for everything? You have no sense of respect. You're just an ordinary person, not even a follower. Where do you get the nerve to question the messenger of God? What's there to brag about? All those things are just worldly possessions. So, what if your man is rich? Will he ever ascend to immortality like our master? All that wealth is original sin. If you dare disrespect the master again, we'll consider refusing to accept your offerings in the future, cutting off your path to the heavenly realm. That was probably the most vicious thing they could think of to say, but it just made Anan's mouth twitch. Have these women been brainwashed to the point of insanity? Why would she hand over her own supplies? And beg them to accept them? Do they think she's as crazy as they are? But the saintesses kept going. You may be pretty and your soul may be less sinful, but that doesn't mean you can act so arrogant and domineering in the sacred hall. That's right. Besides, the man you chose is especially sinful. How can you even smile? Especially sinful? And Nan remembered the handsome men are guilty theory that a street vendor had told her before. This high priest was ugly, so he claimed that all handsome men were deeply sinful and only those as ugly as him had pure souls. Looks like all his followers really believed it. What a joke. She rolled her eyes and shot back forcefully. Why wouldn't I be able to smile? She pointed at Gu Zhiyu's face. Every morning when I open my eyes, I see this face. How could I not smile? She waved her hand dismissively. What, am I only supposed to laugh if I wake up next to some ugly wild boar and get scared out of my wits? The saintesses froze, subconsciously glancing at the high priest. And Nan noticed that even Song Guiqiang, standing not far away, snuck a glance at Kong Xingwei. She'd never said who the wild boar was, but clearly everyone had the same person in mind. Kong Xingwei noticed everyone's instinctive looks, and his face went from red to green. And Nan's lips curled up slightly. Sure enough, if you want to discuss someone, hit them right where they're most insecure. No matter how much a petty man like him tries to package himself, deep down he's always sensitive and self-conscious. And from the way the saintesses glanced at him, she confirmed her suspicions. These saintesses were probably Kong Xinghui's harem. Just now, when she mentioned waking up to a wild boar, the girls' expressions were different from Song Guiqiang's. They looked like they'd actually been traumatized by sharing a bed with the wild boar. After all, the high priest's looks really could leave a lasting psychological scar. And from the way that dog of a man looked at her, it was obvious that this so-called holy messenger was rotten to the core. No way this was his first time having such dirty thoughts. Otherwise, the high priest's wife wouldn't look so used to it and so resigned. This ugly creep had used every trick in the book to gather a bunch of beautiful girls, called them saintesses, kept them close, brainwashed them, and took advantage of them. Utterly disgusting and despicable. But clearly, the saintesses' rationality quickly overcame their instinctive disgust for the wild boar. Several of them glared at Anan in unison. Who are you calling a wild boar? And Nan looked innocent. I wasn't talking about anyone. Just giving an example. Then she paused, smiled, and asked, What, do you all have someone in mind who fits the description? The saintesses fell silent. Furious as they were, they realized they simply could not argue this woman. Damn it, and Meili was playing verbal chess with all of them and winning. The high priest's wife, being a bit older, was more composed than the other girls. She stepped forward slightly, arms crossed over her chest. Fushi. Sister, this is the sacred hall. I hope you'll watch your words and behavior. And Nan raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with the way I act? I'm perfectly normal. It was that wild boar spirit who started it, so now I'm not even allowed to fight back? I didn't even do anything like that, she began, then turned to Gujiyu's handsome face and planted a big kiss on him. Now, this is the kind of thing you should be worried about. Everyone around them was stunned, including Gujiyu, who had just been kissed out of nowhere. He froze for a second, and then the corners of his mouth started twitching, harder to suppress than an AK. Anan was really enthusiastic today. Of course, the one most affected was still the cult leader. And Nan looked at his expression. He looked like he was about to explode from anger. So she rolled her eyes at him, bold as brass. What are you getting so worked up about? It's just a married couple kissing. The cult leader's wife, standing to the side, frowned so hard her brow twitched, and only after a long moment did she manage to speak. Absolutely shameless. And Nan raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? The two of us are legally married. She shot a glance at the wild boar spirit. So it's fine for him to keep a harem and raise sanuses in this so-called sanctuary, but I can't even kiss my own husband? Today, she was determined to piss them off. Nyogon Dang, who'd been spectating the whole time, couldn't even bear to blink, constantly roasting them in his heart. Why did you guys have to provoke her? One after another, you're all being driven mad by this little lady. And did you ever think this is the 3rd year of the apocalypse and she can still travel between provinces, still has such a healthy, glowing complexion? How could she be ordinary? The innocent sanuses, of course, didn't think that far. All they knew was that this sacred hall had been defiled. Someone pointed a trembling finger at Anan. This is outrageous. How can you do such indecent things in the sanctuary? Indecent. And Nan raised an eyebrow. You really don't know what indecent means. As she spoke, it looked like she was about to do something even more outrageous. At that moment, Song Guiqiang, not far away, finally stepped in to take control. He'd already witnessed Meili's wildness. If he didn't intervene now, who knew what she'd do next? All right. Cult leader Kong is a busy man, let's not disturb him any longer. He signaled Nyogon Dang to gather Anan and Gujiyu so they could leave together. And Nan was willing to give her trading partner some face, so she didn't say anything more. Gujiyu was also eager to get the deal done and get out of there. Maybe before leaving, he could teach that damn cult leader a lesson. But the wild boar spirit wasn't ready to give up. He first shot Anan a determined look. It's no trouble at all. I'm not busy today, I have plenty of time. Then, trying to keep up his persona, he half apologized, half explained. Missin, Brother Gu, there must be some misunderstanding. Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. I just wanted to guide you to the Mother Goddess, to help you attain immortality. And Nan narrowed her eyes dangerously. Even now, this pig still wouldn't give up his filthy little schemes? We're not interested in immortality, cult leader Kong. Don't trouble yourself. Kong Xingwei froze, his face turning a little ugly. He couldn't understand his brainwashing tricks had always worked before, why not now? Could it be that they really had so many supplies that they didn't desire anything else? Normally, anyone who'd suffered through the apocalypse would be tempted by the promise of immortality. He mulled it over for a while, forcing a smile onto his face. If that's the case, I won't push. Maybe the timing isn't right, your fate with immortality is still shallow. May the Mother Goddess shine upon you, and may you convert soon. After a bunch of polite nonsense, he shot a look at the cult leader's wife. She frowned, clearly reluctant, but stepped forward. You two don't have a place to stay yet, right? I'll arrange accommodations for you. And Nan glanced at Song Guiqiang. What's that supposed to mean? If we want to stay in Jishir City, we have to live wherever the Church of Light arranges for us? It would take at least a few days to trade the submarine and transport the building materials. She and Gujiyu would definitely need to stay here for a while. But she had no intention of accepting their arrangements. So she pointed at Nyogon Dang. Where's he staying? The cult leader's wife glanced at Nyogon Dang and answered honestly, of course, he's going home with Brother Song. And Nan nodded. We're just passing through, not planning to stay long. We get along well with Brother Nyo, so we'll just crash at his place for a bit. She turned to Nyo Gondang. Is that okay, brother Nyo? Nyo Gondang nodded vigorously. Of course. I even hitched a ride with you guys. He agreed so quickly, he didn't even bother asking his brother-in-law's opinion. Clearly, he could make this call himself. The wild boar spirit could control Song Guiqiang, but he couldn't control Nyo Gondang. Seeing this, he could only give up. In that case, I'll trouble brother Song to look after these three. Hearing this, Anan was speechless. Why did he make it sound like he was entrusting his own family to someone else's care? It was obvious he was used to meddling in everything, always trying to be in charge. But Song Guiqiang didn't show any dissatisfaction. He nodded with a smile. Don't worry, cult leader Kong. We won't trouble you any longer, I'll take them home now. Kong Xingwei quickly said, I don't have anything else to do either. I'll go with you. Then he looked at Anan. There are already drivers and guards in Brother Song's car, plus Brother Nyo. There might not be enough room. It's cold out. Why don't you and Brother Gu ride with me? And Nan raised an eyebrow. Is cult leader Kong's place close to Brother Song's house? Kong Xingwei glanced at Song Guiqiang and smiled. Just like Brother Song, I live in the official base. That surprised Anan. So he made all the other survivors live outside, but he got to live in the base? She remembered that woman saying the base was in Donghu Forest Park. As a 5A scenic spot, the environment must be amazing. This wild boar spirit really knew how to enjoy the good life. Kick all the other survivors out, centralize control, and enjoy the forest park all to himself? Shameless. She grumbled inwardly, then refused without hesitation. No need to trouble you, cult leader. We have our own car. Kong Xingwei quickly realized. Silly me. I forgot Brother Nyo hitched a ride with you. He smiled. All right then. Song's car and mine will lead the way, you follow behind. With that, he led the Saintesses out in grand style. Inside, he was smug. Just wait, I'll blind and melee with my wealth. He was driving a 3 million yuan Mercedes G-Wagon, plus a 1 million yuan Alphard minivan. Even before the apocalypse, that was top tier for picking up girls. With this setup, he definitely crushed that pretty boy Gu. The more Kong Xingwei thought about it, the more pleased he became, striding forward with a spring in his step. So, what if the other guy was rich, a big tycoon? This was the apocalypse now. He didn't believe the guy could still drive around in a gas-guzzling luxury car like he did. At most, the guy probably had some beat-up, fuel-efficient van. Compared to his own cars, that thing would be trashed in seconds. Kong Xingwei stroked his chin smugly. Besides these two cars, he even had a Rolls-Royce. Too bad the chassis was too low for these snowy roads, or else he'd really be able to show off. He snickered to himself as he walked. His cars had snow tires and anti-skid chains. He could deliberately speed up later so that pretty boy's old junker wouldn't even be able to keep up. He had to show in melee what real strength looked like. Let her know what it meant to choose the winning side. When he reached the entrance of the hall, Kong Xingwei stopped. Two Saintesses took the car keys and left, soon driving up the two cars that had been parked at the back door. And Nan looked up to see a white Mercedes G-Class and a black Alphard pull up in front of them. Behind those two was a military jeep. The jeep's driver parked, then got out with the man in the passenger seat. Both bowed respectfully to Song Guiqiang. Leader. Then they stood on either side behind Song Guiqiang, waiting for orders. And Nan glanced at the two cars and suddenly understood why the older woman had said there were 100 Saintesses, yet the cult leader only brought 8. Turns out he just happened to have a van that could seat 7, and the extra Saintess could be the driver for him and his wife. Kong Xingwei noticed Anan staring at his cars and, feeling smug, let the Saintesses get into the Alphard first. He himself stood there, unhurried, and said to Anan and Gu Jiyu, "Where did you park your car? If it's far, we can give you a lift." He pointed at the Mercedes G-Class. "There's just enough room for 2 more in my car." Anan shot him a disdainful look. He controlled an entire city, yet still made such a show over 2 cars. What a small-minded guy. "Sorry, I don't like riding in other people's cars." This wild boar of a man was greasy and sweaty. She doubted his car even smelled decent. After a pause, she added, "Besides, we just ditched a black G-Class exactly like yours. Riding in yours would just bring back memories." Kong Xinghui's mouth twitched. Showing off. She just keeps showing off. She must be triggered. Otherwise, how could she keep up this act? Kong Xinghui didn't believe her for a second. Why would you throw away a perfectly good car? And Nan handed the keys to Gu Jiu so he could go get the car, while she stayed put and replied honestly. It was waterlogged. Didn't dare drive it, afraid it'd break down. If not for his holy cult leader persona, Kong Xinghui would have rolled his eyes to the heavens. Woman, you're such a show-off. After the global floods, most cars had been waterlogged. Who wasn't just making do with whatever still ran? His cars had been flooded too, and weren't they running just fine now? Pretending she ditched it because it was waterlogged, just admit you don't have one. Why go out of your way to help that pretty boy save face? With a face like Gu's, there was no way he was some rich tycoon. Could all the good fortune in the world really go to Gyukai alone? And Nan saw his skepticism and didn't bother explaining. She just said to the others, "You all go ahead and get in. I'll wait here." That pig of a man kept standing next to her, not even bothered by the freezing weather. And Nan felt like even the air around her was being polluted by his breath. But cult leader Kong insisted, "No rush, we're not tired. We can't just leave sister in here alone." Since he didn't get in, Song Guoqiang couldn't leave first either, so he and his people just waited with them at the entrance. So everyone just stood there at the hall entrance, waiting for Gu Jiu to drive over. Earlier, when they arrived, and Nan and Gu Jiu had parked their Night 15 around the corner by the side of the hall, so it couldn't be seen from the entrance. Kong Xinghui pretended to be calm, but his eyes kept darting in the direction Gu Jiu had gone. Before long, a pure black armored vehicle turned out of the alley and came into view. Kong Xinghui couldn't help but widen his eyes. What the hell? Was that a tank painted black? He craned his neck and squinted, trying to see who was driving and who else was inside. But the windows were privacy glass, couldn't see a thing, not even a shadow. It looked like a solid lump of black iron, mysterious, powerful, and completely impenetrable. Kong Xinghui glanced at Anan beside him and thought to himself, "That can't be their car. Must just be someone passing by." But when did Jishur City get such a badass ride? He'd have to order someone to investigate and find a way to claim it for himself. A car this big and tough made his proud G-Class look like a toy. In Jishur City, all the best stuff should belong to him, Kong Xinghui. But to his shock, the black armored vehicle actually stopped right next to them. The window rolled down, revealing Gu Jiu's face. "Anan, get in." Kong Xinghui's face instantly darkened. Damn it, he really showed him up. He glanced at the fully equipped snow tracks on the wheels. How was he supposed to race that? He'd be lucky not to get left in the dust. And Nan turned to the others with a smile. "Our car's here. We'll be going now." Kong Xinghui's voice was a little sour. "What kind of car is that? I've never seen one before." And Nan's lips curled up. "It's a global limited edition. There are only a few in the world, so it's normal you haven't seen one." She paused, then deliberately twisted the knife, "And it's not even mine, it's my man's. I told you, he's amazing." With that, she walked straight to the Black Knight's passenger seat and got in. Usually, she kept a low profile in the apocalypse. But today, everyone here was either a business partner or a shallow, annoying pig. If there was ever a time to show off, it was now. Kong Xinghui watched Anan's back, gritting his teeth and muttering under his breath, "Superficial woman." Though he cursed Anan, the one he really hated was Gu Jiu. After years of clawing his way to the top of the city, even the official leaders had to show him respect. It had been a long time since he'd felt so utterly outclassed. That pretty boy really was infuriating. Men like Kong Xinghui, greedy and superficial, don't actually resent women for being materialistic. Deep down, what he really hates is that he's not the one driving a luxury car with a beautiful woman by his side. As he silently cursed, "Damn pretty boy," the window of the armored vehicle rolled down again. And Nan leaned out from the passenger seat and called, "Master Kong, why aren't you getting in?" The implication was clear. Stop standing around like an idiot and lead the way. Before Kongxingwei could get a good look inside the car, the window rolled back up. He gritted his teeth. This little brat really doesn't know how to show respect. With a dark expression, he opened his own car door and got in. The cult leader's wife gave him a look full of unspoken meaning, then silently followed him into the car and closed the door. Song Guiqiang, who had been silent all this time, gave the Black Knight, the armored car, a thoughtful glance before Nyogondang dragged him into the car as well. Once seated, Song Guiqiang couldn't help but glance again at the armored vehicle outside the window. Unlike Kongxingwei, he wasn't coveting someone else's car. He just knew that anyone who could drive a vehicle like that these days was truly formidable. That kind of armored car guzzles fuel like crazy. Even before the apocalypse, it was a beast few could afford to keep on the road, not just any rich guy could drive one. And now, with fuel so scarce in this post-apocalyptic world, driving that thing is like pouring fuel out of a bucket as you go. These days, having money isn't impressive, and even having supplies doesn't make you a big shot. The real boss is the one who has a steady supply of fuel. Song Guiqiang rubbed his fingers, feeling a new level of respect for Anan and Gujiyu. People with this kind of strength, even the authorities would want to be on good terms with them. Right now, fuel is in short supply in the Eastern official base. If these people have enough, maybe there's a way to strike a deal. As he was thinking, the driver turned and asked, "Sir, are we heading home?" Song Guiqiang withdrew his gaze and replied, "Yes, let's go." The car started up quickly, driving smoothly and swiftly toward the official base. In the front sat Song Guiqiang's trusted secretary and his longtime driver. Now that only his own people were in the car, Song Guiqiang could finally relax his stiff posture a bit. He turned and asked Nyogondang with concern, "Brother-in-law, how have you been these past few years? Are you in good health?" Nyogondang sniffed. "I'm doing fine. You know me, I'm like a cockroach, impossible to kill. I can survive anywhere. Sure, the disasters have been terrifying, but I've been lucky and my outdoor survival skills are solid. Whenever things got dangerous, I'd just head for the most deserted places." He shared a few stories of close calls, then sighed. Sometimes, it's not the disasters that are the scariest, but the people who've gone mad. The journey home was so long, I honestly thought I'd never make it back to see you again. Let me tell you, when the disaster first hit, I was actually. Once Nyogondang started talking, he just couldn't stop. And it was hard to get to the point, with the conversation wandering all over the place. But unlike Anan, Song Guiqiang was very patient, listening carefully to his brother-in-law's stories without interrupting. From time to time, he'd sigh or ask a few questions. The two of them were not just close brothers-in-law, but also dear friends. After so many years apart, they had so much to say to each other. Especially Nyogondang. He'd been through so much in these years that if he tried to tell it all from start to finish, it would take 3 days and nights. Eventually, after circling around many topics, the conversation came back to the point. "Guiqiang, honestly, I haven't had it so hard. If anything, it's you." At this, Nyogondong's voice choked up a bit. "How did you get so old? Anyone who didn't know better would think I'm the younger brother, and you're the older one. You're still in your prime, but you look like an old grandpa. Just how much have you been through?" Song Guiqiang knew he was just worried about him, so he patted Nyogondong's hand in reassurance. "It's nothing. Worrying about the people is my duty." He looked out the window, his mood a little low. "But my strength is too limited. I can't change the disasters, and I can't save that many people. Maybe my accelerated aging is just punishment for my failures." Nyogondong's heart ached for him. He shook his head vigorously. "Nonsense. That white hair of yours is a badge of honor." He frowned. "Guiqiang, I know you've done your best. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. You have a strong sense of responsibility, but you know, man-made disasters can be prevented, but natural disasters are hard to avoid." But Song Guiqiang seemed to think of something inside. Man-made disasters are hard to prevent, too. He left it at that, not continuing, and instead asked Nyogondang, "By the way, with the extreme cold, how did you make it back?" Did you ride with that young couple the whole way? Dang waved his hand. No, the extreme cold's been going on for a while. I only met them recently. Before that, I really went through some tough times. Song Guiqiang frowned, feeling sorry for his brother-in-law. In this kind of weather, you could freeze to death even indoors. He couldn't imagine having to travel outside. Dang sighed, honestly, if I hadn't met them, you wouldn't be seeing me now. It was just too cold, and I couldn't find any fuel. I was on foot the whole way, and the day I met them, I was at my absolute limit. Luckily, I got to sleep warm and safe in their car for a long time, and finally recovered. Sigh, I guess I'm just lucky, always able to turn misfortune into fortune. Remember back in the day. After listening for a while, Song Guiqiang couldn't help but comment, "You're still as entertaining as ever." Dang made a face. I know, you're thinking I always go off topic, ramble, and never get to the point. But I just can't change that. Song Guiqiang chuckled. It's fine, no need to change. I find it comforting. Then he asked, tell me more about that young couple. What's their story? Dang nodded and recounted his recent experiences in detail. Of course, he eventually went off topic again. Let me tell you, it's a good thing I always carried our family photo with me. Over the years, it's been my spiritual support. By the way, how's my sister-in-law and my nephew doing? Song Guiqiang was silent for a moment before answering, they're okay. Doing well. Meanwhile, in the white Mercedes, the cult leader's wife kept sneaking glances at Kong Xinghui, who had been sulking the whole time. After a long while, she finally couldn't help but ask, that in Meili, what's going on between you two? The man's expression was still sour. What do you mean, what's going on? The woman suppressed her emotions and pinched her fingers. After a few seconds, she repeated, I'm asking, what do you plan to do with her? Kong Xinghui glanced at her. Bring her into the Saintess Society, of course. What else? The woman frowned. That in Meili has a terrible temper. She's obviously not easy to manage. How you manage her is your business. Why are you telling me? Kong Xinghui's tone was unpleasant, as if he was taking out all his earlier frustrations on the woman. The woman was fuming, wanting to lash out, but in the end, she held it in. What I mean is, people like her shouldn't be brought into the Saintess Society anymore. Kong Xinghui was dissatisfied. How could that be? He paused, glanced at the Saintess driving in the front seat, searched for the right words, then continued. She's clearly a reincarnated Saintess. How could we just leave her out there? Then, putting on a sanctimonious air, he emphasized, we can't give up on any Saintess. Even if she has flaws, we must patiently guide her. That's the mission the Mother Goddess has given us. The truth was, and Meili's looks were exceptional, and her personality was unique too. There was no way he'd be willing to let her go just like that. His attitude toward collecting Saintesses was honestly not much different from stamp collecting. Someone like in Meili was like a rare, limited edition collectible, miss this chance and there'd never be another. No matter what, he wasn't about to give her up. Even though she was still infatuated with that pretty boy right now, he was confident he'd find a way to bring her over to his side. After all, the entire city of Jishir belonged to Kong Xinghui. The woman beside him let out a cold laugh. Still talking about Saintesses? Let's be real, you just have your eye on. Before she could finish, Kong Xinghui shot her a fierce glare, his face twisted. At the same time, he glanced at the Saintess in the front seat, signaling that there was an outsider present. We'll talk about this when we get home. His tone brooked no argument. The woman clenched her fists, but ultimately said nothing more, turning to glare out the window in frustration. She was truly stifled inside. Before the disaster, the two of them had actually been a loving couple. The man was extremely ugly, but with some street smarts, he'd managed to make a bit of money. The woman was plain-looking and not well-educated, but she was hardworking. Thanks to self-taught yoga skills and a naturally good figure, she became a yoga instructor. Both were unattractive and a bit eccentric, so they had few friends, never dated, and only got together later in life. Two lonely people found each other and ended up together. Though Kong Xinghui's circumstances weren't great, He knew how to provide emotional value. After they fell in love, both experienced the happiness of companionship. After marriage, life was stable. The woman was financially independent, capable, and virtuous. The man caught a lucky break and made more money. They thought life would keep getting better until disaster struck. At first, they struggled to survive, barely scraping by. Then, the man came up with the idea to found the Church of Light and package himself as the apostle of a god. Only then did they finally rise above the masses. They devised a series of elaborate scams, using the name of the god of light to amass wealth. Not only did they lack for nothing, they gained social status they'd never dreamed of. Of course, most of this was thanks to Kong Xingwei. The woman just played a supporting role, helping him create a god. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last. Kong Xingwei soon strayed emotionally, setting his sights on two young, beautiful female followers. By then, their social and domestic status had become unequal. In the apocalypse, the woman's survival depended entirely on her husband's cult leader, Aura. After so long pretending, Kong Xingwei had become used to being the absolute ruler both at home and outside. They argued a few times, but in the end, the woman couldn't win and agreed to let him trick the two girls into becoming saintesses. At first, Kong Xingwei just told them they had immortal fates, that they were reincarnated goddesses, and that they should be set apart from ordinary believers as noble saintesses. Naturally, the girls agreed to such a good deal. Once they got used to a life of abundance and special status, Kong Xingwei began his seduction. He told them that only by practicing a special cultivation technique could they regain their true goddess identities in heaven. Of course, this so-called special technique was dual cultivation with the cult leader. Kong Xingwei claimed that only his body contained celestial energy. Only by being intimate with him could that energy be transferred to them, activating the divine power bestowed by the Mother Goddess. Of course, this divine power couldn't be used yet. Only after ascending to heaven would it work. Under the cult leader's authority and lies, the two girls quickly bought into his promises. But Kong Xingwei wasn't satisfied. He soon repeated the trick, luring in more and more, gradually expanding the saintess group to over 100. He would regularly select beautiful women from among the followers to join the saintess society, even holding public saintess selection events. In reality, selecting saintesses was just picking concubines. But the followers didn't see anything wrong with it. In fact, they were happy if their daughters, sisters, or even wives were chosen. According to the cult leader, if someone in your family became a saintess, it meant your family was blessed, and when they ascended to heaven, the rest of the family would get jobs in the heavenly palace. And the girls chosen for the saintess society did indeed quickly become nourished by spiritual energy, transforming inside and out. They went from skinny, sickly figures to rosy-cheeked, energetic young women. Their dry, yellow hair from malnutrition gradually turned into glossy black locks. In the end, it was simply because they were eating well and living comfortably with Kong Xingwei. Aside from eating, drinking, singing, and dancing, they only had to work 2 days a week, for hours each time, doing light chores. The rest of the time was spent playing with the other girls, mahjong, werewolf, board games, every activity imaginable. With no worries about food or survival, life was easy and comfortable. Of course they looked good. Kong Xingwei credited all of this to dual cultivation with him, tricking the saintesses into absolute devotion. Of course, not every girl was so easy to win over. Some, out of fear or because they simply couldn't accept the cult leader's boar-like appearance, resisted. At those times, Kong Xingwei would act like a perfect gentleman, never forcing them or scaring them, but immediately turning away and leaving. Afterwards, the cult leader's wife would enter the room, sighing and lamenting to the girl, expressing her regret. "Silly girl, how could you give up such a great opportunity?" After all, rejecting the cult leader meant refusing the blessing of the Mother Goddess's divine aura and also giving up the chance for your family to gain a position in the celestial palace. To make it sound more convincing, the cult leader's wife would emphasize that cultivating with the leader wasn't the kind of intimate relationship the girl imagined. Even though they shared a bed, it shouldn't be viewed with those filthy, worldly thoughts. This was a form of cultivation, so pure it couldn't be purer, a practice to be understood with a holy and untainted heart. Whenever the girl started to waver or hesitate, the cult leader's wife would stress. Think about it, I'm his wife. If this wasn't spiritual cultivation sanctioned by the mother goddess, how could I possibly allow my husband to touch another woman? And so, under the couple's combined tactics of deception and intimidation, the girl would soon beg the cult leader for forgiveness, taking the initiative to regain her qualification to cultivate with him. As the number of saintesses grew, the recruitment process became increasingly simple. The girls all thought, if there was something wrong, why would so many others join? Making Kang Xinghui's schemes even easier. By now, the Saintess Society had been established for quite some time, almost gathering all the most attractive female survivors in the city. Kang Xinghui even made a duty roster for the Saintesses. Besides their daytime work shifts, the nighttime cultivation schedule was also arranged, making it all seem fair and reasonable. The Saintess Society was managed by the cult leader's wife, and after long-term brainwashing, everyone inside was absolutely loyal to Kang Xinghui. Just like today, when a few saintesses saw Anan speaking disrespectfully to the cult leader, they were so angry they could hardly stand it. These obedient and docile girls only made Kang Xinghui more arrogant, convinced that all the world's best things should be his. Today, meeting Anan was the first time in years he'd been put in his place by a woman. As for why the cult leader's wife was so uncharacteristically eager to keep Anan out, it was all because of Kang Xinghui's special attitude. He was always domineering and self-important, and after becoming the cult leader, his temper only got worse. Yet today, he tolerated all sorts of provocations from this beautiful Anan. Naturally, the wife felt threatened. Not that she cared about this man, who looked like a wild boar demon. Their marital affection had long been worn away through round after round of saintess selection. What she cared about now was her own power and status. From the way and melee and beauty. Spoke so cleverly, she clearly wasn't someone who'd be content to stay beneath others. If she were allowed to join, would there be any place left for herself in the future? She glanced at the man beside her, clenching her fists. That damned man looked like he'd already fallen completely. Just as she suspected, Kang Xinghui's mind was now entirely occupied with, how can I make An Meili a believer and bring her into the Saintess Society? As long as he could trick this woman, he'd even be willing to give her the position of cult leader's wife. Back when he had nothing, he could only settle for someone willing to be with him. But now that he had power and status, of course he wanted the very best. The previous women were all about the same, none particularly outstanding, so he hadn't bothered to act. But today, he found An Meili truly exceptional. Not only beautiful and unique in personality, but most importantly, she had that air of pampered arrogance that comes from a wealthy upbringing, clearly a rich heiress. If he could get her, he could even use her to trick Gu yacht-sized vehicles and supplies over to his side. In every way, she had no real shortcomings, she was barely worthy of him. Kang Xinghui turned to look at his silent wife beside him. This woman really was getting old. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were getting deeper. Meanwhile, inside the armored vehicle, Anan sat in the passenger seat, eating a burger and drinking Coke, occasionally feeding a few fries to Gu Jiyu, who was driving. Now that they were on their own turf with no surveillance, she quickly took some good food out of her space to comfort her stomach. Who knew what things would be like once they reached the base? The three little ones in the back seat were each happily munching on their own snacks. Anan looked at the jeep ahead and asked, do you think, if the eastern base really still has a submarine, Song Guoqiang would be willing to sell one to us? That's a pretty irreplaceable resource these days, isn't it? It's not exactly irreplaceable. The authorities are still quite powerful, Gu Jiyu replied calmly. Don't worry, there's no deal that can't be made, only terms the other side doesn't like. Anan thought for a moment, then nodded. I noticed he was paying a lot of attention to our car just now. Looks like there's a chance. She asked again, you've done business here before. Have you ever dealt with this Song Guiqiang? She knew that with the Gu Group's capabilities, they'd never go unnoticed wherever they did business. Gu Jiu shook his head. I have met the deputy mayor here before, but it was someone else in charge of investment promotion, not Song Guiqiang. Anan responded, oh, that's fine. From what Niu Gondang described, he seems pretty easy to talk to. Gu Jiu glanced at her and suddenly smiled. Don't be nervous, the deal will go through. Anan was a bit embarrassed. How do you know I'm nervous? Gu Jiu curled his lips. No one in the world knows you better than I do. Anan pouted and admitted, fine, I am a little nervous. I've never negotiated with such a high-level official before, so I'm not sure what to expect. She wasn't afraid of direct confrontation. What worried her were those ambiguous, hard-to-read conversations. Gu Jiu looked ahead. Leaders are people too. People have needs and can be negotiated with. He joked, who is it that said she was as rich as a nation? With all the resources in Sister Nan's hands, taking down a little eastern base should be easy. Anan quickly protested, hey, don't jinx me like that. Why are you suddenly putting me on a pedestal? Gu Jiu burst out laughing. Anan frowned and stuffed a chicken drumstick into his mouth. They soon arrived at the base. At the entrance to the scenic area, armed guards stood watch. When they saw Song Guiqiang's car, they quickly saluted. Song Guiqiang rolled down his window and instructed, let the black armored vehicle at the back through as well. Yes, sir, the guard replied. Gu Jiu drove in, following the 3 cars ahead, slowly entering the base. Sitting in the car, Anan looked at the big sign for Donghu Forest Park outside, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. You. I just remembered who Kong Xingwei is. Gu Jiu turned his head slightly. What? And Nan pointed at the sign outside. I just remembered. No wonder he looked so familiar. This guy is Kong Dachui. Gu Jiu kept following the car ahead. Never heard of that name. Where do you know him from? And Nan pulled out her phone. Online. He's an internet celebrity. Then she remembered there was no internet access anymore, so she put her phone away again. Gu Jiu frowned. I don't really follow internet celebrities. Is he famous? Then he added, puzzled, if he's an influencer, why don't any of these believers in Jishur City recognize him? And Nan explained, he's not some IG-time influencer or anything, just a niche internet personality with a small following. The key thing is, he used to look and act nothing like this. He's a completely different person now. She pointed again at the sign. If it weren't for that sign, I wouldn't have connected him to Kong Dachui at all. Then Anan started telling Gu Jiu about his background. This guy's original online handle was second-generation rich kid Kong Yanqing. Every video he uploaded started with the line, Hi everyone, I'm Kong Yanqing, a former rich kid whose family went bankrupt. At first, his videos were just a bunch of bizarre stunts meant to grab attention and chase views. Stuff like live streaming himself eating poop, chewing bugs raw, or streaking and dancing in commercial streets. Because he was ugly but had a cool-sounding name, looked poor but claimed to be a fallen rich kid, he did attract a small group of viewers. But since his content was pretty pointless and often crossed the line, his videos kept getting taken down, so he never really got popular. How unpopular was he? Each video only got a few hundred to maybe 1,000 likes, and after a few days, the platform would remove them. And Nan first heard of him, surprisingly, because he made the trending searches for a scandal. That's also why Anan still remembered his name. Back then, a new branch of Xingye's company had an accident. A rival company tried to make a fuss in the news, hoping to sabotage several of their new projects. But just as the story was starting to get a little traction online, before it really blew up, Kong Dachui suddenly shot up the trending searches. Related tags included, Yanqing's extreme makeover as Dachui, Potato wants to be a CEO so bad, fallen rich kid live streams eating poop, ugly guy Kong Dachui. And Nan clicked in and found out he was just a blogger who constantly did outrageous things for clicks, and people had dug up that his name and identity were fake. The only real thing was his ugly face. The so-called fallen rich kid Kong Yanqing was actually Kong Dachui, who'd grown up poor in a city slum. It happened to be around the time of the annual 3.15 anti-fraud campaign, and a bunch of netizens made all sorts of meme videos of him, using his very distinctive face, and suddenly he was trending. Since the trending topic was so random, and Nan even asked Xingye if he'd bought it to distract from his own company's scandal. And Xingye was completely baffled and denied it. Looking back, maybe that was just when this guy's luck turned. Thanks to those trending tags, he gained 100,000 followers overnight. Of course, none of them were real fans, they were all just there for the laughs. Later, he was featured by many news outlets, used as an example by the media as a twisted product of a restless society. His life story was also thoroughly dug up by nosy netizens chasing the hype. Turns out, this guy was just a shut-in who spent every day at home scratching his feet. Back in school, because he was so ugly and had a gloomy personality, not only did the girls avoid him, even the boys didn't want to hang out with him. He was always alone. In his last year of high school, he accidentally spilled soup on the school beauty in the cafeteria, soaking her clothes and exposing her. After that, he was bullied by all the guys who liked her. With no friends to help him, Kong Dachui went to the teacher's office to complain. But he was so ugly that he scared a female teacher, who'd just woken from a nap, into a heart attack. The ambulance caused a huge commotion. The whole school heard that a student had scared a teacher into the hospital just by being ugly. So the ridicule got even worse and the bullying intensified. After suffering so much, Kong Dachui quit school in a fit of anger. After dropping out, he stayed at home for a long time, finally enjoying some peace. But his family was just his elderly father, who barely scraped by with odd jobs. Their situation was really bad. Before long, his dad got tired of supporting a healthy but lazy son and cut off his allowance and food. Kong Dachui had no choice but to find work. But that didn't go well either. With no education, he could only get jobs as a waiter or in basic sales. But his looks clearly weren't suited for those jobs. He'd make customers lose their appetite when serving food, scare kids to tears when handing out flyers, and frighten away female clients when showing them houses. In the end, with nowhere else to turn, Kong Dachui registered an account and started delivering food. But while delivering to a single woman, he gave her a creepy hee-hee laugh, got his hand slammed in the door as she screamed and called the police. After that, Kong Dachui lost all motivation and became a determined couch potato. Even with no allowance or food, he refused to work again. His old father couldn't really let him starve, so he worked 2 jobs to support him. Kong Dachui lived a carefree life playing video games all day, holed up in his dark room, too lazy to even open the curtains. The place was greasy, filthy, and stank to high heaven. He was like a rat hiding in the sewers, living in his own little world. The neighbors all knew old Kong had a lazy, ugly son who lay around playing games all day. He wasn't even good at them, and would curse loudly in the middle of the night, disturbing everyone. He had no talent for gaming no matter what he played, he never did well, and often got into fights with teammates. After a while, Kong Dachui got sick of games and started reading novels and watching short videos. The more short videos he watched, the more he dreamed of making it big online, hoping to get rich overnight. Since he read a lot and was a bit clever, he thought he could definitely make money and become famous by making videos and becoming an influencer. And then, his old father suddenly got into a car accident. The old man rode his bicycle all the way to a distant, cheaper market to buy groceries. As he was passing through an intersection, he was hit and sent flying by a speeding, overloaded truck. He died on the spot. The most absurd part was that the truck driver, startled by the accident, suffered a sudden heart attack and also died. In the end, there wasn't even anyone left to pay compensation. Just like that, Kong Dachui lost his only source of income. All that was left at home was the 1,000 yuan his father had stashed away in a bedroom drawer, and a few potatoes and sweet potatoes in the kitchen, barely enough to scrape by for a while. Finding a way to make money became an urgent priority. He created a new account for himself on a short video platform. Whether it was out of vanity or just to attract attention, he gave himself an impressive-sounding name, Kong Yanqing, and set up a persona as a rich second-generation heir. But he knew full well he couldn't keep up that act. Those real rich kids were always driving luxury cars, playing golf, attending fancy dinners, and partying at bars every night. He, on the other hand, could barely afford to eat, let alone film that kind of lifestyle. So he tacked on a bankrupt and down-and-out label in front of the rich heir. With no real talents or skills to speak of, he could only resort to doing shameless things to attract views in the early days of his account. He couldn't do what others were doing, so he figured he'd do what others couldn't. For example, live streaming himself eating poop, chewing on live bugs, or streaking and dancing in a commercial district. He never became a big internet celebrity, but he did manage to disgust some viewers so much that they dug up his real identity and, in a bizarre twist, he ended up trending online. After being mocked across the internet, Kong Dachui didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he changed his name from Rich Heir Kong Yanqing to Kong Dachui, who's been on the trending list. Although the buzz only lasted 2 or 3 days, he did gain quite a few followers. In this age where traffic is king, his account had gotten off to a decent start. He even landed an ad deal for a counterfeit toothpaste. The ad copy in the video went like this. "Why do I dare to eat poop? Because I use XX toothpaste. Cleans away all traces, XX toothpaste, it's the real deal." By sheer coincidence, Kong Dachui's trending topic managed to push down news of an accident at Anan's company branch. While Anan was following the gossip, she casually gave this guy a follow as well. Of course, she never watched him again after that. The next time Anan came across his videos, this guy had already switched tracks and reinvented himself. His videos had become much more interesting, instantly grabbing Anan's attention for a full 30 seconds. Kong Dachui, who's been on the trending list, had now become professional myth-buster Kong Dachui. But his myth-busting wasn't the usual kind that exposed fake products. Instead, he specialized in debunking supernatural legends, promoting atheism, and sweeping away superstitious beliefs. The video Anan saw was of him, late at night, taking on the so-called 10 Ways to See Ghosts challenge. The video was eye-catching, with eerie music and constant plot twists, quickly racking up tens of thousands of likes. Curious, Anan watched the whole thing and clicked into his profile. She'd seen plenty of streamers exploring restaurants, but this was her first time seeing someone explore the supernatural. By then, Kong Dachui had already posted many similar videos, and his follower count had soared to 800,000. With ad revenue and income from live streams, not only could he support himself, he could easily support a wife too. His clothes had clearly improved, a nice outfit paired with branded sneakers. He was no longer the ragged figure he used to be. The format of his videos was pretty much the same each time. He'd start by explaining some folk legend related to the supernatural, like spirit mediums, soul guides, or summoning rituals. Then he'd personally follow the steps of the legend. The steps were never very accurate, and nothing ever happened in the end. He'd then face the camera and sum it up with, "There really are no ghosts or gods in this world." His most popular video was shot at Donghu Forest Park, which just so happened to be the official base Anan was currently at. Because the video supposedly captured a ghostly figure, its likes and views were off the charts. Donghu Lake is deep, and the waters are complicated. On top of that, people often come here to swim illegally, so every few years, someone drowns. That year, a young couple jumped into Donghu Lake to commit suicide, making the local news. Not long after, a few guys sneaked in to fish, somehow fell into the water, and 2 of them drowned. Naturally, rumors started to spread. Some said the couple kept appearing in their families' dreams, claiming that suicides can't reincarnate and had become water ghosts looking for substitutes. Others said that after the fishing accident, the surviving fishermen all came down with fevers for days and claimed they'd seen ghosts that night. The rumors grew wilder, with many saying the two drowned fishermen had been bewitched by spirits and became substitutes for the couple's souls. Kong Dachui jumped on the trend. Late at night, after the park closed, he snuck in, avoided the guards, and filmed a video. He went to the lakeside and, following the spirit summoning methods he found online, performed a series of rituals, tying red strings, lighting candles, burning spirit money, and so on. Of course, nothing happened in the end. He wrapped up with his classic line, "There really are no ghosts or gods in this world." I'm Kong Dachui, professional mythbuster of the supernatural. Debate me if you disagree. And that was the end of the video. The reason the video went viral, aside from riding the wave of news, was that it seemed to capture a ghostly shadow. When he was reciting his intro in front of the sign for the forest park, many viewers took screenshots, claiming there was a ghostly figure behind the door, watching him the whole time. Some even said he'd tempted fate too many times filming these supernatural videos, and his forehead was starting to look ominously dark. So the video sparked a lot of discussion. Some said the ghost was just a trick of the light, others insisted he'd edited it in for hype. Curious, Anan zoomed in on the screenshots and studied them carefully so she remembered the spot well. The moment she saw the big forest park sign, it all came back to her. After hearing Anan's story, Gu Jiyu couldn't help but click his tongue. A small-time influencer who debunks superstitions suddenly becomes an apostle sent to Earth by the god of light? That's hilarious. Anan nodded. I wonder how his followers would feel if they found out. She added with a laugh, Kong Yanqing, Kong Xingwei. This Kong Dachui really loves giving himself fancy names and personas. By now, the car ahead had slowed down. They must be almost there. Gu Jiyu eased off the gas, frowning in confusion. He's a local influencer, and his most popular video was shot right here in Jishan's forest park. Hasn't anyone in the city recognized him? Anan did a quick calculation. At his peak, Kong Dachui only had 800,000 followers online. There are over 600 cities in the country, so on average, that's just over 1,000 fans per city. And now, the number of survivors is less than a tenth of what it was before the disaster. That means, in this city, he probably has fewer than 100 fans left. And Nan paused, then emphasized, besides, he didn't used to look like this. She recalled the image she'd seen in his old videos. Kong Dachui used to be extremely skinny, looked downright malnourished. Now, he's at least 100 gene heavier than before. 100 gene? Gu Jiyu raised an eyebrow. That's practically a different person. And Nan nodded. He's got so much flesh on his face now, his features are all distorted. If it weren't for that matchmaker's mole above his lip, I wouldn't have recognized him at all. With such a drastic change, it was even less likely that those brainwashed followers would ever connect their revered leader to the Kong Dachui who was once mocked all over the internet. Gu Jiyu said, he probably never imagined that the one to recognize him would be you, a total stranger from out of town. And Nan looked a little embarrassed. Well, I guess you could call me a hardcore fan. I never liked him as a person, but I watched every single one of his videos. Gu Jiyu raised an eyebrow. Why's that? If she didn't like him, why bother watching all his content? And Nan explained, at the time, I was really into metaphysical novels and got interested in supernatural stuff. And, honestly, he really fit that niche. His crooked, twisted face had a naturally creepy vibe. She gestured. D with her hands. When he was thin, he looked way scarier than now. His whole skull was all bumpy and uneven. Now he's just greasy and ugly, but back then it was a sinister kind of ugly. At first glance, he looked like a ghost. Gu Jiyu glanced at the big G-Wagon ahead and sighed. He's quite a character. In the apocalypse, instead of getting thinner, he actually got fat to this extent. That's pretty much one of a kind. And Nan nodded. He must have done it on purpose. His old look was just too distinctive. If he didn't put on weight, he'd be recognized in no time. Gu Jiyu said, the guy does have some brains. And a bit of luck, too. When he first started scamming people, he definitely didn't have the resources he does now, and there's no way he could have fattened himself up like this. If his luck had been bad and someone recognized him back then, that would have been the end of the story. And Nan agreed. He really turned a terrible hand into a royal flush. He'd climbed from the very bottom of society to a position where he controlled an entire city. Kong Dachui really did have a talent for pyramid schemes and scams. Back when short videos were all the rage, so many influencers got rich overnight. Who didn't want a piece of the pie? But for someone like him to build up his account so smoothly from the start, there really weren't many. And considering how bad his starting conditions were, you could say he was at a real disadvantage. But somehow, he managed to turn that into an advantage and picked the path that suited him best. The cars ahead had already stopped. Gu Xiu stepped on the brake and brought their vehicle to a halt as well. Up ahead was another big iron gate guarded by soldiers. Inside was the resort hotel within the scenic area. It was called a hotel, but it wasn't a single building, rather, it was made up of countless individual villas, densely packed and stretching as far as the eye could see. It was more like a holiday village. And Nan craned her neck to look. This is the Lakeside Cloud Residence Hotel. Last time I came to Jishan for fun, I stayed here. She sighed. I never thought that coming back, it would be a completely different world. Back then, this was a bustling 5A rated scenic spot. The accommodations inside the park were much more expensive than outside, but the environment was beautiful, the facilities were top-notch, and it was a great place for photos. Rooms were so popular you had to book in advance. And Nan had spent a few carefree days here. She never expected that, coming back now, the lush greenery had turned to snow-laden, withered branches, and the fashionable girls posing for photos at the entrance had been replaced by stern-faced, armed guards. The Lakeside Cloud Residence Hotel sign on the wall had been taken down, leaving only a rectangular patch of mismatched color. Now, this place had become a residential area for the official base. Of course, it was just the best of the base's residential zones, not the only one. Although the two of them had been chatting, and Nan had also been observing the environment outside the car. From the moment they entered the scenic area to here, almost every flat piece of land had been built on. Even the small plazas that used to be rest areas for tourists had been turned into makeshift housing. But judging by the smooth, untouched snow, it seemed no one was actually living in those places, they were all empty. Those houses had originally been prepared by the official base for survivors. But now, all the survivors had been relocated to the Puan district by Kong Xingwei, almost as if he was holding the Son of Heaven hostage to command the feudal lords. After all, the whole point of the official base was to protect and manage the survivors. Now, the base was desolate, with only some staff and guards remaining. Judging by the tight security at the hotel gates, it was clear that ordinary staff weren't allowed to live here. The cars ahead slowly drove through the gate, and Gu Jiu released the brake, following them inside. It seemed Kong Dachui and Song Guqiang both lived deep inside. The car followed the asphalt road further in, and Nan looked out the window at the villas lining the road. Many had footprints in the snow at their doors, signs of human activity. So it wasn't just Song Guqiang and Kong Dachui living here. There must be other base leaders or high-level specialists crucial to the base's development sharing this area. Soon, their car reached the end of the hotel complex and stopped in front of the two innermost villas. This must be where Song Guqiang and Kong Dachui lived. The setup was similar to the number 1 and number 2 villas at the Half-Mountain Villas, reserved for the two most powerful families. But the houses themselves couldn't compare to those at Half Mountain. After all, this was just a hotel. Rather than calling them villas, they were more like the little buildings that the landlady in Qincheng lived in, tucked away in an alley. And Nan watched as Kong Dachui, now Kong Xingwei, got out of the car, full of swagger, and couldn't help but sigh. This guy really holds a lot of power here. There was no way Song Guqiang was the only leader at the official base. Yet somehow, he'd managed to push all the second and third-in-commands aside and snagged himself the second villa. Gu Jiu pressed his lips together. He won't be in that position for long. And Nan opened her mouth, about to say something, when suddenly there was a commotion in the back seat from Fugue and Laifu. She turned to look and saw that Fugue, after finishing his own burger meal, had sneakily taken a bite of Laifu's corn cup. Laifu was instantly annoyed and pecked him in protest. Fugue, self-proclaimed king of dogs, wasn't about to let himself get bullied without fighting back. He immediately started wrestling with Laifu. The car was cramped, which put Fugue at a disadvantage. Laifu, being smaller and nimbler, managed to peck him several more times, leaving Fugue flapping around in a huff. Anan, worried they'd spill the rest of the corn everywhere and make a mess, shouted, "Both of you, knock it off. If you keep fighting, no dinner for either of you tonight." The chicken and the dog instantly froze. Laifu looked at Anan with big, watery eyes, looking utterly wronged. Anan scolded Fugue, "This is your fault. Eat your own food. Why are you taking Laifu's? No dinner for you tonight." Laifu perked up at that, holding his head high and shooting a smug look at the dog. Fugue's eyes widened, about to protest, but Anan shot him a glare and added, "We're going to be staying somewhere new tonight. Neither of you is allowed to fight. Learn from Master Rabbit, see how well-behaved he is." The chicken and the dog turned to look at the corner, where Master Rabbit was quietly sitting with his back to them, head bobbing up and down, busy with something. Looking closer, they realized he was gathering up the corn kernels they'd just spilled and was happily munching away. Great! While the chicken and dog fought, the rabbit made off with the spoils. Fugue was a little annoyed that his loyal sidekick hadn't stood up for him and was instead busy eating. Laifu, whose lunch had been stolen, was even more upset. Just as the two rare allies turned their attention toward Master Rabbit, Anan cleared her throat. "Behave, all of you." She glanced out the window. Song Guoqiang had gotten out of the car. "We're about to get out. The three of you, no exceptions, stay alert, stick close to me, and no fighting among yourselves." The moment there was an external threat, the three little ones immediately sat up straight and behaved. And Nan couldn't help but laugh at how suddenly obedient they looked, all lined up in a row. She was about to turn around and get out of the car when her eyes landed on Laifu, who was sitting up ramrod straight, and suddenly she remembered something. "Ayo, I just remembered." She pointed at Laifu. "Kong Dachui is afraid of chickens." Gu Jiu raised an eyebrow. "Afraid of chickens?" And Nan nodded. Yes. She recalled a video where Kong Dachui had to sprinkle chicken blood and chant incantations. To make the video more entertaining, they'd included footage of Kong Dachui and his friends trying to catch a chicken for the ritual. Kong Dachui was terrified of the live chicken, shrieking and jumping around, which gave viewers a good laugh. After all, it was pretty funny for a ghost hunting vlogger to be scared of a harmless chicken. At one point, his friend accidentally let the chicken escape, and Kong Dachui's frantic dodging was hilarious. His fear looked genuine. Besides, pretending to be afraid of poultry didn't really do anything for his image, so it was probably real. Later, when they filmed another video in the countryside, he was careful to avoid all the chickens and birds. Apparently, he was scared of any animal with a beak. After Anan finished explaining, Gu Jiu looked with interest at Laifu in the back seat. The three little ones could understand what their owner was saying. Laifu, sitting in the middle, lifted his head proudly. Fugue looked at him, unconvinced. "What's so scary about a scrawny chicken? I, the mighty king of dogs, could chew your head like a peanut." He gave Laifu a disgruntled smack. "What are you so smug about? You're so mutated now, you barely look like a chicken." To be continued.